Yeah, it comes.
You are able to see the thing, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, perfectly.
So, yeah. And can we make it full screen? Is also okay.
Yeah, perfect.
And
Yeah, it comes. You are able to see the.
and things are moving. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Thank you.
Soumya, for this, as a co-host, one can record the meeting, right?
Yes, I'll start the recording. Yes.
No, not this one. That you will do it. But
For the breakout room, right?
yeah, breakout rooms. They are having doubts whether as a because they will be made co-hosts each one,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Presentation. So
Yes.
then they can record, right?
Yeah, they can record locally on their computer.
No, the recording will be saved on their PC.
Yes.
On their device.
Yes. And when they end the meeting, then it will be downloaded to their PC.
Okay. So, automatically downloaded into the download folder they have.
There will be some Zoom folder.
Okay. Right. The Sangeeta has some hiccups.
Okay.
Downloading. He said you can, but then she was saying bandwidth. She is at school, so she'll be doing it from school.
I see.
Whether the bandwidth would be good enough or not. I think Delhi Sanskriti school bandwidth should be okay, I think. So let us see anyway.
Yeah.
Soumya is now a Zoom veteran and expert, right? I mean, so.
No.
I remember, what was it in June 2020, Soumya?
Yeah.
I was doing a demo of Zoom for these characters. I mean, Soumya and several of them. So.
Now he can.
Just what you were talking about, going live on YouTube, going live stream, doing all that, managing, recording. We were discussing on the cloud, on the computer.
Everything was new to me that time. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we can admit. I think it's around time.
Yeah.
Soumya, you will be the chair for the session, right?
Yes, sir. So can we start? Or yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. It's time.
It's your call.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. We are at the second day of this Time 2021 conference, and our first speaker for today is Professor Ramanujam. He was at IMSC Chennai for several years as a faculty, and he will be talking about mathematical intuition in testing times. Yeah, over to you, Professor Ramanujam.
Thank you. Is my audio okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so thank you all. Thanks for coming. And there is, oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought there was a message. Let me move this panel to my right. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about assessment today. And this is something that bothers all of us, I presume. So let me start with first my appreciation of time, the time conference, and the way it has been promoting quality mathematics education in the country for a long time and time to come. So let me start with the salute. And also I thank Time organizers for the invitation and for the honor conferred on me. I consider it a recognition of Tamil Nadu Science Forum's contribution to school education. So it's really for Tamil Nadu Science Forum, and I really mean it. So before I begin, this is a topic on which we'll have something to say, but I don't know how much we'll manage to say. So I'm sure there will be questions and comments for which we won't have time. So please feel free to write to me. And the email is easy to remember. So please write to me. Okay. Soumya, will you keep a watch on the chat box so that
Yes.
if questions pop up,
Sure.
I can answer them. And yeah, so again, it's not a formality. I do mean it. Do feel free to seek clarifications, make comments in between. Do feel free to interrupt. If it becomes too much, I will of course tell you. That's not a problem. Yeah. So, but that's better than, and in these days of pandemic, when we are mainly talking to our laptops, it's good to have interaction. So I'll be very happy to see you and listen to you as well. Okay, so the summary of what I want to say is fairly straightforward, I suppose. The pandemic has really shown how obsessed we are as a society with board exams, entrance exams, and such. I mean, for 18 months, schools were closed, but almost the major part of discussion in the media was on board exams. And it also tells you what. And also, in general, in mathematics, the rigidity of modes of assessment contributes greatly to the sense of fear, failure, and alienation felt by a large section of the student population. So now, could this great disruption lead us to re-examining our ways of assessment, perhaps reimagine our classroom processes? This is really the question that I want to address. And what would that be? Now, we can identify some principles, offer some examples, but we are a very long way from setting up robust practices of assessment in the classroom. And I think this is perhaps the central concern that I have and want to share with you. But this is a very good opportunity to make make a beginning on making a dent on this huge problem. Now, I should have. The National Curriculum Framework 2005 identifies the following central areas of concern in mathematics education: a sense of fear and failure regarding mathematics among a majority of children, a curriculum that disappoints both the talented minority as well as the non-participating majority at the same time, crude methods of assessment that encourage perception of mathematics as mechanical computation, lack of teacher preparation and support in both content and pedagogy of mathematics, and certainly in assessment. Now, well, it's 16 years, but right now I do not see any need to edit this list. And I think these are the central areas of concern. Now, to me, the elephant in the room is this. It is acknowledged the world over that poor performance in mathematics leads to poor self-image and self-esteem issues among a large number of teenagers. Now, you just do a basic calculation. According to the UN, the population of adolescents in the world is around 1.2 billion. We can easily estimate that even if you put it at 1/6, the self-esteem issues referred to apply to at least 200 million adolescents. I'm talking about adolescents for whom mathematics is a compulsory subject and that they have to pass some kind of certification in mathematics or do well in mathematics. Now, this is something the world over, right? So we are talking about something that affects and is a problem involving something like 200. My estimate is somewhere around 200 to 50 million, right? Now, can our community, the community of mathematicians, mathematics educators, researchers, teachers, all of us, acknowledge the magnitude of this problem and dedicate ourselves to solving it? Now, this is a contrast that I keep talking about. What children coming out of a class 2 board exam on art, CBSE, ASC, all of them, state board, they all have art exams, right? Have you seen students coming out? And contrast that image with one of children coming out of a class 12 board exam in mathematics or physics, right? Art exams come out laughing and they're talking about this is what I did and this, oh, I had a problem with watercolor and so on. But you don't see them, the ones coming out of the math exam look zapped, tired, sapped, right? And, have you seen children coming out and saying, oh, I love that question, right? Art literature students have something to show after 2 years of higher secondary education. Some science students can build models, show cool experiments. What can math students show? Now, mass examinations come with inherent challenges. So, I understand that. But why does the shadow of the board exam loom so large that it makes the September term exam for class 8 look similar to a board exam? If you look at the way math exam is conducted, it isn't that much different, really. Now, let's focus only on classroom assessment. Let's forget board examinations, right? They come with all huge problems of mass examinations. But what about classroom assessment? And ask why it is so difficult? Well, here are words of advice from Hans Freudenthal. He's talking not about assessment per se, but I can give you the reference, what he calls phenomenology of mathematics education, didactics in the phenomenology of mathematics education. So where he talks about assessment, but he says the purpose is really this: learners should be allowed to find their own levels and explore the paths leading there with as much and as little guidance as each particular case requires. And this is it's a beautiful statement, and it's a very precise statement, because the guidance should be as much as required, no more, no less. Guidance is required. You do need to do, but not more. And that seems to be the very, very hard thing to pin down. Now here, and we bring everything down to evaluating written work, right? And this is one of the major issues. But how do we do that? And here is one. Suppose you are reading some work submitted to you on high school geometry. Now, the author, whoever it is, defines the angle as an inclination of lines. Seems to be referring to half lines, but does not know it. Doesn't seem to know about zero angles, or straight angles, or bigger than straight angles. In fact, takes the liberty of adding angles beyond 2 right angles. In fact, even 4 right angles. In fact, the result cannot be angles according to the original definitions. And yet it's actually greatly convincing. Do you know who I'm talking about? The book is Euclid's Elements, right? Now, there is a certain consistency, there is a certain build-up. So, Euclid's book is rigorous mathematics of its own kind, right? And so when students are writing mathematics, the communication is going to be in ways which yesterday Janaki was recalling another famous statement of Freudenthal, where he talks about revisiting mathematics, student recreating mathematics. A student recreating mathematics is going to go down these paths for sure. So why is it that we do not allow that kind of writing, that kind of ways of talking, right? Why do we conduct, so here are some generalities, please bear with me for a few minutes at least. This is not so much about just mathematics, but about what we are doing at all. And probably it's all common sense and obvious to all of us, but perhaps worth saying and worth recalling. And again, once again, please do interrupt me if I'm just going on and away from things. So, okay, why do we conduct assessments at all? For us to find out, as I'm saying teachers, to find out where the student stands. What for? This is also important. In fact, very often, this is the answer that I get from teachers. Okay, this is really for us to find out. Okay, what are you going to do with that knowledge? Well, this thing should ideally be, for us having a dialogue. That's why I'm used to doing it. But I hope you're with me in what I'm saying. Well, is it for the student to find out where she stands? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. If the student has to make progress, student has to. But then this is really, when you're talking about school children, adolescents, undergraduate classrooms, these things matter. Because for a primary school children, what does it mean? And what does it mean for a middle school child? And we can't look at it all in a uniform fashion, right? And suppose we find out that 80% of the students have understood 62% of the material. Suppose, I have a very fine, beautiful tool of assessment, and at the end of which I can confidently say, this is what has happened. What do I do with this discovery? How is it going to change the way I'm going to conduct my next class? What is happening there? Right? Now, I think these are very pertinent and important questions. An assessment is always in comparison against an expectation, right? I mean, this is something that is obvious, but not emphasized enough. The expectation may be based on a syllabus that has defined milestones, which says by this part, this much should be known. This kind of skills must be there. It may be based on classroom transaction. This is something that is, we all do it all the time, right? I taught this, so you should know it, right? This is, we say it in those words. Or it could be that the curriculum decrees that anyone qualifying in the subject should know certain things, right? I mean, if you're a 13-year-old, you should be able to do certain things. If you're a 15-year-old, you should be able to do certain things because you're going through compulsory math curriculum, right? Okay. Mostly it is none of these. Actually, if you look at the assessments that we carry out, the expectation is what textbook writers have articulated as exercises. That's really what it's about. Now, somehow that end of chapter exercise, those set of end of chapter exercises are supposed to, concretize all those previous things on the slide into that. I'm afraid we are very, very far from that. The other obvious thing to emphasize is assessment is not equal to evaluation. Evaluation is the process of assigning an achievement level to a student, where you put some marks, grades, say fair, good, bad, poor, whatever, right? Not the same thing. We can have assessment without evaluation, but not the other way. Again, what is the purpose of evaluation? Why do we do this? What's the difference between the final grade as evaluation and marks in a test, as in a class test as evaluation? Why do we assign marks? What does the range of 100 indicate? Well, the mathematical meaning of this is that it enables us to divide the class into 101 equivalence classes, right? All those who got 0, all those who got 1, all those, there's a very natural partition that you get, and you get 101 equivalence classes. To what purpose? What are we going to do with that 101, those 101 equivalence classes? The truth is, it has nothing to do with that. Marks enable us to perform arithmetic, right? Provide ranking. That's the real reason why we do it. I mean, if somebody gets A in one subject, B in another, and so on, A plus B plus D by 4 makes no sense, right? It doesn't make any sense. But when I say, what percentage did you get in SSLC? And the person says 82%. But it's exactly like you're saying science plus English plus social studies by 3 or whatever you're saying, right? So ultimately, it's all about certification. Now, at the end of any program of study, we want a reliable, objective procedure for certification of the student's accomplishment to the world at large, eventually, potentially to employers, higher education, whatever, right? If that needs a division based on quantified performance in each of the subjects taken by the student, each subject must provide that quantity. This is the logic from which we come. For providing that end of term number grade, we need to provide. This is all backwards, right? I need that at that time. Therefore, I need to have something for each of the subjects. Therefore, I need to, and therefore, to provide that end of year number or grade or whatever. I need several testing components. Each of them must contribute. This will contribute 30%, that will contribute 30%. This is how we actually arrive at the process. All this is very far away from the goals of assessment. And no wonder there is a big disconnect between concept and practice of assessment. What then do our tests and exams invariably end up actually testing? Ability to recall information provided in textbooks, ability to successfully answer end of chapter exercises in textbooks, ability to deconstruct a given problem, figure out which data is given, which is asked for, apply the specific technique learned on that data to produce the required answer. And I'm not saying these are bad. I'm not decrying the importance of any of this. I'm saying this is what we do. To a lesser extent, the ability to combine techniques to solve problems. We do see problems of that kind also, but they are much less. Almost much of our assessment items are mainly about these, the three things that I've listed here. What about open book exams? And this is something that the pandemic has, brought out. I've been conducting workshops on open book exams for mathematics teachers at high school level and college undergraduate level for the last few years, well before the pandemic started. And I see tremendous confusion in this. Even with the limited kind of testing, right? Only one item requires test to be closed book. Actually, among all these requirements, even this limited thing that I listed, which one demands that it be closed book exams? The ability to recall information provided in textbooks. A closed book test can test everything that an open book test can, but in addition, it can also test memory recall. Is it that important? Open book exams take testing away from rote memory. Otherwise, they can be as good or as bad as closed book exams. Now, I'm not saying memory recall is bad. I think information recall is essential in mathematics at various stages. My point is, we do not examine which part is essential, which part is something that we just do because that is our way of doing things, right? Now, testing conceptual understanding is, of course, easier with open book tests, but open book tests need not be conceptual. It's not, there is this myth I find with teachers in many of these workshops. People assume that the open book exam mean difficult exams. Not at all. In fact, for some students, searching in the book and finding the answer may be challenging enough, right? And in a particularly, time-limited pressure situation for a student to be able to actually look up, find their thing, find the answer, check that this is the answer to the question and write is not that trivial for many, many children, many students. For some students, figuring out which worked example applies to the given situation is challenging. There is a worked example in the text, and I ask a question which is just a modification of that, but there are 2-3 examples there, and which one is the one that I should look at is already challenging. Many students think that the answer would be a verbal reproduction of what is in the book, since they have been trained to think so. Modifying the text as needed is challenging enough for them. I say that on page, this problem is, this thing is given. If I change this to this, what should happen? What should we do? This is challenging enough for many students. In the end, one finds that the open book exam has the same percentage of students doing very well as in a traditional exam, but the number doing very badly reduces. And this is, I think, that's why I said right in the beginning, what I'm talking about is that issue. On the other hand, open book exams provide us with many new opportunities that make it easier for the teacher to provide interesting questions without too much effort, actually. Consider proposition 4.21. This is something from an actual test that I'm saying. If you do not assume the function to be continuous, does the statement still hold? In figure 4 of a graph in chapter 6, interchange the A and B labels on edges between S2 and S4. What's the chromatic number now? Redo worked example 2.3, but where the threshold is something else, right? You can give questions of that kind. Very simple questions, but, having the students to engage with the material. I'm taking some undergraduate examples, as you can see, but, I can change it as well. We are going to talk about small children also very soon. Now, all these are interesting. None of them need to be difficult, and yet they can make the student examine the text carefully and actually learn from the test, right? I mean, this is almost like, this has become a buzzword now that I hear all along. Assessment for learning. Education is the world over recommend the shift from assessment of learning to assessment for learning. But, is that skin deep? I mean, how is this only superficial? How deep does it go, right? Now, trivially, I would say open book exams enable student learning during the test. So we get to examine the learning process of the student rather than her knowledge, right? We're able to look at what kind of strategies she uses. Ideally, assessment should test not only knowledge and skill, but also attitude. Okay. So now all this may sound like a dream, but with open book, open notes, open material exams, we have many new possibilities and we want to explore. In particular, questions that allow a multiplicity of approaches, even a multiplicity of solutions. And these are really needed to break the tyranny of the one right answer obtained by the one method that has been taught. I mean, I would say, if there is one central problem in our mathematics thing all along, it is this tyranny of the one right answer for the problem obtained by the one method, one algorithm that has been taught. Well, let me not go there for now. So I have only drawn on experience that I have with physical open book, open notes examinations, either in the sit-in mode or in the take-home mode. Online examinations come with a whole new set of challenges. The bringing Google into the loop changes things drastically. I'm not sure that the ability to WhatsApp friends and so on matters that much, but other people here are more knowledgeable in these matters. However, the point is that people talk about 21st century skills, and all those educators talking about it say that the ability to successfully find the needed information of the right quality and apply it in context and the ability to collaborate when needed are considered very important 21st century skills. Does mathematics assessment have something to do with that as well? No, the hardest part is really listening to what students are actually saying, right? Now, as teachers, we are trained to listen for right answers, math teachers especially, which carry more information, right answers or wrong answers. Now, this is a very important question for us to ponder. If you want information about what students are thinking, right, which carry more information? Here is a question. How many wrong answers can a math problem have? Infinitely many? Almost all the problems we ask have only one right answer, but how many wrong answers can it have? Okay, here is an exercise. Now, I'm very fond of this. This is a kind of exercise with very small children. So let me do it in a different pad. Okay, let me go to the board. Give me a moment. Yeah, I hope you can see my screen. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
This is some strange thing has come. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen and what I'm writing. So here is the kind of problem that you give very small children, right? Class 3, 2-digit multiplication by 1 digit. Okay. Now here are some answers that I see in class. Of course, what's the right answer? 168. You see that, we put a tick, give full marks. Here are some answers, let me write. 34, 60, 492, 1248, 148, 348, 248, another 34, 132, and here it is. So 144. Now, what do these answers mean? Supposing I'm getting these as the answers that children are given. What does that mean? what is the information I can get? What about the first 34? What is that? Well, it could be, well, clearly the child has added 28 and 6 and put 34. So maybe the child doesn't understand that these are different symbols. One means multiplication, one means addition. So it could be this. What about this 34? There is another 34 sitting here. Well, it could be the same, or it could be a child who realizes this is multiplication. I don't know multiplication, I know addition. Let me do whatever I can and see. This is what this. What about the 60? How did the 60 come? Well, 6 8s are 48, 2 6s are 12. Now, look at this child. What do you think we should? If she has understood the algorithm that was taught, right? And in whatever way, it is a procedure. She follows the procedure, but forgot something. What do you think will happen if you just let her be? If you just keep showing more things and if you don't say anything? Now, I would give a written guarantee that the child will, get there. It's a matter of patience for us. But on the other hand, the moment I put a big X, right, put 0, what I do to her confidence is a real problem. What about this 492? This is really injustice if we give 0 to her. 8 6s are 48, 2 6s are 12, and then he remembers, oh my God, I must do some adjustment, right? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ adjust ಮಾಡಿ, right? Now, to this child, if you give 0, I think this is, in my opinion, the height of injustice, right? Nothing less. Okay. So maybe I should erase some of this. Okay, I'll open a new one. I have to just remember the terms. 492, okay, we have seen. What about 1248? That's easy. 2 6s are 12, 8 6s are 48. Just put them together. What about 148? I write 48, and then I don't know what to do. 2 6s are 12. I write a 1 on top and bring it down. Because you're told to put an arrow and bring it down. I've actually seen children do that. What about the 348? Oh, that's nice. 8 6s are 48, 2 6s are 12. So I'm putting the carry on top and then bring it down. What about the 248? 8 6s are 48, I have written. 2 6s are 12. Now I don't know what I'm supposed to bring down. Bring down the 2 from above. Remember, in division, you bring down things. What about 132? 2 6s are 12, right? And then there is a problem. 8 6s are 48. Now I have no idea what to do, right? And I put a 1 above and then add. This is something I actually seen something like this. And then finally, this number 10, which is 144. Where did this come from? This is a completely random answer. Okay, this is the panic button. I wrote something, or it might be that yesterday I did a problem in class for which 144 was the right answer, and I remember that and I put it in hope for the best. Right now, why am I saying this? In fact, of the 10 answers that I've given, 144 is the only random answer. All the rest, some thought has gone into it. In fact, in all of them, single digit multiplication seems to be okay, right? So something is going on in the child's head, and that is being communicated through these, right? Now, of course, a very natural question to ask is that would you actually have, 10 such answers in your class? Certainly not, right? And therein lies the answer for us, right? Because I've cooked up these numbers, right? Actually, in your class, how many wrong answers do you get? 4 or 5, right? And that's all that you get. Some are persistent, some go away, and that's really the thing for teaching, right? Identifying which ones have come in my class, which wrong answers come in my class, which ones persist, gives me so much of a clue to what I should be doing than what the right answers give. Because the right answer could be fluke. It could be just, on a particular thing that I have got, right? So, yeah. And so silence is a different problem. I'll get to that. Okay. So, and the other problem is that with primary school children, it greatly matters with assessment items are all in a jumble or whether they are connected or sequenced, right? I mean, if you talk about what is 48 plus 13 and a child has a problem, you give 48 plus 10, 48 plus 11, 48 plus 12, 48 plus 13, and then you will see that the child corrects herself. Similarly with subtraction, if you look at a page of a textbook, all those numbers, they're all scattered. They do not have any connection. And that's a real problem, right? When you're, I can say this for even class 10. I mean, if you look at end of chapter exercises, wherever there is a connection, where there is a sequence, where there is some thought, and I go through and the questions are related, answers are related, children do much better. And this is very well known. But our problems, our assessment modes do not allow that. Somehow, it's not just about contextualization. I am only talking about just giving numbers and symbolic questions, formulas, and still the lack of connections really hits children. And this is a real problem that distinguishes mathematics from many other disciplines. Well, we talk about meaning making, right? Even primary school children are acutely aware that so-called real life problems are only there to make them compute answers, right? Now, we come across utterly meaningless questions. I mean, I have seen this thing in a UP State Board thing in long ago. Thankfully, those textbooks have gone now. There is a problem which actually, for primary school, which talked about, there is a garden, well, nice garden, I suppose. There were so many cows, there were so many goats, there were so many whatever. And then what do you think the question is? How many legs were there in the... Now, does that make any sense? Unless you are a butcher, I don't understand why you would count the number of legs of cattle in a garden, right? And if this is what you mean by a word problem, it's better not to have word problems. I mean, another one from the same textbook that I see. There is a question about, mother made 144 puris, right? In a family of 12, how many puris did each person get? Now, I mean, is this a question you should be asking? You should be asking, what kind of monster family is this, right? Mother sitting and making 144 puris, right? And also, what kind of family where there are 12 people and each person eats equal number of puris, right? Makes no sense, right? Now, that discussion out there would be much, much more interesting, worthwhile, and I claim that's as much mathematics as asking this division problem in this way. We ask, suddenly, I've seen in class 6, you have to worry about, 5-digit numbers, 6-digit numbers, and so on. And children are supposed to write this in words, crores, lakhs, and so on, right? Add columns of 6-digit numbers. But why? Why would you ever add columns of 6-digit numbers, right? Now, if you wanted to do it in a bank or whatever, you better use a calculator. You would not trust your thing to do it, right? 6-digit numbers are pin code numbers for me. I've never added 2 pin code numbers, right? Now, how often do you add mobile numbers, right? And if I ask, somebody for their mobile number, nobody says this many crores, this many lakhs, right? Because it's a sequence, right? Because common sense tells us that after a point, that place value is only significant up to the most significant digits. When it is 9 crore, 42 lakhs, the 32,764 is completely irrelevant, right? So knowing where to emphasize what is much more important than this. When we talk about the population, if somebody asks me the population of Chennai, right? What's the population of Chennai? And I say that, it's around 92 lakhs, 74,634. What should you say? You should say you're a fraud. Because by the time I have spoken, some children are born, some people have died, right? It only makes sense to talk about it in lakhs. It doesn't make sense to talk about it, right? Knowing what accuracy is needed when is extremely important mathematically. Reeling out a sequence of numbers is not mathematics, right? Now, this is fundamental to assessment that we have to start from primary school. why is it important that we carry out 573 by 84 correctly, or 573 divided by 84? It's not, I'm not saying it's unimportant. I'm asking, why is it important? Do we understand that, right? It's that I think this clarity is extremely important, because a child who can carry out this computation correctly, but is unable to perceive that, okay, it's, is it around 4,000? Is it around 5,000? When I look at 573 times 84, some bell must be ringing that the answer is greater than 4,000, right? Because 500 times 5 8s are 40, 500 times 8 is 4,000. That mental math is very critical, right? And when I look at 573 divided by 84, is the answer less than 10? Okay, is it around 7? Is it less than 7? That is mathematically far more precious than the carrying out the, but carrying out the algorithm is important. I'm not denying that, but it's relative importance, and we give exclusive importance to the algorithm, but not to estimation, not to these approximation kind of skills that are much more important. Now, what the question intends to test and what it achieves need not be the same. I mean, this is one that I pulled out from a, maybe I think it'll take too long to keep switching. Okay, let me, if you want, I'll do it on the board, some of these examples later, because I think the switching takes too long. Yeah, because the way we draw figures, right? I mean, and let me give a different example. I think this is, okay. Here, I was working with a child who was studying for her class 10 board examinations. And this is actually an examination from ICSE. I don't remember which year, right? And you're supposed to solve 2 sin x minus 2 square root 3 cos x minus root 3 tan x plus 3 equal to 0. This is typically the kind of board exam questions that we have. Well, do it. Now, I was working with this girl and this Preeti, right? And at that time, and she took 2 minutes. And I was really surprised. And she said 30 degrees, right? And I asked her, what are the steps? She substituted 30 and showed that left-hand side evaluates to 0. So it's correct. Is this okay? Would you give marks for her? You're supposed to solve, and she has solved it. Now, she's applying a common sense procedure, right? I mean, board exam, most of these, the answer is always 30, 45, 60, whatever. So this thing is first try out 90 degrees, 30 degrees. If it works, you're happy. Otherwise, you have to sit and, what's wrong with Preeti's method? Now, on my insistence, I told her, look, you're not going to get marks. This is not the way you do. You must do. So she started manipulating the left-hand side, and then she made mistakes, right? She got it wrong. So then she asked me, she reminded me that I had in fact taught her to substitute the end result and verify to make sure that there were no mistakes, right? This is something I tell children, right? After you do a computation, verify that what you have done is right. I mean, if you have solved an equation, you have put something, at least substitute back and check that what you got was correct, right? Because you make mistakes along the way. Now, if substitution had to be done anyway, why not try it out first? So she asked me, I should not substitute first and get the answer easily, but must try so many difficult things and then do substitution anyway. Where is the logic in that? I think it's a profound question. Must we substitute at all? Perhaps we shouldn't tell children to substitute and verify after all, right? Maybe that is where the problem is. But then if I ask, this is again a board exam question that I pulled out, x minus 1 by x minus 2 equals 1 minus this, right? You try to do it. Well, how do we solve it? Well, Varun goes through the steps and gets x equal to 2 as the unique solution. But then, if we do not teach him to substitute and verify, he would never realize that x equal to 2 is not a solution because you can't divide by 0. What went wrong? So now Arun, okay, I tell him that and Varun understands. It's okay, it's true. You can't divide by 0, I should be careful. Now, as he moves up the higher secondary classes, he relies more and more on simplification of algebraic expressions. And he encounters limits in class 11. And then he sees almost the same problem. Now he is asked to evaluate limit x tends to 1, x squared minus 1 by x minus 1. He's suspicious, but now learns that you should try first substitution first, right? extends to 1, substitute 1, but then that gives you divide by 0. And when it does not work, you should simplify. And I'm actually quoting from the book. The textbook actually tells him to do this. Now he accepts that the limit exists, is 2, and moves on. But he's acutely uncomfortable. My point is that the math classroom and the assessment, none of this acknowledges his discomfort as legitimate. He has a legitimate discomfort out here, which we are not addressing. Now, setting the context is very important. And here is an example I have. I think I'll skip this example because I wanted to show you how a figure, can make a difference and the kind of questions that you can ask, right? I mean, the kind of questions change completely if you start looking at this in terms of context. The questions that I've put in are all computational questions. It just involves, but then it involves thinking in a different way, right? Because, you're using the fact that, sound moves slower than light. So you first hear lightning and then you hear thunder. Then you can actually do some calculations based on that. And then look at the geometry of the figure, and then you can actually compute. But that computation is actually involving thinking, analysis of a particular kind, right? This pandemic has popularized this idea of exponential growth. In fact, I've been involved in discussions with children where we take many of these. It's a great opportunity to present actual data to students, but also to ask many interesting questions, which we don't usually ask. Like, what sort of growth in the real world may be exponential and why? Why does fx equals ba power x describe constant growth in percentage? This is very important if you want to understand newspapers and figure out what they are saying in this particular days. Why is it that is equivalent to the graph of f being a straight line in a semi-logarithmic coordinate system? And here is a beautiful one from book in Santa Fe, on assessment, where they were working in from an inner city school. And the students were asked to design a darts game, but they used this instead. But the report that they were, give verbatim of how these students, and these students, come from very poor, disadvantaged families and generally considered as zero in math. And so they actually design grid. And, so the report, they say things like, this is a good game. Don't make the squares on the board too big. So they're supposed to actually design the entire game, right? Make it about this size. They actually give a drawing. And if you are like Tina Jackson, your chances to lose are about 100 to 1. I have no idea. Some American actor, I believe. If you are like Michael Jordan, a great athlete, your chances are about 50-50. Most people will be about 1 to 8. 500 people will come, about half won't play much. Only a few guys will be like Michael Jordan and play a lot, make them quit after they win once. That's about 20 of these guys. They will all win sometimes. Most people who play aren't like Tina Jordan, about 200 will play. So you should charge $1 to play the game. Right? So actually, they've gone through a lot of mathematical thought processes. And what is very interesting in this project was that they actually asked a couple of math professors to come up with an optimal design of the game, right? And it turned out that many math professors were making all kinds of assumptions about, starting from random positions, which is really not justified. And, invariably, they came up with solutions. The students had come up with very elegant solutions finally. And so heuristics play a very important role, and the way you think and the way you express all this. Now, we rarely ask students to directly show her his skill, right? Here is a thing that I like. I mean, use a system of 3 linear equations and 3 variables to demonstrate that you know and can apply Kramer's rule. Why not? Create a polynomial of 5th degree with coefficients, some numbers, 3 variables. Right? To understand the problem and just answer that directly, referring to a book itself is non-trivial for many students. Create a function with some conditions, right? That's continuous here, but derivative is positive here, negative there, whose graph. Actually, these are computational questions of a kind. But understanding what it is asking you to do, where you're not giving and asking to solve, but creating something, right? This is something that I found very enjoyable, right? Here is a table which is jumbled, right? One column gives the values of a function. Another column gives the first derivative and another column gives the second derivative, right? Identify which is which. I've just given you the table. Now you have to figure out which is the function, which is the derivative, which is the second derivative. And now this is all related to intuition, and that's why it's very important, right? If I ask a question like, let fx equals ax squared, gx is bx cubed, where a is greater than b, which function has the larger average rate of change on the interval 0, a by b? Requires a lot of thought. I mean, supposing I can ask, this is a kind of problem that you find in text very often, right? Use synthetic division to find this, right? Now give two other problems, but then we never ask something like this. Give two other problems which you would have done, where you would have done the same kind of calculations as you did here. That's very interesting when students start thinking about this. I also like these 1-minute questions. At the end of the class, you ask, what is the most important point made in class today? Any unanswered question you still have? Drawing concept map. This is also very interesting, right? You draw concept map and ask students to fill in, right? And that can be a great exercise. I mean, I just draw a blank tree and I say the top is a real number. And then I say that there are two possibilities. Well, two possibilities, a real number. Okay, what can that be? And then the left-hand side one, the left branch has further possibilities, two possibilities, whereas this one stops here. And then I go on, I say that I give a list and say, fill. I put algebraic, I put transcendental, rational, irrational, right? Integer, natural number, right? And then you have to, so that, the kind of thinking that's required, or, for instance, on functions, right? Draw a concept map and then ask, which will fit in where, right? So there are many such things, or give this thing and make a map, right? How do you order them, right? So the kind of thought that goes into these, again, we can take examples from every level of mathematics. And getting students to set exam papers is very, very interesting. I've had some very interesting experience with student contributions, asking them to contribute tests, contribute questions for the next assignment, contribute questions for the next test that is coming up, right? And drawing lots. I've had a lot of fun. Students all contribute questions into one pot, and then you pick an answer. And as a teacher, I have the right to look at it and throw away questions that are too trivial or too difficult. That's also true. Many students ask very, very challenging questions. And the other thing that I do is always that whenever I'm giving a test, I'll take the test. You can, on the same thing, you can ask me questions and I'll take the test and you can evaluate it. Some little things like that make tests fun and removes that kind of agony that you're talking about. What about help? A very important question I think we should discuss is, can teachers help students during tests? It's your class. I'm not talking about board exams. Your class, the students. Can you help? Can students help each other? Should we encourage students? I can tell you lots of experiences. I don't want to talk about my personal experiences in these things, right? I think telling students that it's okay to seek help, right, to ask for help, can actually make a major difference. And I strongly believe in that. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I skipped this slide in the beginning because this is right in the beginning. So there are three principles that these are principles that were they are articulated by the National Science Advisory Board in the United States, where they set up a commission to look at mathematical assessment under the chairmanship of Professor Hyman Bass, renowned mathematics education, mathematician and educator. And that committee suggested three principles. They said assessment should reflect the mathematics that is most important for students to learn, right? Not, like I said, emphasizing where is accuracy important. Learning, that's the learning principle. Assessment should enhance mathematics learning and support good instructional practice. Equity, assessment should support every student's opportunity to learn important mathematics. Students should not be deprived of opportunity to learn important things. So they offer the content principle, learning principle, and equity principle to guide all assessment. Now, I would perhaps add another. Assessment should assist on autonomous self-evaluation without damage to self-esteem. I think the fact that no domain other than mathematics actually needs this enunciated explicitly should make us reflect deeper. For mathematics, this is very important, right? Because students can evaluate themselves, can check themselves, helping them do that, but without destroying their self-esteem, right? And I had a slide on not only on setting papers, but also evaluating, students evaluating each other, evaluating the teacher, right? These are all important enough, right? So here is Polya in Mathematical Discovery Volume 1. George Polya says, if you cannot solve a problem, then there is an easier problem you can solve. Find it. There is always an option, right? I mean, this is one thing that research tells you, right? I mean, doing research for me has always been about this, that there are problems that you get stuck on. No matter, experience tells you that you'll find something easier to do, right? There are always versions of problems that you can solve, right? And this is sound advice. And in fact, can indeed be made the focus of mathematical assessment, because you can't ask children to find it, right? They need assistance, they need guidance. So much of our thing, it's not about finding out that this child cannot do this, the student cannot do this. What do we do afterwards? Can I offer something simpler that's easier, something that that particular student can actually solve and feel good about it, and then come back to what you could not do? Right? Now, that going back and forth, I think should be at the heart of mathematical assessment if we want to take the kind of issues that I said, what I called the elephant in the room right in the beginning. Open book. I, almost made a sales pitch for open book exam, but ultimately what we need are open minds, right? I mean, the transition will not be easy, but both teachers and students will benefit from the enforced change in assessment modes that COVID has brought about. And our public examination system owes its origin to the colonial era, where distant masters in England certified on qualification. And we are pretty much following that. And it's high time we overhauled it thoroughly. But mass examinations are one thing. Classroom assessment is the more critical one. And COVID-19 has brought us an opportunity to do what we should have done long ago. Take up this challenge, address it head on, and reflect on it and find ways. And I think this is doable. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the nice presentation. Maybe we can request the audience to ask some questions if they have any. Can I start with a question?
Please. Of course.
So you talked about these guidelines. One of them was equity in assessment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So can you elaborate on that? But I didn't understand how to achieve. What do you mean by equity and how to achieve that?
Yeah. So equity principle is what they are saying is that all students do not come with the same background. Same background in terms of socio-economic background, family background, access to resources, what you might call the cultural capital, cognitive capital, right? So obviously, a child of people who are highly educated, salaried class, comes from a very different home background than someone who's a child of who's a first generation learner, child of agricultural laborers. No resources at home, no support system, right? Now the textbook cannot distinguish them, but in your classroom, you do have to. So the equity principle is to actually look at it from what assessment means in terms of what you're doing at this point and in terms of the opportunities available for that person, right? I mean, we know that mathematics is like the gatekeeper, right? In fact, if you excel in mathematics, you can actually break away many of these and do very well, right? On the other hand, mathematics also, if you disables you if you do badly in it, it disables you from many options, career options, and many. So they are looking at it from that perspective.
Right. So while doing assessment, you need to keep this in mind. And
mainly because assessment is where self-certification begins. You must have heard. I mean, you travel in a train, and I'm sure they ask you, "What do you do?" I'm a postdoc in mathematics, and say, "Oh, brainy fellow! I hated. I'm terrified of mathematics." So people say that, right? So it's a great achievement of a system, but after 10 years of compulsory schooling, gets you to say, I'm terrible in mathematics, right? It doesn't count, right? It's a wonderful achievement that the system comes in, right? So that's the problem I'm talking about. It's self-certification, finally. And what it does to your self-esteem is what I was referring to. So it's true. The equity considerations matter in curriculum and pedagogy, in the way we do all of it. But in assessment, it comes in a central fashion, because the tiers all come from there.
Can I ask, Soumya?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think the main issue is most of us realize there is a problem with how we teach and then how we assess based on that. So assessment is an issue. But do you think the system has to sort of, if you have been a part of the system as such, trying to bring in the changes in math education at school level, NCF and other bodies, so how much difficulty you find from the system to change assessment patterns in whatever way, sort of?
Okay, so
I'm not asking you to.
This is what I said about
leak out some private statements or such things, but overall impression.
No, I get to, I know that also. So, okay. So let me say, when you said just now, you were talking about we teach in a particular way and our, assess based on that. Actually, it's the other way. The trouble is that much of, I'm not talking about singular gifted teachers, highly dedicated teachers who go beyond all these things, systemic constraints. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in general, it's the assessment that dictates your mode of teaching, right? That's the point I'm talking about. If we teach in a particular way, and yes, so the problem is that all reform, almost all curricular reform in particular, is, at the altar of assessment, most of these are sacrificed, right? Mainly because we cannot do certain things because how will you assess it? We don't do projects because how will you assess projects individually? Many such things we get into, right? And processes, it's much easier to assess content knowledge than processes, visualization ability, right? Or estimation, approximation. We don't do that. But my point is that these are very hard in board exams. But why is it hard in class tests, right? That's what I said. Class 7, class 8, September exam, why should it be like a board exam, right? So there, I think what I would say, if there is also this question on chat about how would we help teachers make the shift. I would say that we need to start with classroom assessment, and in fact, in my opinion, primary school is where we have seen some change. In the last 2 decades, I've seen a shift, right? In primary education, there is there is an accepted shift now towards activity-based use of concrete, use of material. There's a lot more acceptance among parents, among the community in general. If we can bring in modes of assessment in the style in which we are talking about, which actually looks at processes and many of these, middle school is still a possibility. I understand that by the time you get to secondary, higher secondary, the board exam looms large. But unless we change classroom assessment, that's why I'm saying September term assessment, December term assessment, not end of year, right? Not certification, right? If we start these, I think, and that requires a resource base. I think we need the examples that I know I can give you many more. You can go to the board and show, and all of us, if we sit, all the people who are experienced, we can share those examples, right? And there are new modes possible. Technology brings new ways. There are many, many options. Bringing in, for a country of our size, right, we should be able to show hundreds of assessment models, to teachers in easily accessible ways that they can, that expanding that resource base, I think is the, I would say, the need of the hour. Just showing many, many, many ways in which it can be done. And then, of course, what you said, Rana, about convincing the system. But right now, even to go to the system to show that change, how much, there is a possibility we are able to show in curriculum, we are able to show in pedagogy, but on assessment, I am afraid things that we can show, a rich resource base that can be taken up on scale. As a community, we don't have sufficient thing to, in fact, convince the system, in my opinion. So I think probably that's what we need to work on. And I think it's possible.
Sure. Soumya, you may have to, next talk also is due. 11:30.
So thanks a lot for your talk. And
if people have questions, they can mail.
Yeah, okay.
Certainly. I welcome.
And he'll be happy to interact because we have shortage of time. So next lecture is to begin at 11:30. So
that's absolutely.
Yeah, please, Soumya.
Yeah. So we close here this session.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Soumya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice singing, but please keep it to yourself.
Soumya, you should probably stop the recording and live streaming, right?
No, actually, we are continuing this. So
I see.
Yeah, for all these sessions we have.
Okay. Because of the breaks also get.
Yeah, we can pause it. But I fear that sometimes I forgot to again start the recording.
I understand. Okay, sure.
Eh?
Jonaki ma'am, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. I think Professor Santanam is also here.
Yes.
Yes,
Just give me a minute, please. Yes.
yeah, I am very much here in blood and flesh.
Okay. Just give me a minute, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Even 5 minutes, no problem.
Shall we begin now?
Yeah, I think 2 more minutes.
2 more
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah, we can
Maybe
wait for
you
a
can-
minute. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. You can try sharing the screen if it's.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see.
We can begin then.
1 more minute, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can see.
Yeah. Okay. So welcome everyone to the next talk of today. It is my pleasure to invite Professor S.R. Santanam. He is the president of the Association of International Mathematics Education and Research in India. And he has also been associated for many years with the AMTI. To give his talk, a very interesting title of the talk, which is Teaching Mathematics by Storytelling Coupled with Technology. So we invite you, sir, to give your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Jonaki. So, warm welcome to all of you. A warm welcome to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank the TIME team headed by Professor Rana, ably assisted by Jonaki and Soumya and others, for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with you. This particular topic I chose because I had given this topic with a little different flavor in the international conference, one in Ireland and another in Hungary. So it was well taken. Therefore, I thought that I improvised upon some of the examples, and then I'm here to give you that. Okay, next. Now, whenever I addressed a set of teachers, 40 teachers, starting from primary school teachers to senior secondary, and asked them, what can you think about telling a story or teaching mathematics through storytelling? I had a mixed reaction. The primary school teachers told, yes, we are doing it. Almost we are doing it. We give the concepts through stories only. But the higher standard student, teachers told that story in a mathematics classroom. No, we cannot think of. And most of them told that if we start telling stories, when to cover our portions, because exams are all. Therefore, so they never thought of telling a story in the mathematics classroom as far as the higher classes are concerned. And what is a story actually? A story is, as per the Cambridge Dictionary, it is a description, either true or imagined, of a connected series of events. Now, storytelling described the social and cultural activity of sharing stories, sometimes with improvisation, theatrics, or embellishment. Whatever it is, it reflects the social and cultural activities. And it's a social component also is there, and cultural component is also there in a story. Before and all, storytelling, if you take historically, thousands of years of history it has, and we are not going into that part. And I would say that what is the physiological perspective? Here, this is very interesting. Storytelling, is it okay for a human brain? That they were thinking of. The physiologists and the psychologists also played an important role in that one. Storytelling requires auditory and visual senses from the listeners. Stories are effective educational tools because listeners become engaged and therefore remember. So, and in the physiological perspective, we have what is a machinery in human brain actually. See, Mary Gorel and Cindy Mayers, of course, Nadinger, they did a lot of work on this one. And before that, the machinery of human brain, left and right, we say, they have specific functions, even though they look alike. They have specific functions. Two hemispheres of the brain, they have specific functions. What are they actually? Left side of the brain, sequencing, logic, mathematics, etc. This has been proved actually. And right side of the brain, imagination, arts, feeling, and visualization. You see the left side and right side of the brain, if you see they have specific thing which they don't have any intersection. Sequencing, logic, mathematics. Here, imagination, arts, feeling, visualization. But problem is, in storytelling, especially in mathematics, it should have an intersection. Namely, something from the left side of the brain, something from the right side of the brain, they have to take and then do it. Therefore, storytelling in mathematics involves both sides of the brain. That is, it has been proved like that. Whatever it is. Now, this Gorel and Nedinger, I told you, Mary Barr Gorel and Cindy Mayers Nedinger. In 2006 only, they started very seriously about, namely, is storytelling can be part of a pedagogical tool. Before that, it was not a pedagogical tool. Can we take this one as a pedagogical tool? They started doing. And they conducted classes with all possible storytelling. And they came to so much of conclusions, which they told that this works even for higher classes. And I should bring to your notice about a person called K.M. Gallagher, Kathleen Mary Gallagher. In 2011, there is a very, very important research has been done by her, and it was published in Journal of Research and Method in Education. And The thing is, in search of a theoretical basis for storytelling in education research, story as a method. Storytelling in mathematics as a pedagogical tool, actually, that has been thoroughly researched by Gallagher. What's said and done? It is a non-threatening way of teaching mathematics. Storytelling is a non-threatening way of teaching mathematics. And this, if you want Gallagher's article, it is volume 34, number 1. It was published in April 2011 from pages 49 to 61. So very important and then very nice article. Every teacher can go through that one, those who are interested in storytelling as a method. Okay. Now, what are the technological tools that we have today which will facilitate us to do this part? Geometry Sketchpad and Autograph by Douglas Butler. I think he is going to give one demonstration as well as a lecture. I know him for the past 8 years. He is doing it in a very nice manner. And of course, GeoGebra software. Many people are now aware of GeoGebra software and they are using it also in the classroom, and then students are also using it for their learning and other things. And Capri geometry. This Capri geometry also is a very interesting one. It was existing for a long time. And one more is, this is a very interesting one, namely car metal. What is this car? Car metal involves car engine. I'll tell you what it is. And GNU Dr. Geo. We don't pronounce it as GNU, no Dr. Geo. No, actually, I'll tell about new project, which was Stallman has introduced that one in long before. It's long before. And KIG, it is an open resource interactive geometry software. Very interesting stuff software. And this new project, you see the picture of this is a part of new is a antelope from Africa, and heavy, fast moving antelope. And Stallman actually started a project. Richard Stallman announced a project on September 27, 1983. It was a mass collaboration project. What he told is, anybody can come and then contribute anything in this project for free. And it is available. And new project, there are so many things have been introduced, and is an operating system which is 10% free software. Many people worked and working together for the sake of freedom of all software users to control their computing. Now, what is this car metal? C stands for compass and R stands for what? You guess? It is ruler. Okay, it is an interactive geometry program which inherited the car engine. The software has been created by Hagenholz in Java. Car metal is free under new project, new license. So compass and ruler, that is one. And you have, there is something called Zul. Zul is circle and linear. Okay, in German, circle is circle, linear is straight line. So this is the thing, car metal, car engine. There is a car engine, and it has been written in JavaScript, and then we can use it. It is an interactive geometry. Then Dr. Geo. What is Dr. Geo? It is an interactive geometry software that allows its users to design and manipulate interactive geometrical sketches, more or less the same type of thing. It is a free software created by Hilaire Fernandez. It is a part of new project. Okay. Okay. Let us now come to storytelling in mathematics classroom. For Indian culture, storytelling is not new. It dates back to Bhaskaracharya's time, and Bhaskaracharya was a very great mathematician of repute, and he has written some books, on which one particular book called Leelavati. Many of us know about that, and in that he has given some mathematical ideas, and this storytelling type of thing has been introduced in that one. It's quite interesting, and so many YouTube illustrations have also come on Bhaskaracharya's problems. I'm not going to take them because it's available already. Okay, and you see this beautiful problem given in Bhaskaracharya. There was a snake burrow at the foot of a pole, on the top of which was seated a domesticated peacock. The pole was 9 cubits tall. The peacock saw a snake crawl towards the pole at a distance of 27 cubits from the pole. The peacock pounced on the snake at the same speed of the snake's crawl and caught it at a distance, certain distance from the pole. Find the distance quickly. When I saw this thing, of course, we can work it out. It is a simple algebra coupled with the geometry. It is not a big problem. But the thing is, that is beautifully narrated, number one. Number two, the last sentence, namely, find the distance quickly. Quickly means what? We have to work out and then do. So Bhaskaracharya expects us to know some formulae regarding this one, some sort of a result already he has established. Therefore, I searched for that one. Then I found one more, namely in the previous, near the foot of the pole, there is a snake burrow. A peacock jumps from the top of the pole and pounces on the snake to find the distance of the snake from the pole. And you can work it out this one and have a formula so that Bhaskaracharya expects you to apply that formula and tell quickly what is the distance. What is that? It's a very simple one. So if you take that one with a Pythagoras theorem, we can have, for example, you have S is a snake, and PL is the pole, where P is the foot of the pole, and the snake is crawling. So at a distance, yes, from the top of the pole, it pounces, the peacock pounces, of course, in a straight line. Okay, and the distance traveled by the peacock and the distance traveled by the snake are the same, which means that he assumes that both the speeds are the same. And then what is R? R is nothing but the distance of the snake when it was caught. Okay, and a bit of Pythagoras theorem and geometry will give you the result. R is equal to half into y minus x square by y. So if I know x, if I know y, I can calculate that. That is why he says that it is 27 cubits tall, and the snake has gone to something, and immediately say that what is the distance of the snake when it was caught. So this is an interesting one from the ancient text of India. And I'm going to divide my lecture into two parts, namely storytelling in maths classroom without technology and with the technology. Okay, and both of them are quite interesting. This is a very well-known example, but solving is not a problem. And further discussions, that is very interesting. Namely, A man had 17 camels and 3 sons. He wrote a will regarding the sharing of the camels among his sons after his death. As per the will, half of the total number of camels must go to the eldest, 1/3 of the total number to the second son, and 1/9 of the total number to the youngest. Obviously, 17 by 2 is not an integer. So they did not know what to do. So they went to a wise man who's available in their place and then asked him, this is the will, and we have 17 camels, what to do? The wise man told, don't worry, tomorrow I will come and then sort it out. And the next day he came with his 1 camel, and then he lined up all the 17 plus 1, 18, and total number of 18 is now, and half of it is 9, 1/3 of it is 6, and 1/9 of it is 2. So therefore the total number is 17 camels and 9 plus 1, yes, 17 camels. Okay, and the remaining 1 camel the wise man took away. Okay, now the problem is this. There are 2 questions. First question is this a fair division? That is the first question. Second question is, can such a problem be posed with different number of camels? Okay, let us not take up the first question. Is this a fair division? I am not interested in that one. I remember only one thing. What is fair division? That is something to be debated. Around, if I remember 6-7 years ago, me and Jan, we were in the Thiruvananthapuram airport waiting for the flight to Chennai. Flight was delayed, so that was a good time we had to discuss. Then Jam discussed about the cake cutting problem. Steenha's cake cutting problem. Quite interesting. And it is not the equal cut that is important. It is a fair division, namely fair cut. For example, if you take a cake and 3 persons are there, you have to cut it into 3 equal halves. Is it fair? Or, for example, out of the 3 persons, I am also there. For example, I am a diabetic. I don't want the cream. If you give me the bottom portion, that is enough for me. So this cut, if you give with the cream, it is not fair on my part, isn't it? Therefore, fair cutting is different from equal cutting. So is this a fair division? It is a fair division because everybody is satisfied, that's all. But can such a problem be posed with a different number of camels? This I asked some students, some teachers, and they come out with certain numbers. You see this, a student's response. Let the total number of camels be 35, he told. Okay, right? The divisions are 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by 9. So the wise man carries 1 camel, 35 plus 1, 36, etc. comes, and he added up and he got only 34. So it is 1 camel is remaining there apart from the camel brought by the wise man. So what to do with this one? So they have to try some other number, or they have to change the ratios. That was a problem. But I told them, see, my aim is to spin a story. Okay, can you just create a story fitting to this situation? That is important for me now at present. Then the student could not do. A teacher responded, namely, she told that, sir, the total number of camels is 35, and this half, 1/3, 1/9 according to the will. And they approached the wise man. Wise man told that What is the benefit of coming over there and then doing it? What you are going to give? Then they told that, okay, sir, if you divide properly, we will give you one more camel. That's all. In that case, what happens? 34 camels, one camel has been presented to the wise man, and then it is a fair division. That's all. So spinning a story fitting to the problem is yet another skill actually. Okay. Two perspectives of the problem. Number one, the ratio of the division may be different, and the total number of camels also may be different. That is number one. That is purely a mathematical problem. Okay. And number two, suiting to the situation can be spun a story. That is pedagogical, isn't it? Therefore, there are two aspects. First aspect also will lead to a good paper on this camel stories. And the second one also will be quite interesting to create a story. Okay. Right. Now, I'm going to take up problems using technology. This is the very important one, namely, I spun a story like this. Mrs. Euclidia has two daughters, Archimedia and Apollonia. Archimedia knows a good amount of mathematics, whereas the other does not know. One day, there is a get-together in their house. Euclidia wants to put up a welcome flower bouquet in front of the entrance. There are several bamboo poles of different integer lengths. She gave instructions to her daughters to do this as in the diagram. What she told is like this. So there will be two poles and you tie two strings, the top of one to the bottom of the other as shown in there, and put up a flower bunch like that. So they took some poles and they created one beautiful thing like that. And the flower bunch was at a height of 6 feet. Then Euclidia came and saw that one and told her daughters, no, this is quite not good, because a person who is little more than 6, then he will get hit by the thing. Therefore, I want you to just put up a little more up. Then the daughter who doesn't know mathematics, she started dragging the poles here and there. But the other daughter just kept quiet and sitting. Euclidia told, why don't you help your sister? She told, whatever or whichever fashion she moves here and there, she cannot achieve. Namely, the flower bunch will not go up or it won't go down. What is this? So this problem has been given to a set of students. Then I told that, why don't you find out whether Archimedia is telling the truth or not? Why don't you do that one? Then they started doing with this one. One of my students, Dhruv, has done that one. He is with me here. So what he has done, let us see. Dhruv, why don't you show that? That will take some time. I'm sorry, it is getting. Coming? Still trending? Okay. Now, that is the two poles, AB and CD. Okay, that's fine, right? Now, what Dhruv is doing is, he is dragging it up and down. So you see the trace of the point of intersection. If you see the trace of the point of intersection, it is parallel to the ground, which means that the flower bouquet cannot go up or down. It whatever may be the position of these two. So that is the thing happening. Okay, go back to that. Now, there are two problems in this one. Two aspects, two dimensions. Number one is, okay, if I want to change that 6 feet to 7, what should I do? What should I do? Okay, what should I do? I should change the poles themselves. Okay. Before that, I asked my students that if you want H to be changed, then the poles have to be changed. Why don't you just work out what is the distance of the flower bunch from the ground? Then, very simple geometry with similar triangles, what they find is H by A is equal to Y by X plus Y, where X and Y are here. Then you can see the figure because it is not a very big derivation. And finally, we have H is equal to the semi-harmonic mean of the lengths of the poles, AB by A plus B. This I had been doing actually for a long time. In the 10th standard CBSE textbook, it is available. And all the textbook geometry, this is available. But one day what I found is, oh, AB by A plus B means the distance between the poles are not there, isn't it? Which means that it does not depend upon the distance between the poles. Why don't you spun a story? That is why the story came up. Namely, this is only in terms of A and B. Now, you see the mathematical aspect of it. I'm not going to spend much time on it, but I'll just tell you, those who are interested can pursue that one. Namely, H is equal to, if you put 6, then 6 into A plus B is equal to AB. And that is a Diophantine equation. We want the integer lengths A and B for 6. And it is not so easy to be calculated, but you can calculate it. And if you want 7, put 7 and then repeat it and then find it. And certain things also there. If H is to be 6, then there may be integer solutions because we committed ourselves that the poles are all of integer lengths. Therefore, this A and B can be anything, any integer such that it should be, may not get 7 at all, may not get 8 at all. Therefore, in that case, what are the numbers for A and B to be natural numbers, H also be a natural number, which means that what AB should be divisible by A plus B. Not only that one, even you can take 1, 2, 3, etc. You can build up the whole paper. It'd be quite interesting to do that one. But my purpose here is not that one, storytelling. Therefore, that is okay. Now, the second story. A farmer has a triangular land. He has 2 sons. He wanted to divide the land into 2 equal parts and give away to his sons. One son does not want a triangular piece, but the other compromised with the triangular one. So the farmer wants to, because the farmer wants to divide the land by drawing a line parallel to one side of the land so that the land is divided into a triangular one. and the other being a trapezoid. And these two parts shall have equal areas. Because if both of them want triangular land, median is the thing you can just draw, and then it will cut any triangle into two equal parts. But one does not want a triangular land, therefore no other go for him. One compromised with the triangular, another is this one. How to do it? So when this problem was given to a set of students, the natural thing is they go for GeoGebra and drew a line parallel to the base and move the line up and down, so that the areas are becoming equal. And of course, some other person has done. Drew also had did that part. So we will see now how Drew had done that one and what is the exact problem in the GeoGebra software to achieve this, that we have to see. It's slow. And before the GeoGebra getting ready, I can tell you one thing. There is a derivation for this one. Yes. Yes. Now, if you see, the lower area is what? 14.56. The upper area is 11.05. He is now moving up and down so that 12.96, 12. Little, how difficult it is, you see. So 12.78785. No, that becomes 76 now, isn't it? Therefore, it is not so easy to do that one, even if you achieve that one. Okay, so somebody has achieved that also. So with very great difficulty of moving here and there, they achieved that also. But how far it is exact, namely, it may be because it is 12 point something. Is there an approximation involved? Because in the proof you are going to see that is a root 2 coming. Okay, because of that one, it is incommensurable. Therefore, whatever you get through GeoGebra will be only approximate. In that case, what happens is now how the ancient Greeks achieved this remarkable method, very remarkable method. What they have done is it's all right. So let us consider a triangle ABC and you draw a semicircle on AB's diameter. Take a midpoint, take the midpoint as D of AB, and from that, O, and from that drop a perpendicular to AB so that it cuts the semicircle at D. Join AD, equivalent to AD, cut an arc at a point P on AB. Okay, I think I'm clear. And draw a line parallel through P to the base. Then the Greeks told that PQ is the required line. And the area of the triangle is divided into two equal halves. And the result which is used is the areas of similar triangles they are proportional to the squares of any sides, corresponding sides. That's all. And using this one, if you do, you are getting 1/2. Why I am telling you is AP square by AB square is 1/2. So AB square is equal to 2 times AP square, or AP is 1/√2 times AB. That is why, because of the √2 only, the GeoGebra will not give you the exact result. That's the problem. Then, when I asked this question to them, then I asked them one more question, namely, for example, if you want to draw a line not parallel to one side, perpendicular to one side, can you divide the area into two equal halves? For example, PQ, I don't want to be parallel to that one, perpendicular to the base AC. How will you do? The same thing they have done here and there, but same problem comes, namely, it won't be exact. And the Greeks have gave the solution for this also. That is very interesting. Namely, you draw a semicircle, etc. And this is the downward. It's all right. It's okay, right? It's okay. It's okay. Right. So that is the procedure they have given. It is available in many books. Therefore, nothing much to explain to this one because it's not a mathematics class. Okay. So I have given the proof also for that one. This is the proof. Those who are interested can go through the proof. And finally, these two triangles will have half the area of the triangle BC. We are not interested in most of this proof part of it. The pedagogical aspects only we are interested in this one. Right. Now, what is the next one? The treasure hunt. This is extremely nice one. I'll tell you what it is. A pirate amassed a lot of money and jewels and buried them at a place in a small island in a Caribbean Sea. He had two sons, of which one is good and knows mathematics, other is bad and does not know mathematics. In his deathbed, the pirate called the son, who is good, and told him some instructions to get the treasure. So what instructions he has told? He told, go to the island and find out two palm trees, specifically two palm trees in which I have marked a heart symbol. You have to search for it. And near them, there is a small pond, small puddle. Okay. From the puddle, you just walk to one palm tree, say P1, and turn 90 degrees and proceed in that direction equal to what you have walked, that distance, and mark a point A. Similarly, repeat it for the second palm tree P2 and mark a point B and join AB. At the midpoint of AB, I have buried all my treasure. This was told. Then what happened? This boy was so much grieved. And what happened? The other boy who overheard this one, he wanted to grab the treasure. So he went to the island and then he could find two palm trees with the heart symbol on it. So he was so happy and searched for the pond. There was no pond. Therefore, he thought that he cursed his father, namely, he has told a lie. Therefore, I am not able to find the pond. Therefore, there is no treasure, nothing. He returned. Then, after the death of the pirate, the second son, who is good in mathematics, he went there. He also could find the palm tree 1 and palm tree 2, but he also could not find the pond. But he knows mathematics, which means that he could get the treasure. So I told this story to my students and told that how this boy could do that one. Why don't you use your GeoGebra and then find out what has happened? Then everybody started working on it. And of course, Dhruv is one of the persons who worked on it. Okay. And he will illustrate now. Because I thought that when a boy illustrates, the purpose is solved. And this particular problem, before the GeoGebra opens, I'll tell you something more. Namely, so many other things also can be had. Now GeoGebra has been opened. Wait. Therefore, this is the point A. But what he did, he stood between those two palm trees somewhere at a point A. Then he walked to B and he turned 90 degrees and then walked equal distance. Same thing he did for the other palm tree, and he got another point and he dug at the midpoint. He got the treasure. Which means what? Which means that the pond is a redundant data. That's the meaning. Therefore, I told that whatever may be the position of the pond, okay, this midpoint of those two must be the same. So what has happened? Dhruv, show. Slowly. See what's happening? See, if I just do that one, then I'm getting all the straight lines passing through that point D. Wherever it is, that is beautifully illustrated by GeoGebra. So this is a very interesting thing. Namely, they found that it is a fixed point. Okay. Then, okay, right. Close it. Right. Now, there are so many questions asked in this. For example, if you go there, the pond is not there, of course, we can understand. Then in the instruction, turn 90 degrees, isn't it? That 90 degrees in both the palm trees, near the both the palm trees, should it be one clockwise and one anti-clockwise direction only? Then only you are going to get the pressure. If one is clockwise, another is also clockwise, then you will get two other points. And those two other points, midpoint, may not be D. That is number one. That is the thing to investigate. And number two is both of them are of opposite direction. One is clockwise, another is anti-clockwise. Will you get again? No. So both one is clockwise, another is anti-clockwise. And if you change the clockwise and anti-clockwise, will you get it? And both of them are clockwise, both of them are anti-clockwise, will you get it? All these things we can, from that story, we can take it and do. So it is quite interesting. Namely, using technology, you can not only probe into that one, it gives you a lot of scope for research. That is in the lower level, of course. And what about the proof part? Anything what is done, there should be a proof part. I'm not going to show the proof part now because not necessary now. It is a pedagogical thing. Namely, there are two types of proofs. I struggled with analytical geometry first. Coordinates I fixed up, and then it is very clumsy. And I tried using pure geometry. It came quickly. So those who are interested can try pure geometrical proof. It comes very quickly. But analytical geometry, it is very difficult. Yes, regarding this one, I'd like to say one thing. This coordinate geometry almost replaced the pure geometry part. After Descartes found it, the whole focus started on the coordinate geometry. So there's a big lag happened in pure geometry. And still people were doing it, of course, but coordinate geometry gives you quickly results, especially the results on locus. Locus results, if you take pure geometry, it is very difficult. Maxima, minima, it's very difficult. All these things using calculus or analytical geometry, it is very easy. The best example I used to give to my students is this one. Namely, consider two fixed points. And a point moves such that the ratio of the distances from those two fixed points is a constant. What's the locus of that? This Apollonius investigated. He told it's a circle. And it is known as Apollonian circle. And do you know the proof Apollonius gave? Very ingenious proof. I'm not going to discuss that one. Very ingenious proof. And you need a lot of insight in geometry to understand that one. What we'll do is, excuse me, just go that side. 2 minutes.
Request you to wind up another 5 minutes so that we can have question answers also.
Because the battery is getting down, I'm charging it, nothing wrong. But I'm telling you that this Apollonian circle, if you do analytical geometry, it comes so quickly, very quickly it comes. Therefore, when to apply coordinate geometry, when to apply pure geometry is a matter of discretion. And sometimes this works, sometimes that works, whatever it is. How many minutes more, Mr. Jonaki?
Yes, another 5 minutes. So we can have some time for question answers also.
Yes, 1 minute. I'll conclude. Sorry, sir.
Another 7 minutes.
I'm going to just tell you certain literature, those who are interested. Teaching Mathematics as Storytelling by Rina Zaskas and Peter Lillard. This is a very good book. It is on storytelling and this one. And there is a podcast, Building Thinking Classrooms. It was an interview with Peter Lillard, and then it is a quite interesting one. And now he is working in Simon Fraser University, Canada. Whatever it is, these one podcast and one storytelling book is teaching mathematics as storytelling is very worth doing it. And there is an international journal of advanced academic studies. If you see that one, there is an article which has come. The importance of using stories for teaching, learning of mathematical concepts. So those who are interested can go through that one. Okay. Then this was done by Chala Kaneja and Dr. Sneha Tyagi, right? And
I guess there is some network issue.
okay, right now.
Sir, your screen is not visible.
1 minute, 1 minute. 1 minute, Soumya.
Yeah.
Okay. In that story. 128 sixth grade students were involved from Turkey, and then he has done that work, and analysis has been done. Okay, right. Any questions, please?
Okay, so there are some questions in chat.
Oh, I have to see that one.
Yeah,
And then,
so one question is that do you have any story for teaching integers?
no, no, I have concentrated on higher classes, and I did not do that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me, ma'am? Excuse me. Good afternoon.
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, the teaching integers we start teaching from class 6 onwards. So that is the basic concept for all the classes. So children, when they learn the rules, immediately they are forgetting. For that, I need a story to teach them all the rules and integers. Addition, there are so many rules in integers: addition, subtraction, and multiplication. All the arithmetic rules. So many rules are there in integers. You have to teach them in a simple way through stories.
Sorry, your sound is not clear. Did you say that you use stories to teach?
Yes, she told that she used some stories to teach.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, sir. I want some stories, sir. I'm not using. Can you hear me once?
I'm not audible.
The sound is very muffled actually. And
Yes,
there's a problem
yes.
at audio in your end actually. We are not able to hear exactly what you are saying.
Okay.
Could you
If you
please
could write in the
down-
chat. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Meanwhile, we have another question which asks what about asking students to make up stories in groups? Do you think that's a good exercise?
That's a good exercise. I actually did with a small group of 4 students, 5 students like that.
Okay.
And then, of course, there is a brainstorming session, and then they come out with a solution. These kind of 2 problems, 3 problems which I gave, they have come out with that solutions only. That is quite nice.
Okay. So are there any other questions? Okay, so if there aren't any others, I'd like to thank Dr. Santanam for that very interesting talk, for weaving in so many interesting contextual problems or stories, and and enabling students to explore them using tools such as GeoGebra and others. And you also highlighted, which I thought was very good, that you highlighted many articles and lot of things from the literature which we can access to if anybody is interested in this topic. And as teachers, I think teachers will always be interested because especially I think at any age, it doesn't have to be for younger children only, but even older students, if you can bring in an anecdote or a situation or a story in the class, it is always very good and makes the lesson very interesting, and also drives their thinking, and it leads to explorations, I would say. So I think stories is also, if you agree with me, sir, that stories is also a way of building in explorations in the classroom, which we so thank you for that very wonderful session, and for making it so lively using all these animations on GeoGebra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janaki. All the best.
Okay, so I think Soumya, over to you for the next timings for the next session and so on. Thank you.
So we meet at 1:45 with the parallel workshops. And there is a link for the feedback form in the chat, and I request everyone to please fill up. Okay, see you all at 1:45.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
There as Can you make Aiki Rana as co-host? Hello.
Hello, sir. Are you here?
Yes, Soumya, I'm there.
Girish sir, yeah. So I'll make you a co-host. Mr. Sadbinder is not here yet. So, yeah.
But it did not ask me which meeting to join.
Right. There is only one meeting.
Okay.
But inside this meeting, there are 3 breakout rooms I have created. So you can see, do you see it somewhere in your screen, breakout rooms?
Yeah, breakout rooms, that is there.
So there are 3 rooms. If you see, you can scroll to the bottom. There is a GeoGebra, one Desmos, the other one is Mathigon. So you can join any one of these. So for you, it would be GeoGebra, right? Yeah.
Just let me see, where do I see breakout rooms? I can see there are 18, 19 members are there.
If you scroll down at the very bottom, you will see some rooms, and there are already some people have joined these rooms.
Yeah, okay. So I'll join GeoGebra.
Yes.
Right.
Hi, Soumya, Sagita here.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
How do I join in? I can see the Mathigon room, but how do I join in? When I click, I don't get moved.
So just beside this Mathigon on the right hand side, do you see join option when you hover your mouse?
No, I just am able to see close all rooms, broadcast message to all.
Okay, but do you see Mathigon? If you need to scroll down at the bottom, Mathigon is there.
I'm looking at that. Okay, Professor Rana is calling me. Hello.
Yeah. Hi, Sarvinderji.
Hello. Hi. How are you?
Hi.
Yeah.
So we have already created these breakout rooms. Do you see? Let me make you a co-host first.
Okay, this is the only for Desmos, right? Where I am right now? No.
No.
Okay, breakout rooms.
This is the main session. Inside this main session, you have 3 breakout rooms. Do you see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Rooms?
I'm going to join Desmos, right?
Yeah. You click on there, join.
Yes.
Hello, Soumya.
Yes, sir. Hi.
You just make me co-host, so I'll join that breakout room.
So you, okay. So Sangeeta ma'am is already.
No, she was trying and she couldn't join, so she is trying again.
Oh, she is joining again. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think she joined Mathic. Okay, yeah. She's already there in the room, sir. You can join the Desmos room. Or no, I think
Mathigon, I will go.
Mathigon. Yeah, Mathigon, you go. Yes.
But you have made me co-host.
Yes, I have done.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So the workshops have already started. You can join the breakout, any of the 3 breakout rooms. You can see there are 3 breakout rooms, and you can join any one of them by clicking on join. Okay. You may move to your respective rooms, whichever you feel. If you have any questions, please unmute and ask. Yeah, John, you have some questions?
Yeah, Soumya, I just wanted to ask a quick question. I'm can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi. I can hear you. Hello.
Yeah, I just had a question about the evening session, Soumya. I just wanted to know what time should I join and.
Okay. Yeah. So, right. So your session starts at 6:30. You can join at maybe 6:25 or 6:20. Is it fine?
Yeah, that's okay. Will we get sharing will we get the sharing controls to share the slides and?
Yeah. Everything.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's it. Thank you so much.
I'll make you a co-host and yeah. Right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah. See you.
See you.
Yeah, I can see some of you are still here in this session. Arvind Kumar, Deepika, Dinesh Kumar, Santanam sir, you have some problem joining? Yeah, Arvind, you can see somewhere in your, in which device you are, depending on the device, you can see this breakout rooms option, and you can join. So there is one GeoGebra, one is Desmos, the other one is Mathegon. Okay, if you click on join, you will be joining that breakout room. Okay, if you want, I can send you there. You just tell me which room you want to go. There is no link. You don't need any link. You just tell me which workshop you want to attend. Arvind. So there are 3 workshops going on. One on GeoGebra, one on Desmos, and one on Mathegon. Okay, which one do you want to join? I'll send you there in that room. Can you unmute? Okay, if you are not sure which one to join, I'll send you in one of the, say, maybe Mathegon, maybe. Yes, let me send you there. What about others? Santanam sir, should I send you to Mathegon? Yeah, hello everyone. There are 3 breakout rooms. You may join any one of them. One is on GeoGebra, the other one is on Desmos, and the third one is on Mathigon. Okay, you can see breakout room option on your screen. In case you are hello everyone. There are 3 breakout rooms. Yeah, Smriti Chopra and Veena, you want to join some of the rooms? You can unmute. No.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi. You want to join some of the workshops?
The GeoGebra.
GeoGebra.
But
Okay.
I don't have link, sir.
Yeah, I am sending you.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, what about Veena? Miss Veena, can you hear me? Miss Bhakti, you want to join? Yeah, hi Kaushik. Hi Kaushik. Can you hear me? Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to join one of the breakout rooms?
Maybe that Mathagon.
Mathigon. Okay, let me send you there. Okay. Yeah, hello, Niash. Can you hear me? Hi, Praveen. Hi, Trinath. Can you hear me? Yeah, hi, Trinath. You're not audible. Yeah, okay.
Hello, Mr. Trinath. Can you hear me? Yeah, hi. Can you hear me, Trinath ji?
Yes, I'm hearing. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. You want to
Hello.
you want to join some of the workshops?
Hi. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Trinath ji?
Yes, yes. I'm able to get to you.
So you can join one of the
I'm
rooms.
hearing. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
You want to join some of the workshops?
Hi. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I'm able to get to you.
So you can join one of the
I'm
rooms.
hearing. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Rajesh, you can hear me or? Hello, Miss Rekha. Can you hear me?
Hello, Inda. Douglas here.
Are you there in the meeting, Swami? Okay. Yeah, because I think Butler is already there.
I'm all set, thank you.
No, I can't make him the co-host, no?
Oh, I need to be able to share screen. Which I can
Oh,
do.
okay. Anyone can share the screen. Okay. Okay, fine. No problem. No issue. Hello, Douglas.
Hello, Inda. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I certainly can. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's very clear, loud and clear.
Oh, that's good.
Would you like to try your screen sharing?
Yes, good idea.
Yeah.
So are you in Mumbai?
Hello?
Are you in Mumbai?
Yes.
How does that look?
Yeah, that's fantastic. I can see everything.
Very good.
Yeah.
At 25 minutes past, I'll start the trumpet player.
Yeah. So we have around 8 minutes to begin. So how did ATC go?
It was good. Yes, all my old friends were there. It's funny, isn't it?
Yes. Virtually, you could meet everybody.
Yes, but it's not the same, is it?
Yeah, that's right. That feeling of being there and interacting is not there.
And you don't make new friends.
That's
really.
very much true. That's very much.
And that's a shame.
That's right. Even keeping touch with the old ones is slightly difficult in virtual mode.
Yes, and we're not getting any younger. So, Inda, you've retired now, have you?
Yes, I have retired from my.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a good life, isn't it?
Yeah. I think one should make the best of what you have at present. That is
Definitely. What. Yes. How are you getting on with COVID?
Well, trying not to move out as much as possible.
It's changed everything, hasn't it?
All aspects have changed.
Yes.
Everything has changed. Not only eating, teaching, learning.
But I'm sure you can avoid the writing that.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to mute.
Yeah, that's because not yet started. So Yeah. So are you moving around, or are you?
No, not so much. I'm staying at home.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's a good thing to do, actually. I think things are getting a slightly more hot in UK now again.
A little bit, yes, but it's a new strain, so we're not quite sure.
Yes. Nobody is sure what is that new strain. That's
No, definitely not. Okay, I got 5 minutes of trumpet music, so I will just start this now and then it'll finish on time.
Yeah, okay.
In my solitude, you taunt me with reveries of days gone by. In my solitude, you haunt me with memories that never die. I sit in my turn, filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know I will soon grow mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear lullaby, stand back my
So Douglas, shall we?
Yep, we're all set.
Yep. So just 1 minute to go. So
it's okay.
Yeah, I think, sir, we can start.
Yeah. So let us begin the session for the afternoon. So we have invited talk by Dr. Douglas Butler. Douglas graduated in mathematics and electrical sciences from Cambridge University and specialized in teaching secondary mathematics. He was head of mathematics at Ondul School and chairman of the MIE Schools project for about 6 years. I have known him long back as a speaker at various conferences. He has been doing, and I'm not attending all his conferences, but he's a frequent speaker at international conferences. And what is more important is he is a lead author of Autograph and Autograph tablets. So with that short introduction, let me welcome Douglas Butler for today's talk, a clock simulation. Please, Douglas.
Thank you, Inder. This is a great privilege. I'm sitting in my desk at home, of course, in England. I should be in Mumbai seeing you all face to face, but that's the way it is at the moment. I'm of the generation, of course, where I started off most of my teaching was just me and a piece of chalk. And I think I did a pretty good job with the clever children. But the less clever ones needed some visualization, and the visualization is what was presented to me. And it's just made a massive difference to the way you can explain mathematics to people who really are struggling. It is a difficult subject. It's a difficult subject to teach. And using information technology, of course, is quite special for mathematics teachers. You know, I've visited economics lessons and history lessons, even science lessons. They tend to just use websites and occasional simulations, but they don't interact with the software like we expect teachers to do in mathematics teaching. So it's very different. And I think a lot of school managers do not appreciate this. They think they can just present the same solution to mathematics teachers as other teachers. Anyway, let's see what we've got to show you today. Some of you know that I was at Arundel. It was mentioned in the introduction near Cambridge. But after 40 years there, I've moved to a lovely town called Cirencester. And it is an absolute delight. And it's lovely to have a new start. Now, if you are going to follow this, this is the link, or you can just put web autograph into Google and you'll get this link. The web version of autograph is coming along beautifully. And those of you who stay on for my workshop tomorrow morning or afternoon for you will see that in action. It's coming on really well. But meanwhile, we are still using the PC version, Autograph 5. But you can get all the links from this page. That's the web version, and that's the old desktop version. So the dynamic software scene I always find quite interesting. I think as a subject, we're extremely fortunate. And boy, did I enjoy Sangeeta's talk just now. Yet another wonderful software product. So I need to put an extra one of Mathigon in here for next time I do this talk. But the three main contenders, I feel, are GeoGebra, Desmos, and Autograph. But Geometer Sketchpad is, I believe, still alive, which is wonderful because it was a great program. Likewise, Cabri. Just to remind you of how these programs are put together, the structure of GeoGebra is that it has 6 quite separate programs doing certain things like 3D calculations and so on. Or you use the GeoGebra Classic in the bottom left-hand corner there, which does the lot. The resources are huge. It says over 1 million. I can't believe many of those have been moderated. This is the real problem with having too many resources. Almost better to have fewer with a certain amount of moderation going in. Desmos, the new kid on the block, really. It's only been around for a few years, but they're doing really well. And again, they split their program into several sections, depending on what you want to do. Resources are huge. It's one of the really strong things about Desmos is that the student and the teacher's resources are fantastic and very carefully put together. So I think that's a real strong point of Desmos. The autograph structure is that it has different page types. You've got statistics page, 2D page, 3D page, and Argand diagram. So in a sense, it's the same sort of split up as they have with GeoGebra. But it also has, you notice on the top right-hand corner, standard and advanced. It's very important, this, I think, that the standard level doesn't have calculus options or radians. And that, I think, is important. When they're ready, of course, they should go to the advanced. Resources are very much online. And TSM, some of you possibly have been to my Technology for Secondary Mathematics workshops in Andal over many years. We did them for about 15 years. And what we're left with now is an amazing page of resources. First of all, lots of examples of autograph doing different things. But over here, we've also got things like integer lists. Enormous fun you can have with these. That's the first 2000 prime numbers, the powers of 2, Mersenne primes, and Pythagorean triples. Lots of fun and games with those. Images. Well, the world is full of mathematical images. If you only just need to go out and look for them. Lots of possibilities there. And no end of data. The web is heaving with data, and statistics teaching is such an important part of mathematics curriculum these days. And there are lots of data files to have fun with. Lots of mathematics links and entertainment links as well. So a terrific amount of things on the web to enjoy. So I thought just before we really got going on the main talk, I've thought would it be interesting to have a look at GeoGebra, Desmos, and autograph with one problem and to see how they differ. So I thought I'd do that. Just going to have a look at the area between 4 minus x squared, which is this one, and x into x minus 3, which is this one. And that's where they intersect, and that's the area. So let's just see how the three programs cope. So we'll start off with GeoGebra. And I want to start the calculator. Having a bit of a think. Here we go. So we want y equals 4 minus x squared. Just do xx. It seems to understand that, which is good. What I don't like about this and Desmos is the plot as you type. Well, there are times when that might be quite useful, but I don't think very often. Y equals, now what did we decide? X into, we want one that's the other way up. So the x squared term is negative here, so we want the x squared term to be positive, so we want x minus 3. That'll do nicely. And there it is. It seems to have calculated all these intersections, which is good, but they haven't been labeled or anything, so I don't think we can use them for anything. Because what I want to do now is, first of all, identify these points, which we do with the tools. So we want to do point, no, intersect, that's the one. And we go to here, and that's A, and this is B. That's exactly what we want. Excellent. Now we go back to algebra. Now what? Now this is the real problem with the way GeoGebra has been put together, because it chose right at the start of this. There are two basic principles. You either select the objects and then the operation, or you select the operation and then the objects. GeoGebra decided to do the latter, so you've got to select the operation and then apply it to whatever you've got on your graph here. So well, all the geometry ones are in here. There's lots of opportunities here. There's nothing to do with areas under a curve. So that's not going to help. So we'll go back to here again, and we are completely stuck. So what we have to do is have a look at Google and ask it, how does GeoGebra do area between two curves? And below me, the answer is you have to press INT, and then, good grief, look at all these options coming up with integrations. So that's where GeoGebra gets its strength from, the command line. It's huge. That's just the INTs. You can imagine how many thousands of entries there are. So you've got to know what to do. But of course, that's the same with all software, I guess. And I think the one is integral between. That's the one, integral between. There it is. We want the function, start value, and that. Okay, so integral between, marvelous. So we're going to do f of x, comma, g of x, comma, and I've learned that if you want the x coordinate of a, you do x, open brackets, a, comma, x, open brackets, b, comma, and I think we're done. And there's the answer. Boy, took a bit of doing and a bit of research, but there we are. Ridiculous accuracy. I'm sure there's a way of solving that issue, but interesting. So that's GeoGebra's solution. The way Desmos does it, it's very similar, but let's just have a look. Graphing calculator is the one we want. So let's do y equals 4 minus x squared. Good, that works nicely. Press enter. And then we do y equals x into x minus 3. Good. Now what? Again, there's no right-click options, nothing to suggest that you might get the way of doing this from some other means. So the way to do it, of course, is to go to Google, search, and be told that you have to put in INT, and you have to spell it right, and you put in the limits. Gosh, what are the limits? So let's have a look at this. Yes, there we go. But how do you get that x coordinate into here? There's no method for doing that that I've been able to find. So I think you just have to remember it. It's minus 0.82. Minus 0.82. I don't like the idea of having to type it in, but there we are. Somebody might be able to correct me on this one. And the x coordinate is 2.351. So we click on this. 2.351. Okay, now what? What you can't do, because these aren't functions defined, so we have to make that function x. Now it knows what that is, and we'll call this g of x. Now it knows what that is, and we're in business. So it's open brackets f of x. Now the nice thing about this is you have to put it in the correct syntax, just as you would if you were doing this on paper. Minus g of x, and then close the brackets, and then do dx. Very good discipline, and there's the answer to 1,000,000 decimal places again. So it's nice. I don't particularly like the idea that you have to copy and write in these limits, but never mind. It is all possible. It doesn't shade it in, which is a shame, but there we are. Okay, autograph. Autograph's been around forever. It predates all of the other ones. This is the web version, so I just thought you'd like to see that. These are the modes, and these are the plus if you want to add objects. So let's add an equation, and y equals 4 minus, and it's not plotting as you type, please note, and you do x to get x squared, which is lovely. All right, I think slow plot is very good to have turned on almost every time, but occasionally it's not necessary. But okay, you can stop and think about it. Where's it going to go next? It's going to go up there. Then the next equation, it's a top level add equation. Y equals x into x minus 3, we decided. We'll produce that, and it's still on the slow plot, and done. So I'm going to put a point on the graph, wait for it to change to that, and put another point quite close to it, because I think that's quite a useful thing to do, to get the idea of an element of area. So I'm going to select that one, and this one, and this one, and then add, create area. All these rules are possible, but I think I'm just going to do a general one. So that is an element of area, and how is it possible that it's producing a positive answer? Let's just select that and add a text box. Area equals, done. So the area is positive. This area is definitely negative, isn't it? But this area minus this area effectively is this area plus this area. So that's how you end up with it. And it's quite nice to show that, I think. Whereas if you take it around here, it will, of course, be negative. So we'll just delete that. And we want the intersections of these. So this is equivalent to what we were doing in the other two programs. And the logic is to select that and select that and select this and select that, and you should end up with a positive area. You could, if you want to, explore trapezium rule and Simpson's rule and rectangles and so on. Anyway, we're done with that with the general. And add a text box, area equals. To 4 sig fig, which is better than the 1000 sig fig that we had in the other programs. So it's nice that all these programs exist, and I'm going to have to add Mathagon to my list of wonderful programs. So now I've got until what was, it's 9:30 to 10:30 here in England. And I just thought this problem came up not long ago, and I thought there's a lot of mathematics tied away in this. So let's have a look at, here we have got a nice picture of Big Ben and a couple of hands, and let's see it working. So I'm going to open up this. So what have we got here? Let's make that a bit bigger, perhaps. Let's look at the constant controller, which is already open, so that's good. And that's the wrong one. Open it here. So basically, I've got, going around a circle, I've got two vectors. One is counting minutes, and the other is counting hours. So that is the problem. I've got it down here, but it's hidden by this green rectangle because I don't want you to see the answers just yet. So the minutes, it's clocking away here, 80, 90 minutes or so, and the time. The digital clock is an interesting one as well. What's going to happen when it gets around to 12? And when it gets to 60, it's going to have to start again. So we're going to definitely use the mod function for that. So there's mathematics tied up all over the place with this. So let's just start a new page and think about the mathematical objects that are involved in this simulation. Obviously coordinate points, because we want to put a point at the origin. And then what about other things? Those hands, they are vectors. So how does autograph manage with vectors? Once you've got a point selected, because without a point selected, you can't draw a vector. You've got to have a point to base it on. So how does it work? Well, you either put in a point like 3, 1, which will be 3 along and 1 up. So that'll be a vector here. Or you put in polar coordinates, which we'll do in a second, but let's do one at a time. Now, what happens if I move this? The point about dynamic software is that things have to move. And if they don't move, they're just not very interesting. If I move this point here to here, what's going to happen to this vector? This vector has been defined as 3 along and 1 up. So if I move the base one, it's all going to go. Yes. And let's do equal aspect. I think it's quite important. So that's one sort of vector. Another sort of vector is between 2 points. If we select and then right click, create vector 2 points. There we go. Now what happens if I move this? The red one will stay intact, but the other one, of course, will move with it. Adding vectors is very important. The basic rules of vector algebra start off with a rule for addition. And the rule for addition is that you add the x's and add the y's, from which you can very easily get the rules for subtraction. And later on, we have to define rules for multiplication as well. So if I copy this vector over to here, it's the same vector, isn't it? Because it's got the same 3 along and 1 up, 3 along and 1 up, and there it goes. So right click, vector, copy. And again, right click, vector, copy. And then you can talk about the sum, which of course is that one plus this one. So if we add the x's and add the y's, the sum of these two vectors, it's going to be this leading diagonal. We need to put a point here. So we've got to say where we want the answer to go. Vector, add vectors. And if we subtract the vector, this one, take away this one and put the answer here, we get the other leading diagonal. It's a lovely bit of mathematics to explore, but there's more to that, obviously, in a lesson. But what we really want to do now, of course, is have a vector that has a particular angle, because we want it to go around and produce the lines of the hand. So let's get rid of these. Now, this vector here, as I said, was defined as 3 along at 1, but it could also be defined in a polar fashion. So let's have a look at that. The polar fashion, we define what the radius is going to be and the angle. At the moment, we're in radians, which is probably not a good idea. I think I'd rather be in degrees. Excellent, that's better. So if I double click on this and make r equal to, say, 3, and theta equal to 45, that will produce something of radius 3 and 45 degrees measured from the x-axis going counterclockwise. That is always the standard way of measuring angles in the Cartesian plane. So let's do that. Okay. Can you all visualize where it's going to go? It's going to be length 3 at 45 degrees. There it is. Don't want that one anymore. Now, what happens, though, if we, instead of having 45, we have m for minutes? Is that going to work? What's that going to do? So at the moment, m will be 1, so it's going to produce a vector just here. Fantastic. So the constant controller, and in the web version, you can either have a constant controller or a slider, so you have both. But we can increase it in 0.1s, not very exciting. Let's increase it in 1s. Aha, right. Now the trouble is clocks go the other way around, don't they? So how are we going to manage this? We want something which is going to go up to 90 and then back again. So what about 90 minus m? How's that going to go? M at the moment is 53. And if you take m back to 0, there it is. But let's have a look at this. So by the time it goes round to 1/4 the hour, that is 15 minutes, isn't it? And 15 minutes, though, has to be converted to 90 degrees. I hope you've all got a piece of paper and a pencil in front of you. Would you like to just write down what you think the formula is for this hand? It's 90 minus m doesn't quite do it. It's going to be something similar to that. I'll give you a minute to think about this. What is going to be the formula for this so that when after 15 minutes, it is in this position here. Okay, well, clearly, if it's going to be 15 minutes and it's got to end up as 90 degrees, we're going to multiply it by 6. So if you've got 90 minus 6m written down on a piece of paper, give yourself a clap on the back. And there we go. Let's have a look at this. Okay, at the moment it's 90. I think it's time to go and get a picture because we're not getting the idea of a clock. A clock, of course, is full of circles. So I thought it would just before we do that, just remind you of all the different ways of creating a circle in dynamic software. And let's enter an equation. Let's enter a polar equation. Let's do r equals 3, see what that produces. Yep, that's pretty good. So a polar equation is a very useful way of creating a circle. You could, of course, create one in x squared plus y squared equals 9. 3 squared, that would be, well, let's make it 16 or 4. That's just Pythagoras' theorem. At any particular point on the circle, x squared plus y squared equals r squared. And that's radius 2. So we're getting on. We could actually create the clock face this way. Just a reminder, you can also get the circle as a conic section. And let's just have a look at 3D for a second. The quickest way to draw a cone is r equals z. That is beautiful, isn't it? What that's saying is that the radius vector is equal to the z component. That's why you get a 45-degree angle here. And if you have z equals ax plus b, that would be a plane. It looks like a straight line, but it's a plane. It looks like a straight line because that's what it is in 2 dimensions. That's what it is in 3 dimensions. And that's the conic section of a parabola. But if we have a look at A and make A bigger, it's going to make this steeper, isn't it? So we want to make it less steep until we come down to A as 0. And there is your circle. So a circle is a conic section, if you think of it in that sense. So time to hunt on the web, I think, for a clock. Don't know why it needs to tell me where I'm going. Let's move over here. So what should we put? A clock face. And we want an image. Good, we really want one without hands. This looks perfect. So right click. Sometimes they are being a bit naughty now with images on the web. It's not allowing you to, that's an absolutely perfect one. Save image as, that sounds very good. Oh, I wasn't doing that earlier on. I wanted a JPEG. Anyway, I found one earlier on, so I think it's probably simpler if I just go for that one. No, I found it earlier on. It's just that the web doesn't always behave as you expect it to, but here's a nice clock face. And let's make it a bit bigger. Okay, so we've got our clock face now. We've got the hands of the minute hand, rather. We now need to put on the hour hand. So the next one you've got to think about, I hope you've got your pencils ready and your piece of paper. We want to put a vector from here going out, not as wide as 3, but 2, maybe, and the correct angle. Okay, I'll give you a minute to think about that. So it's going to be polar, and we want the radius to be 2, and we want this to be m for minutes. So it's certainly going to be 90 minus, once again, otherwise it's going in the wrong direction. But is 90 minus m going to do the trick? Let's see how this works. Ooh, it's sort of right, but not quite. So when the minutes goes round to a whole hour, which is 60 minutes, how far do you want this to go? It only wants to go 30 degrees. So instead of 90 minutes, 30 degrees is going to be m divided by 2. I wonder how many of you have got that right. This one here, double click. M divided by 2. Look at that. That is very nice. If you got both of those correct, you give yourself a double pat on the back. Well done. It's a lovely example of a linear relationship, of course. They have to establish that that is the case, that as this goes around, it is increasing linearly. What we're left with now is the business of the digital clock and how we're going to get that to work. Let me just remind you of what that looks like. So it needs to have the hours here and the minutes here. Now, what about the hours? It's going to be going to involve the int function, int. I think these need thickening up just a tiny bit. Let's make them a bit fatter. Better. So how are our clocks doing? They go around like this. Now, I need to introduce you to a wonderful feature of Autograph that hasn't yet made it into the web version, but here it is. It's the calculator. Now, if we just put m, for example, it will tell you that m is 255. What we want to do, though, is to do the integer value of m over 60. So what's that going to do? That's going to produce, you divide the number of minutes by 60 and take the integer value, and that will tell you the number of hours. Let's have a look at that. Yes, that's working quite nicely, but double click on this to edit this and put some text before. Let's put time and a space, and there's 4 hours. And we probably afterwards want to do a space and a colon. That's great. Let's keep it going round. See if it goes to 5. Brilliant, that's very nice. Now, what about the minutes? The minutes basically start at 0 and go up to 60 and then start again. Now, if you've taught sort of computer science or done a lot of work with spreadsheets, you'll have come across the mod function. Mod function is really good. It tells you what's left over once you've divided by something. So what we're going to have here is that the value of the minutes, mod 60. So I'm going to open up this. So the value of the minutes, mod 60. What that means is that when it gets to 60, it starts again. So it's just what's left over once you've done that division. And you can see that the answer is 8, which is correct. That's 8 minutes. So we click OK. And we get the digital clock. And if you want to, you can set this up as a repeat going from 0. Now, how many minutes are there when it gets right up to 12? And it has to start again. The answer is 720 in steps of 1. And you can now set your clock going, and it'll be quite happily telling you the answer as a digital clock here, as an analog clock there. See if it's clicking over to 1. Yay. Now, the point of doing this, of course, is just to involve mathematics at different levels. The idea of a coordinate point, of course, for the center, that's trivial. But the idea of a polar function to create circles, and also a polar definition of a vector. So I think there's plenty of mathematics tied in there. And we'll just let that going for a couple of seconds. Those of you who are coming to the workshop tomorrow, we'll do this in the web version as well. The web version doesn't have the calculator yet, so unfortunately you can't do this nice little bit at the end, the digital clock. But getting the formulae for these two right is a bit of a mind twister, and I hope that lots of you did manage to do that in time. But it's a lovely exercise to give to your students at an appropriate time in the course. Now, I had a feeling it wouldn't take the whole hour to show you that thing. So just a reminder of what we've covered: coordinate point, circle. There are Cartesian version. There's a parametric version of a circle as well, of course. X equals sine t, y equals cos t, something like that. Polar coordinates and object attributes, and the autograph calculator int and mod. So we'll certainly mention that in the workshop tomorrow. I thought, well, if there's time, I'd have a look at some topics that you might not have seen before in autograph. And let's have a look at this. So first of all, scatter diagrams. What is sort of missing, I think, in a lot of the software products that I've been looking at is the ability to just throw some points on and talk about it. So let's just throw some points on. And now I want to think about that and put on the point, put on the mean, and also put on the line of best fit. It goes through the mean. Now, does it always go through the mean? And also, what about these dotted lines here? Yes, well, you shouldn't be able to extrapolate data with any confidence beyond the range of the data itself. So that's what that's all about. Move this along here, and up here. Shows that whatever you do to these points, the line of best fit always includes the mean. Not an obvious point to illustrate, but dynamic software gives you a perfect opportunity to do so. The other topic that comes up from time to time is fitting data to make it into a linear form. So let's have a look at a new page. And let's zoom out in this direction. So we get some nice big numbers up here. Okay, now I'm going to put some points on, and I'm going to make some increasing sort of thing that's happening to viruses these days. And let's make that into a data set. So here we have got some data like this. It looks as though a formula that might fit it is y equals ax to the power of b. A and b are both 1, so it's just going to be a line straight across here. Yep. If we select that and the data, we can ask Autograph to find the best possible fit to the data, which it has done. It doesn't think much to this point here, but apart from that, it looks a pretty good fit. Now, if you want to reduce this to linear form, let's double click on this data so we can edit the data, and we can put a scaling factor in here or some formula which is redefining the data. So let's scale the y. Now, what are these? If we can do a log function, for example, log of y, what's the log here? Well, 100 is 2, and 1,000 is 3. So it's all between 2 and 3. They'll all be 2 point something. That's the kind of chit chat I always like to have before you press any buttons in Autograph, but they're all 2s. And probably better to do that without that on the page, otherwise you get in the model. And what we've got here is a nice straight line. So it's a reduction to linear form of something which was clearly exponential. Box and whisker. Now, did I hear Sangeeta saying that that's just been dropped in your syllabus, which is extraordinary? So never mind, you can still have some fun with it. The box and whisker diagram is an interesting one. And what we can do in Autograph, for example, is just take some points and just throw them on the page. So you can do something like that. And select all that and right click, convert to a data set. So we now have a data set. And if we select it, we can draw a box and whisker diagram. And the idea of outliers is very important. This one is reckoned to be an outlier because it's more than 1.5 times the interquartile range. So that's 1.5 times the interquartile range, and there it goes. So what you can do, you can pick these up with the control key and move it along and see what happens. So whoever was responsible for dropping this from your syllabus, think again, because you can have a lot of fun with this. Really get to grip, because it's dynamic, because it moves. You can talk about what the effect is of points here. How come the median isn't changing, even though we're changing all these points here? Things like that. First order differential equations comes up quite a lot, and then I'll just have time for that and complex numbers before we stop for questions. With differential equations, I like to start off with something really simple, like divide by dx, which is just y prime, by the way. Divide by dx equals 1. What does that mean? That means that the gradient is equal to 1 anywhere on the page. There it goes. And if you want equal aspect, quite important, otherwise it's not at 45 degrees. And wherever you start from, you get solutions. Or if you put the slope up on, you can see how they're being done. So then I like to go to the next stage, which is to y prime equals x. And what does that mean? Again, this don't just press OK and say, oh, look, think about it. It means that the gradient is equal to how far you are from the y-axis. So over here, it's on the y-axis, it's 0. Over here, it's negative. Okay, now it looks a bit of a mess. So what we'll do, we'll double click on this and have a look at the startup options. And we want the point set. And we want the y-axis. Perfect. Now, differential equations as simple as this are just an example of integration. So we know what the answer is. It's a half x squared plus a constant. So let's put that in and see how that relates. Y equals a half, which is here, xx plus c. C will be 1. So it's going to be this one, isn't it? Let's just make it a bit fatter. Come along here. Fantastic. Now I'm going to put a point on there. Going to go to point mode. Not that one, this one. There it goes. And then right click. Often if you ask students to draw a family of parabolas, they tend to do it with the normal direction equal, and of course that's not correct, it's the vertical direction. So I'm going to put a vector in here, vectors once again coming along, of 0, 1. And there it goes. That is a very nice way of illustrating that. Those are all the possible solutions of y prime equals x. If we go on to say, well, what about y prime equals y? Oh, it'd be parabolas the other way, they cry. Oh no. It may have only been last week that you introduced them to the idea that e to the x is the function that is equal to its own derivative, which of course is precisely what we've got written down here. I love the way mathematical topics coincide like this, even though they don't appear to be related. It's like the lessons of ln of x and 1 over x and how they are bedfellows. Anyway, y prime equals y. So that's going to be exponential functions. Let's have a look. Now, differential equations tends to be used in reality, where you've got the possibility of time along here, and this will be some result of an experimental or mechanical situation. Clearly, if it's going to infinity, it's not terribly useful. So what we're going to do now is put in minus y, or better still, put y prime plus y equals 0. This is, of course, is the beginning of the whole linear differential equations topic, and what a wonderful journey that is. But here it is right at the start, and we have that. That, of course, is an exponential decay, which is much more useful in real life. Well, lots more for that, but we've just got time for have a look at complex numbers. And we have a whole page for complex numbers, which is this one. So this is the real axis, this is the imaginary axis. And if you put a complex number on, say, 1 here, and 1 here, we can select them both. We can add them. They're just like vectors. Ooh, it's just the same as adding 2 vectors, except they're all based on the origin. And if you move this around, of course, you get the same effects. what happens if you square a vector, a complex number? Well, if you square a complex number that said the n is 2, it means you're going to double the angle and square the distance along here, the modulus. So if you square that, it goes to 4. The angle, it gets doubled, so it's going to be over here. Again, chat it all through before you actually show the result. Then you can move this around and see that that's happening all the time. This has only been a part of Autograph for a year or so, and it's just fantastic to be able to look at these things in this way. And let's have a look at its cube roots and square roots and that sort of thing. So if we move this along, so we can see 8. And let's put a point at 8. Now, what's the cube root of 8? Oh, 2, they cry. Well, it is, yes. But 8 can also be 8 at 360 degrees. And if we take the third of that, we get the cube root of that. It's going to be 120 degrees. And if we go around yet again, a third of that is 240. So we're going to expect one here, and one here, all length 2. So let's have a look at that. So we want z to the nth, we want the square cube root, nth root, and let's have the cube root of that. And there it goes. So that's that one and that one. That's omega 1 plus omega 2 plus omega 3. If you add those 3 together, of course, you get 0. So, and of course, the cube root of unity and so on. They're lovely topics that crop up from time to time. Another very important feature of this particular software solution is that you can wander back and have a look at all the other things that you've been covering. You can see what I was doing here. I was covering up the answer. There is the answer. 90 minus 6m and 90 minus m over 2. So I thought we'd stop now to see if there are any questions, because I'd love to hear from anybody who'd like to suggest a topic to be covered or just make a comment. The chat has 7 things in it, but can we, if I stop the share, can we have everybody's face on the screen again? And if anybody has any questions, now's a good time.
Yeah. So as Douglas said, in case you would like to ask some questions, make some comments, or make a request, because tomorrow is going to be a workshop on autograph, where you can probably learn those things. And if you say it now, that will be nice.
They're all very shy.
Oh, well,
if anybody got both those formulae right, I think they should tell us all.
Yeah, I think the main reason probably is autograph has not been still sort of exposed to many teachers in India.
Well, it's a very different situation now, of course, because
yeah,
there's no charge for it. It's as a free download.
Yes, that's what I wanted you to say that.
Yes.
Please explain what is it free and where they can get it, sort of.
Yeah, that's a good thought. If you just put in web autograph into your search engine.
Probably you can type in the chat box.
Yeah, into the chat box, yes.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, Amita Patel says that it's new to us and we have to explore.
Yes.
Surely, because it was earlier paid version, not many people thought of getting it by taking it, but now it's really downloadable and you can use it.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah. So
there's a question there about differential equations. Yes, I mean, it's one of my absolute favorite topics. The two topics that I really think autograph excels in is vectors and differential equations. It will even do second orders. We can cover those in the workshops tomorrow.
Soumya, can you put the feedback form? People are asking for it in the chat box. In the meantime, any more questions, please ask. I think before GeoGebra brought in 3D thing, Autograph had 3D version available in it.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yes.
I could show you a little bit of 3D if you like.
Yeah, but the only thing was it was not accessible. It was paid at that time. So that was the only.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But I really like the resolution and of Autograph for 3D versions.
Yes, I'll just quickly show you some of that. So in the 3 dimensions, you can enter equations like 2x minus 3y equals 6, which sounds like a straight line, but of course in 3 dimensions it's a plane. You can put 3 points on there. You can select that one, then that one, and create a vector. You can select this one and this one, and right-click, create a vector. You can add them together, this one plus this one, and put the answer here, and right-click, vector, add vectors, and you will see that the addition of the 2 vectors is in the same plane. And in fact, it's always in the same plane. And if you want to, you can look at the multiplication of these, the cross product of those two. Now that cross that is going to be down, which is why it's down there. But the great thing about that, because it's AB sine theta, you've got a relationship between this and sine, and there you have it coming this way. And if you want to, you can have a look at 2 points and create a straight line in 3 dimensions.
Douglas.
Yeah.
Actually, one of my favorites with GeoGebra 3D helped me, and I think now one can do it in your Autograph also. Take any 4 points in 3D.
Yep.
Can you do it? I'll just tell you what to do.
Yep.
And join them to look, which looks like a quadrilateral by joining A to B, B to C, C to D.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yes. At the moment, it's not done dynamically, which is annoying, but it won't take a second just to do them. Because any 3 make a plane.
Yes, but I want to take 4. They may not be, actually they should not be in a plane. That is the beauty of what I'm suggesting to do. And now take the midpoints of these segments.
Oh yes, here we go.
I
know what you're trying to do.
Yes, yes. Because that is something which shows the 3D thing and beauty of that result. That
Oh yes, it's lovely, isn't it?
in 3D, not only in 2D, because in schools it is taught as a 2D theorem.
Yeah, what you're forgetting, of course, is that even though it thinks it's 3D, it's a 2D image.
Yeah, that's right. But when you visualization gives you a 3D visualization kind of a thing.
And here's your parallelogram.
Yes.
It's quite good to do this on 2D and in 3D at the same time.
Yes, that's right.
These will be dynamically done in the next version. You can be quite sure of that. There's your
See,
parallelogram.
yeah, the point to notice is that those original points may not be in a plane.
No, that's correct.
But the middle quadrilateral is in a plane and is a parallelogram. So very strong.
Yeah. Yes. Huh. No, that's lovely. Of course, it's dead easy to prove with vectors.
Yes, that's sure. But normally, always think that these 4 points should be in a plane, and then only you can do such kind of things. But can you? Is it possible to put a plane in the parallelogram?
Oh, certainly. We just pick 3 points.
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah, but
you probably want to.
Yeah. The resolution of the red one probably should be less, or
yes.
It won't show that it's sort of a 2D thing in.
I put some transparency on it now, so you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. This is something what softwares can do, and one could never do it on a blackboard or a pencil.
Never. You see, you and I are the generation where most of our teaching was done without this. And then it came along at the end, and it's been wonderful. Great discovery.
Yeah, sure. So
there's a cautionary tale here, because when Geometer Sketchpad came along, I thought, oh, let's explore the Euler line and the triangle. So I went through the whole thing on the board, and I said, isn't it exciting? Those 3 points are in a straight line. Oh, yeah. Kids weren't interested at all.
Yeah.
Because they weren't doing it. I was doing it, and I was having a lot of fun. So I think that is a salutary tale. Make sure you involve the children at all times. But what's happened, of course, now the children have got all the technology. They've got all the power on their phones. So they can do all this. But I think it's up to software developers now to make sure that their products work well on a phone, because that's the technology which the students now have. Yes. They haven't got laptops in the same way.
And the reason is, especially in countries where in the remote areas, they don't have that strong internet, and they don't have devices which are laptops and such things. So
worldwide internet is on its way, though. They're launching satellites all the time.
Yeah.
And I think that's definitely going to be a problem that is solved.
So let us wind up the session for now, and look forward to your workshop tomorrow. So
yeah, absolutely. It's going
anybody
to be fun.
else? Yeah, anybody has still a question or a suggestion, please ask, so that we can formally say thank Douglas for your beautiful illustration. I also liked the comparison between the three, Desmos, GeoGebra, and
yes, that was fun to do that. Yeah,
that was nice. I think it is showed some of the positive nuances of autograph.
Yeah, I think so.
Other two things.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I hope that some of you will come along tomorrow for the workshop. And we'll be looking at the web version and the PC version.
So in the meantime, if you like, you can try to download the autograph on your mobiles or laptops. It's free. So as he has said, just type autograph and download from that.
Yeah. Well, that's what you end up with.
Yeah.
Good. I think it's time for a cup of coffee. It's
yes.
10:30 here in the UK.
Yeah, it's evening time for India also.
Oh, right.
So we'll have a break till the next session. And
very good.
Thank you, Douglas, for today.
Pleasure.
Soumya,
Yeah, yes, sir.
would you like to leave it for, because we have a break of 1 hour, I think, right?
Yeah. So I have stopped recording.
Yeah.
But,
You can leave it on.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I'll be here. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Inder, would you like to send the recording over and I can edit it, take out the sort of tricky bits?
Of the session? Yeah.
Because
we can do that. I think.
Yeah.
Good. I did the same for ATCM because all the ers and ums and things, it shortens it too, because people don't want to sit through the whole lot.
Okay, we'll do that.
So send it over, just share a Google Drive file or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
And I'll sort it out for you. Send it
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Good. Okay.
Okay. So, when is next schedule is?
Yeah, it's at 5:15.
Yes. 5:15. Talk by Professor Padmanabhan Sheshyar.
Yes.
Okay. So please take a break. I think we have been working continuously since yesterday and today, but do come back at 6:30.
5:15.
5:15, sorry. And then after that, we'll have 2 workshops on use of calculators, it says making mathematics relevant using TI technology. So see you at 5:15.
Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
And you'll send over the recording when you've got
Yes.
a moment. Okay. Very good.
Take care.
And you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Hi, so
Yeah.
waiting for the
Speaker, right?
speaker. It's quite early in the morning there.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, is that?
Yes.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I guess good evening to many of you.
Yeah, India is good evening, but for you it's very good early morning.
Yeah, it's okay. How are you all doing? Good?
Yeah, fine, thank you. How about you?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Good, great. Yeah, I'm sorry for the confusion of timings or something.
Oh, no worries. Yeah. That's a good math problem to have. So,
No, I tried all these websites and then all precautions, I called you and everything and still, but okay.
Sir, could you please share your screen so that
you want to?
Did you make me a co-host by any chance, Soumya? Or
it's okay. I mean, you can share.
Oh, okay, good. Because I will go through some websites and all that. So I would, if I'm co-host, it'll be easy. So
No, it's a.
Yeah, I have made it.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. I'm assuming you can see my screen now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Whenever you tell me, I'll start.
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, we can start from here.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So welcome to this evening session, first session of the evening. This is evening here and early morning for the speaker, Professor Padmanabhan Sheshar from George Mason University. He has quite a long list of achievements. So I will just very shortly say that he is professor at George Mason University. He is director of STEM Accelerator Program at the College of Sciences, as well as director of Center for Outreach in Mathematics, Professional Learning and Education Technology at the same university. Beyond his research areas, which is computational mathematics, computational data sciences, scientific computing and computational biotechnology, design and system thinking, and so on, he is very much interested in school education, and his specialty is, at present, he is interested in STEM education. So I think I will just, instead of eating up his time and reading up his biodata, I would request him to start the session. So, sir, please start.
Okay. Let me just. Okay. Let me make sure you're all able to hear me. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, great. Wonderful. I'm just going to share my screen once again. Okay. So welcome everyone, so thank you for this honor to be a part of this year's speaker list. So I'm excited to present a lot of things to you today, everything will be connecting two important concepts. One is computational thinking to mathematics education. And I'll also tell you something about some of the work that I've been doing with students as well. And at the same time, because the T and the I stands for technology and innovations, so I will introduce you to some innovations in terms of how innovations in pedagogical approaches to teach, innovations in mathematical approaches that we can engage students in, and how can technology enhance the learning. So I saw different types of technology. Many of the speakers focused on GeoGebra, to other how to teach during the pandemic and so on. I will try to also add to that list a few of them that you can learn today. So those of you, if you want to definitely connect with me, you can connect with me through Twitter or LinkedIn. After the talk, you can watch my TED Talk and all that stuff. But feel free to connect with me. Most people after the talks connect with me through Twitter or LinkedIn. So, we can be connected, or send me an email and things like that. So I'll get to this slide later on. So if you want to, feel free to, take the contacts and all that. So I do work with several stakeholders in terms of, on the top left is a student on the board. This is how I teach. I am not the, even though I have the educator hat, I am the facilitator. So all my students are always at the board, actually teaching everyone else. So, essentially our role as teachers becomes facilitators. So, so teachers are writing. And so the idea is called active learning, and where the students actively express their solutions on a whiteboard. So imagine your classroom or your house or whatever, wherever you are, imagine all the walls are writable. And that's the type of rooms that, I enjoy teaching, where students are always on the board, and then the mistakes and everything is public so that everybody can see everybody's work. And then my job will be to connect, make the connections between the student thinking. And this is where some of them may be thinking computationally, some of them may be thinking mathematically, some of them may be thinking visually, some of them may be thinking kinesthetically. And my job as an educator is not to stand in front and talk. My job is to actually facilitate that discussion so that everybody understands everybody's perspectives. And that's where, a decent teacher can become an outstanding teacher. And that's the first message I want to give you in terms of pedagogical approaches. The second approach is where I am standing with a group of people here. These are all people from the military and Air Force, and they're coming back and telling me what happens in the real world. Mathematicians tend to use the word real world just like left and right without, we are all sitting in a cubicle or a house or somewhere, and then we are like writing papers and if mathematics is used in the real world, we have no clue what a real world is. But the real world is what these guys see. And they come and tell me, the projectile motion and all these things are textbook examples. But then have you ever seen a projectile? Have you thrown a bomb? Have you thrown something? Now these guys have. And then they come and tell us. So when a mathematician listens to actual people in the field, the mathematics becomes much more interesting, because we can make up whatever we want. At the end of the day, that is the real authentic problem solving. So that's something I really engage in, working with different types of stakeholders. And then, of course, this group on the top is all the undergraduates, graduate students, and all that. My favorite group is in the bottom here, all teachers. I work with close to 1,000 teachers every year. So, and then on the left here is a country that is in South America. And I can start with my pop quiz today. The country is called Suriname, Suriname. I'm actually going to see if I can see the chat. I'd like to see how good your geography skills are or history skills are. I'm sure there's experts here. The country is called Suriname. I'm just typing it in the chat. Please tell me what the language they speak. Go ahead, take a guess on the chat. Let's go ahead and, I would like this to be interactive. So go ahead and take a guess on the chat. What do you think the language they speak in Suriname is? I don't see Surian. Good guess. Wow. Ramanujan, very good. Nobody has hit Dutch at the very first. Hindi. Wow, Inder, that's actually even better. People have no idea exactly. So I'm so glad to see this crowd is geographically, intellectual here. So South America, people usually think, oh, Spanish. So let me tell you that it was a Dutch colony. So they speak Dutch. And the interesting part is one third of the country are immigrants from Africa originally, and then the rest of the another 1/3 is from India. Believe it or not, Bihar. Many of them speak like a Hindi, Bhojpuri, and Dutch mix, and it's a very interesting thing that if you go there. And then the rest of them have actually come from Indonesia, and then of course Europe. So you will see like people that look like you, and then they are actually speaking Dutch, and it's very interesting. And so essentially, why I'm telling you this is also an opportunity to understand about geography, right? So you have Suriname, which speaks Dutch. And right next to it is French Guiana. They speak French. On the left side is English Guiana. It's regularly called Guyana, which speaks English. And guess what it's bordered by in the south? It's Brazil, which speaks Portuguese. I just told you 4 languages, none of which are Spanish. Okay, so the tendency of our human thing is to think like, oh yeah, they speak Spanish. So that misconceptions, right? So I had a misconception myself. I had no idea that there were this many Indians. In fact, the president of the country right now is of Indian, goes back to his ancestors, goes back to Indian origin. So the Minister of Education that I work with, she has a background mixed with 2 different races. So it's an interesting thing to, I visit there, I work with I've worked with the ministry to build their curriculum. And so one of the things I do is I work with about 23 countries, and I just spoke to the Indian government of India recently, 1 month back, I guess. And also I'll talk about some of those things in just a second. And then of course, teachers as students, that's what this picture is showing inside the classroom. So having them engage in activities is much more powerful than having just, then they will go and mimic what I did with them in the classroom, and then they do it in with the students. And of course, something that we struggle with in this country, in the US, is having more girls, women in STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So this is a program that I created that brings close to 100 girls every summer to engage in a whole intense week of science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Now I have it's immediately booked, the moment I announce it. Now we actually have global countries coming and actually taking advantage of this program. They come and actually experience everything from, building drones to, not only learning. There's a day of science, day of technology, day of engineering, day of mathematics, and then they learn problem solving, entrepreneurship, leadership, and so on. And then, of course, these are the kids that get us to the White House and all that. So that's Senator Warner representing Virginia for the projects and all that. So that's kind of me. I work with all the, I mean, that's why Education for All. And so what I want to, and of course, I'll share this link later on. So if anyone is interested, so I talk more about why mathematics is not just a part of STEM, it is the foundation for STEM. Okay. And so I also was very lucky to be a part of Prime Minister Modi's Vaibhav initiative. If you did not know what it stands for, it's Vaishvik Bharatiya Vaigyanik Summit, which brought people of Indian origin from outside the United States to lots and lots of people from India, who came together, and they were asked to be in different groups to think about where India should innovate in the next 10 years. And maybe some of you in the group have been a part of this. So I was assigned to, because of my expertise, to data science education, the future of data science education for India, where money should be invested in, projects should be invested in for the next 10 years. So what is interesting, why I'm showing you this is all the other areas, and you can see computational sciences, every single thing here, which boiled down to computational thinking. So not only that, in 2020, also the National Education Policy was released. And this is when the government of India and several people they've been talking to, I've been working with them also. And, one of the most important big changes that you all know, math educators that are in this call, know that there's a significant shift in the logistics of how education is going to be delivered in India, or at least the curriculum is going to be re-envisioned. And as you go through the big document, and if you have not read this, it's an interesting document to read. You wonder who wrote these things, and if you actually very carefully look at, for example, I pull something from 4.24 curriculum and pedagogy. This is somebody who has written this document for the Prime Minister's vision, and you can see words like digital literacy, coding, and computational thinking. So I want to actually stress on why it is very important on those things. And this is not just because I'm giving a talk on computational thinking. It's actually going to impact the children, okay, and the students, and the way we teach. And this is what my message is going to be today, okay. So now that I've set up the framework for you, just to let you know, in Virginia, I am leading a task force called Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative, and where we are re-envisioning the entire mathematics. The mathematics curriculum in the United States is like when you become like 10 years, 11 years, 12 years old, and then around that time, you're called middle schooler. And in middle school, you are actually starting to learn about what is called as, you're already exposed to algebra, but they call it Algebra 1. And then they put you in geometry. And then they put you in Algebra 2, which is when more quadratics, function-based approaches teased out. And then they put you in pre-calculus, which is where trigonometry is starting to come, and applications, more functions-based approach, and a little bit of statistics and all that. And then they put you in calculus, and then they put you in multivariable calculus, which means more on vector-based and things like that. So there's a big sequencing going on, but does everybody need to go through this track? I mean, it's unfortunate that people are forced into it sometimes, and you have to do these classes. So if I look at India's vision and the vision that, how you're creating the structure, it is also important to scaffold the mathematics and the computation and the data science, everything that the children are learning, so that they will come out very proficient as they enter colleges. And that's where I come in. And so we have a big task force that I'm leading with called the Virginia Pathways. And we re-envisioned it completely differently. We went and actually talked about career clusters, which is going to be the jobs that the students are going to get. We're talking about jobs undergraduates, graduate students are going to get. I know many of you are probably educators, but it's important who you're teaching and what they want to do. And then we worked backwards and said, what is the mathematics you need for agriculture? What is the mathematics you need for government and public domain? What's the mathematics you need for marketing or transportation? So we worked backwards. We defined the 11th and 12th standard. And we said, well, we need more options. So the first option that was introduced was data science. The second option was mathematical modeling. Third option was financial modeling, and then discrete mathematics and computing. So we have a whole list of classes, brand new classes introduced for 11th and 12th standard students. And then 8, 9, 10 students are all going to be doing, which used to be Algebra 2, pre-calculus. They are going to be completely going into what is called as essential concepts. What are the essential concepts should we be teaching? Spatial thinking, not necessarily geometry. Statistical thinking, not just statistics. Computational thinking, and then algebraic thinking. And so then we broke that whole thing backwards. And so we have 3 groups that are working seriously on lots of things. And just and the first thing I want to just tell you how these things are built from backwards, because it's very important. It connects to technology and innovation. So one of the more things that I was leading was data science, the first ever high school data science class in the state of Virginia, which will be modeled across the United States. I want to tell you what I'm going to be engaging students in. Just one out of the 100 lessons that we are going to be giving, I'm going to share one with you today. Okay. And what are the students learning here? These are 11th and 12th standard students. Well, they're going to learn how to formulate problems, how to actually clean data, how to collect data, how to clean data, how to model data, how to analyze data, how to interpret data, how to visualize data. We should be intentionally teaching this, but not with just some textbook like the temperature table, and here is this thing, let's fit a sine curve. It's not going to be like that. These kids are going to be really talking about Shenandoah River, and they're going to collect data from Shenandoah River, and they're going to be, so it's real data that impacts their community. And then we build the mathematics from that. And that's the power of what we are going to be doing. And let me give you an example of the technology. Given this is a technology conference and innovation, I want to introduce you to CodeApp. I suspect that many of you have heard of this, but let me tell you how we are going to be introducing this to students. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this for a second, and I'm going to be going to CodeApp. So, this is not a workshop. I'm not going to give you a workshop. I'm going to teach you how it's done, and you can go and explore later on. And I'm happy to come and give a workshop later on. So I'm going to try CodeApp with you all today. So when I try CodeApp, it's going to ask me like, do you want to open a document or create a document? I want to just open a document with existing examples. There's lots of examples already there. I'm going to pick an example. Let's say roller coaster. And roller coaster, I'm sure you all know, is like, all these, adventure theme parks has roller coasters and all that stuff. So when I open it, there's already a canned data out there, and the canned data is in the form of an Excel file. I know that Janaki and other people talked about Excel and things like that. I want to show you that it's just a CSV file that can be pulled into this software. Okay, now let's say you've pulled into the software and it is actually roller coasters. Now I'm going to teach a lesson to the students, and I'm teaching to you right now. As a person that loves to go on roller coasters, ups and downs and things like that, I'd like to go fast. I'd like to go, go high and things like that. So I can give a very inquiry-based question to the student saying, which one do you think is the tallest coaster? Which one do you think is a coaster that is steel or wooden? Which one do you think is like fastest coaster? By the way, I'm building a platform just like this, and it'll be available for everybody also. So let me show you how cool the students will engage in learning. So on the top left, you see graph. So I'm going to click on graph here. So immediately a window opens like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take maximum height. This column is, so let me tell you what it is. It's the state of Virginia, states in United States. It's the type of coaster that you can see there. It's the name of the coaster. And then it has the, it's basically both are names. And then it has the top speed, the maximum height, the drop speed, the length, the duration, the type, wooden coaster or steel coaster. Is it a sit-down coaster? Is it a stand-up coaster? When was it built? Is it new? How recent is it? How old is it? Because we can talk about accidents that happen in the coasters and all that stuff. So let's say I'm interested in the maximum height. Watch how it happens. I'm pulling the maximum height and putting it here. It's not like something that all softwares can do. So I just put it here. Now I'm going to tell you how the computational thinking is teasing out the mathematics. Now I'm curious what this coaster is, because I get like a nice, maybe a normal type distribution, but I also get something on the top. I look at it and say, it's the big bad wolf. And then I say big bad wolf, which means I can go find out where the coaster is, because I want to have fun with that coaster. But then not only is it going really maximum height, I want to see, how high is it, or how fast does it drop? So I want to see the drop. So I'm going to put the drop on the y-axis. Guess what happens? Immediately you get a trend. Not only you get a trend, as a teacher, you get to talk about linear, because the higher the drop, the higher the height. And, so you get a lot of things, and the students are doing it, not the instructor. The instructor is only giving the questions and making the students think about it. And then you say, what does that look like? Well, that looks like linear. So why don't I just take either a least squares? This is your cue to start teaching the exact technique. Don't tell them, go and tell them, today we are going to teach least squares. Today we are going to do blah, blah, blah. Today we're going to do linear. I went through that system also, but today I don't teach like that. Okay. So for example, maybe a movable line, and then I want the students to figure out movable line. And then I curious about why is the, which fit is it? Or I can actually do a least squares line. And then it gives you something like R squared. And then like, oh, is this the best line? And then we talk about best. And so I want to give you an idea of how we teach in a reverse engineering way. So this idea of reverse design, and feel free to comment, your thoughts on like, you like it, don't like it, that's fine. I'm curious on this idea of, we tend to actually teach the mathematics and then ask the students to solve the problem. I don't think like that. I want to do it the opposite way. Here is the problem. Let's find the mathematics to do it. And that is much more powerful. And that's the message I want to give you. That's the next message I want to give you. Now, even more cooler is you could even say a map here. This is the map of you can build a map of the United States, for example. And then I can say, where are all the coasters? So I can actually go and type of coasters. I can bring the type here. Immediately, I know which ones are steel and which ones are wooden. Maybe I'm afraid of wooden coasters. I don't want to go on wooden coasters. Then I will totally avoid these coasters right there, or even in Virginia and all that stuff. So coasters, once again, roller coasters, for those of you that may not know, is just, these things that go up and down, and you have all this, adrenaline rush and things like that. So welcome to CodeApp. And I hope you learned about the technology and how we actually engage the students in pedagogy. This is just one tool out of the 100 technology tools we are going to be introducing the students in this new idea. So now that I have that for you, let me now go back to the presentation. And I want to introduce you to another one. I'm sure everybody knows this. And this is called the Google Jamboard, something I use very regularly. I'm putting it on the chat. Feel free to click on the chat. Come with me to the chat. I know you're coming. I will know if you're clicking on it. And, I know many of you are not showing your faces, which is completely okay. But I need to know, yeah, I see you all coming in. Very good. So if you're coming in, I see one person come in. The rest of you, I'm sure you have many things going on in the background, but feel free to come in. And here is what I'm interested in. I see a lot of you coming in. Very good. Please pick a star. Please pick a star and go and place who you are. I'm a university faculty, so I'm going to place my star into the university faculty right there. So please pick a star, pull it, just pull it. Good. Okay. I'm seeing the distribution of students. When I say students, I mean K-12 school student, postdoctoral student, undergraduate student, high school student. I want to see how many teachers are there in this group. So what I'm doing is real-time data collection. Watch what I'm doing here. So I'm collecting. So there's at least 2 teachers, at least 2 students, at least 2 faculty, more teachers. Other could be a category from industry, parents, or other groups also. So as you're pulling these stars, which is very good that I notice you guys are active, I'm also engaging you right now in terms of interactive. I personally am collecting data on who's who. I'm also figuring out if you're technologically savvy, or if you're just put your screen on the mode and cooking in the background. I know I can pretty much tell, like, oh, I see like Soumya Day and I don't see him move it, or things like, I don't know if he's moving or not. I could actually ask you to type your names, which I'm not going to do. Okay. So, but this is for me telling it before. It's almost a pre-assessment. I already know who I'm going to be dealing with today. I know there's a bunch of students, there's a few university faculty, there's a lot of school teachers. So clearly, I'm going to gear my talk to pedagogical moves so that the teachers and the students can benefit. The university faculty are interested in research and all that stuff, so which is great. You can engage also. So a tool that should be used in an interactive way. Good. So now that you have used this, I also want to tell you 2 other tools. On the left side, you got, I would tell you the 4th tool. The fourth tool, and you don't have to do it, but the fourth tool is a post-it note. I click on the post-it note and say, hello, I am Padu. Okay, so I've put it there, and then I can actually put this here, and I can actually put hello and all that stuff. I can also go and change colors. For example, I can edit it. And this I use when I use brainstorming. I have a provoking question. I'm going to let you do that later on. Don't worry, you will get a chance. The second tool I would like you to know is the seventh tool that you see here, which is a text box. So when I click on the text box, and thank you, somebody's already typing. So I'm typing here and saying like, hi, time 2021. So now this is another tool I like to use because students are expressing their thoughts and all that stuff. So this is a text box. And this is how I teach every single class. I just finished a graduate numerical analysis class. Every single class, I engage them in Google Jamboard, and I have a question. Students are working together on answering some questions and all that stuff. If I have time, I'll share with you. Thank you. So you're all typing. You're welcome to type. Why don't I give you 30 seconds to type your name? Let's see how good you are with your, okay, time 2021. Okay, go for it. Type what, your name, maybe your school or whatever it is. I would suggest that you don't do other tools. Yeah, the people that are doing these drawing, please don't do that now, because just use these two. You can play with it. Welcome, Shradhav. So Shardhav. So try not to use other tools for today, please. Hi, Soumya, welcome. Shubhangi, welcome. Ramanujam, welcome. Very good. Aniruddha Deshmukh, and you're also putting your name right next to the faculty corner. That's great. PhD scholar, IIT Indore. Very good. Chitra, welcome. Anuradha, welcome. Okay, very good. So, and you can place it towards the corner also. So Shubhangi is a school teacher. Now I know I can address Shubhangi as a school teacher. IKR is actually a faculty and does a lot of other things. So Jitendra is a student, Soumya is a student, and Anaga is a student. So as a teacher, I have my level playing field now. So I know exactly who is in this crowd, and now I can actually cater my talk to those that are based on how people are distributed and all that. Fantastic. So I know that we can play this game all along, but I'm going to switch back to my talk. Okay. So, and please try to avoid drawing stuff right now, because you could use the pen tools and all that. You could do that later. Okay. Let me go back to the talk. Okay. Now I'm going to engage you in some typing on the chat, and this is just to show you how quickly you can actually engage. By the way, I have over 100 slides, and I will stop whenever. Inder, tell me whenever you want me to stop, and I'll stop. Okay. So, so let me now ask you to. I'm going to give you a pop quiz, and the quiz is the following. It's going to be 16 movies on the screen. I'd like you to tell me what the name of the movie is. Go. You got about a minute. Okay. Your time stops now. Go ahead and type on the chat. Type on the chat. Keep typing. Let's see how many math movie geeks are in this crowd. Go ahead. Let's see. Are you even making the connection? Is your computational thinking in your brain making the connection to the picture to a movie? Oh, Life of Pi. Matrix, very good. Okay, Matrix, very good. So I'm going to put it here so that everybody sees it. Life of Pi, Matrix. Okay, Matrix was an obvious one, clearly. Life of Pi, I don't see the life there, but this is obviously, if I showed it to people in the US, they would immediately say something else Pi. What does it look like? Does it look like a flag of the United States? I'm giving you a clue. There it is. Janaki is, oh, wow, Janaki, how did you get exorcist? Nailed it. Very good. Okay. Ramaj, imitation game. I'd love to hear which one that is. I don't know which one imitation game is, but interesting. American Pie, Anuradha, that's correct. The top, if you think of this as a whole thing as a matrix, the first one, first row, first column is a matrix. Keanu Reeves, Lawrence Fishburne movie. I'm sorry, Keanu Reeves and oh no, it is Lawrence Fishburne. That's correct, if I remember correctly. And then, of course, American Pie I got, and Janaki, very nicely done. Exorcist, she identified row number 3 right there. Row number 3 is X and the computer symbol R and the cyst. So Exorcist, well done. I also see Ramajam, I'm very interested to know, Can you type which one is imitation game? Can you tell me row something and column something? I'm just curious. I don't know which one is the imitation game here. If it is, then I need to learn also. But anyway, these are some movies that I made. And so it's interesting. It's like such a seasoned and experienced crowd. Thank you. Row 2, column 3. Row 2, column 3. Okay, imitation game. Actually, really interesting that you said that. Row 2, it's actually the symbol 1-3 imitation game. Okay, good. Oh, Khalil, fantastic. 2 movies nailed. Sin City and Speed. Sin City happens to be the 3rd row and 2nd column. It's the sine wave and the city under the sine wave. Sin City, very well done. Speed is hard to find, but it's in the row 4, which you see S is the displacement. DSDT would be in calculus, would be velocity. The magnitude will be speed. Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves. Well done, Khalil. Varsha, 13th floor. Not many people figure this out. 13, that's row number 2, column number 4. It's the floor is the computer science symbol for flooring something, right? So 13 point something, the floor and the ceiling and all that. Well done. 13th floor is the correct thing. So let me now that you've figured like 8 out of the 16 problems, you can see how challenging this activity was, even though you guys are all seasoned educators, mathematicians, and all that stuff. Let me tell you, top left, yes, array of numbers, columns and rows. It's matrix. Next one, row 1, column 2 is American Pie. And then the next one, of course, is a bunch of sine waves. Night Shyamalan, if you know the director who did Sixth Sense, his next movie was called The Signs. So that's science, okay? Sine wave, multiple sine waves. This one, the 4th one, I'm surprised that nobody found it. It's actually, if you add, that's the sum, and then you are taking 1 over, that's kind of taking the average of something. Average synonymous with mean, and there's a girl sitting right next to it, I, so that's Mean Girls. Sorry, girls in this crowd. So that's called Mean Girls. That's a movie called Mean Girls. Of course, I'm surprised that nobody nailed row 2, column 1. 1609.344. Given India is in metrics, meters. So this would be a mile. 1 mile, right? And then it's in green. It's the Oscar supporting actor winning movie called Green Mile, Tom Hanks. And so A plus BI, thank you. Somebody just said heat. That's very hard to identify. I always throw some hard one. So Shardha finds heat, 4-2. That's exactly right. Robert De Niro. It's the heat equation, PDE. So, that's heat equation. Now, A plus BI, row number 2, column number 2 is a golden eye, James Bond, 007. Row number 2, column number 3, the second row is actually the sum of all fears, right? X is fears, a set of fears. So sum of all fears. 13th floor, we already identified. Exorcist, we already identified. Sin City, we did. Interestingly, nobody did this. This is the Zuckerberg Facebook movie, Social Network. Okay. And then, of course, if 2 times a number is even, 2 times a number plus 1 is odd. There's 2 of them. So it's the odd couple. Okay. Now, e to the I pi plus 1 equal to 0 is such a beautiful result in mathematics. 666 is the number of the beast. There's the beauty and the beast. Okay, so now I'm playing with your brains here. Okay, so that is already starting to play with, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. Yes, you could be the expert in the world. I can stump you very quickly. Okay, don't worry. So, and then of course, the last one here is there's only, it's the number E. I don't know, you saw the wall behind it. So it's wall E. I hope you know the movies. Now that I show you here, enjoy the movies right now. Of course, a story about wall E. You see this big number. Most people don't recognize this, but I'll tell you how to remember wall E, the number E. There's only 2 things you need to know about Andrew Jackson. He was the 7th president of the United States. He was elected into office in 1828. I repeat, 1828. Like every good mathematician should know, the angles of an isosceles right angle triangle is 45, 90, 45. Like I said, you just need to know 2 things about Andrew Jackson. Better than any computer, any calculator. Hope you remember that. Okay, so now that you know this, what I did now is I used about 3 minutes to do a pre-assessment on how good your knowledge about mathematical symbols is, computer science symbols is, and then I start teaching. So it's an important thing as a pedagogical tool to have something like this. Use technology to your advantage. Maybe you're going to call it innovations, given its time. and build your discussion based on who your audience is, right? So, and that's, I can clearly see you get, none of you passed today 50%, 8 out of 16 movies, but that tells me who the audience is. Maybe it's the generation, maybe it is like you have never heard of this movie, but the point is the fact that you could not connect 1609.344 to a mile. Maybe you did, but you didn't know why it was green, and then connecting that to green mile, that's where your brain works magic, right? So that's where you have to really think about computation and mathematics. Okay, moving right along. So I want to play lots and lots of things. I have like 8 or 9 problems for you today. So let's see how many we get through. Inder, feel free to tell me to stop anytime you want. So I'm going to start off with elementary grades. Elementary grades. Which dog grew more, A, B, or C? A is dog 1, B is dog 2. Both grew the same. Can you please type on the chat? What do you think is which dog grew more? Go ahead and type on the chat. As I said, I want to keep this as interactive as possible. So go ahead and type on the chat. Which dog do you think grew more? I don't see anybody typing. Go ahead. Don't worry. It's not like a IIT question. Okay. B, 2B. Okay. Now you A. I see variations. 2, dog 2, dog 2. That's very interesting that many of you are starting to say dog 2. And if you, I really want you to ask this question to a young child in your house. I want you to ask your question to a middle schooler, high schooler. And I see that many of you are seasoned here, so you are very careful in answering. So clearly, most kids will say, +3 to 5 goes to, I think somebody needs to mute. If you can mute yourself, that'll be wonderful. So 5 goes to 8, that's a +3. And 3 goes to 6, that's a +3. That +3 has to do with additive thinking. Exactly, we don't know the time. Interesting. Now you're starting to make some interesting things, because I can tell you when this question was given to many teachers and many students, they all picked A. Why? Because it's obvious, right? So it's +3, so it has to be +3. That's additive thinking. But many of you actually said one of the correct answers, which is dog 2. Now dog 2 is growing double, right? 3 goes to 6, so that's doubling. 4, 5 goes to 8 is not doubling. It's like 3/5. So now you're talking relative or multiplicative thinking. So when children grow, they start with additive thinking. Repeated addition becomes multiplication. Then repeated multiplication becomes exponentiation. So that learning progressions is extremely important in mathematics education. Sometimes we don't point those things out, and it's very important to really take advantage. So asking questions like this, I can tell you many children will say both grew the same. Now, now you put the hat of assessment, like, whatever, final exam, CBSE exams and all that. Are you going to penalize the child that gave the answer both grew the same with some logic, or, dog 1 or dog 2? So this is where and this is what I'm advising the Ministry of Education, is when you're making questions, make the task clear. Like, for example, which dog grew more is not a good question. Asking next to it saying, explain your thinking, and then asking them to do more is very important. Unfortunately, we lose a lot of good students in the system by just asking them to check off ABC. So it's very important to understand this very important piece. So it's if I were to re-envision, we got to re-envision the entire assessment system. It's not, it's a bunch of people that are making it, don't even build the curriculum. And the curriculum developers are different from the assessment creators to the ones that are teaching in the classroom. Ultimately, the teachers need to be involved in all of them. Unfortunately, they are not. And that's, I don't know the system, and I'm learning the system in India right now, but I can tell you many countries I go, the teachers are not even, they're just given a curriculum and say, teach, or teach to the test, so that's what happens most of the time, which is unfortunate. Okay. And then what happens? Pandemic happens. And then what happens? All the entire national testing is completely abolished. That's what happened in Suriname. For the first time in history, the national testing was completely taken off. So obviously India went through a lot of challenges also, but I want to make sure you understand these are very important things. So that's an elementary level problem. So let's go on to the next one. Here is a problem that I've worked with teachers, and I published this in the NCTM, National Council for Teachers in Mathematics. In fact, I'm writing a article with the president of NCTM, Trina Wilkerson, which will be soon available, and I'm happy to share with whoever is interested. And this is the very famous problem where in the school system in the United States, everybody carries a bag and everybody gets a locker. So the children go and put their books in the locker and then bag in the locker and only take the books to the classroom that they want to go to. It's not like the Indian system where you're sitting in the class and the teacher walks in, physics teacher, then the math teacher, then the chemistry teacher and all this stuff. And I'm in 12th B or something like that. There it's different. The students are the ones that are moving and the teachers are the classroom. It's a flipped system. Okay. So imagine this, imagine 20 children and they are standing in a line, and because let's say for COVID, and the first person goes and opens all the locker doors. And then let's say the second person goes and they change the state of the doors. That means if it is open, they will close it. So, and they, not all the doors, but they will do everything that is multiple of 2. So they'll close the second door, close the 4th door, close the 6th door, 8th door, and so on. The third person will change the state as an open to close, close to open of everything that is multiple of 3. Now, let me pose a question to you all. What happens after the 20th student walks by? Go ahead, type on the chat, just put your computational thinking hat and tell me if it strikes you immediately. All the mathematicians, math educators, students here, what happens? What is this? What is the setup of the doors after the 20th student walks by? This is a paper I have written in NCTM. I'm happy to share with you all, but I'm just curious if anybody has an answer. Go ahead, type on the chat. So I'm trying to make you guys think, okay? If it is not obvious, this is why we build technology. And what can be easier than PowerPoint? This is one of my teachers that impressed me, and I want to share what the teacher did. And here is what happens. Second column closed. Oh, Shubhangi, you hit it. Okay, good. You must be a teacher. Okay, good. Very good. You all have different guesses. Watch what happens. Shubhangi hit it just like that. So the first student comes and opens all the doors. Now, technology in action. I'm using a PowerPoint. This is PowerPoint, guys. It is not like sophisticated software, okay? Janaki, exactly. Those numbers there. Prime numbers is a good guess. And then Janaki is also saying something about 1, 4, 9, 16. I wonder what those numbers are. 1, 4, 9, 16. Perfect squares. Good. Okay, good. So the second student comes and actually closes or changes the state. So that's what happens when the second student comes. Now, notice this is a time conference, which means you need to understand technology and innovations. That's technology and innovations to engage students in the classroom. And then, of course, the third person comes and changes the state, open, closed, closed, open. And so that happens. So I continue to do this, and I'm sure you guys are seeing the pattern here. And then quickly at some point, many doors like 10th student, 11th student, 12th student, oops, this is what happens. So like Janaki has put 1, 4, 9, 16. What should they be? Perfect squares, like Ramajan put. Exactly. And what is interesting about perfect squares? Like, and then somebody talked about prime. So I can talk about this number door here, and you see these numbers in the bottom. Somebody said prime. This door only changed once. Not only does the simple PowerPoint slide, it's one slide, guys. I'm happy to share this slide if you want to share this in your classroom. You see the number 1, that means this door only changed state once. That is great for students to see that 1 has, only one factor, like, so it's not prime. And then you can see the numbers 2 is associated with 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. I mean, 2, 3, 5, 7. You can see the number 2. That means they're all prime numbers. And then you can see the ones that have odd numbers is the number of factors. Now you start to really build a lesson from there. I hope you understood how to connect technology to the content that you're actually going to be delivering. Okay, so that's unlocking the locker problem. If anybody wants to learn about it, there's my paper. I'm happy to share this from a long time back, but if for the teachers here, if you're going to be engaging this in a classroom, please contact me. I'll tell you how to run this. I have lesson plan templates and all that for this. So more problems. Let's go to middle school, slowly go up the middle school. So when we teach this, 4 shirts and 3 pants cost $37, 3 shirts, 4 pants cost $33. The normal tendency for us is to say, aha, so this is you underline or whatever the way you do this, and then say 4 times the variable S for shirts plus 3 times the variable P for pants equals 37, and then you write these 2 equations. Now, then what we do is basically teach them, oh, let me teach you substitution. Let me teach you linear addition, also known as elimination. Let me teach you graphing. Let me teach you matrix inverse. Let me teach you Cramer's rule. Let me teach you Gaussian elimination, blah, 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 blah. Great. The student is learning a technique, and then they are going through it. Let's step back and allow them to think computationally for a second. Now, what happens when I subtract the 2 equations? When I subtract the 2 equations, you realize that S minus P equals to 4. Now, let's think about physically what that contextually means. If I have 1 extra shirt and 1 less pant, it is equal to $4. Okay, let's think about this concept for a second. If I have that, let me start with the 4S plus 3P equals to 37 and watch something that is never written in textbooks. If I go up by 1 shirt and 1 less pant, I should go up by $4. And exactly what I'm going to do. 5 shirts plus 2 pants is $41. Let me do it again. Let me do it again. Guess what? I'm about to solve the problem. 7 shirts is $49. Shirt is $7. No elimination, no substitution, nothing. Simple, proportional reasoning up and down. And that's computationally, you're doing this in your brain. You can do this in your brain. So unfortunately, we don't teach these types of, elementary ideas to students to really, wow, they'll see this and say, oh, now I totally get it. And it physically makes sense. How many students make connections to substitution or elimination? It's just a procedure. So it's very important for us as teachers to really tell them why they are doing what they are doing. Otherwise, it's just, you're just making yourself happy. You're not making the student happy. So try to make the student happy, the user happy. And then it becomes much more better. I'm sure you're all seasoned educators and you're already doing that. So let's move on to the next problem. Chessboard, right? So a very typical question. I want an answer very quickly on the chat, which is completely okay, whatever you type. So my question is, how many squares do you see on the chessboard? Go ahead. How many squares do you see on the chessboard? Go ahead and type on the chat very quickly. 64, Shraddha, okay, keep going very quickly. 64, Aniruddha, okay, good. 64, a bunch of people are, Janaki, I'm going to come to you in just a second, Rama. So these people are like seasoned people. They see something beyond what you guys see. But the interesting thing is, this whole crowd is seeing 64. Listen to my question. I said, how many squares do you see? What happened was you're all seeing that 1 by 1 squares, and there's 8 of them this way. And then, yes, there's 8 of them this way. What you did was what is called as pattern, the 64 of them, because you don't want to count every single thing. You said, I'm going to make something interesting. I see patterns, 8 this way, 8 this way, 8 times 8 is 64. And you all did it very quickly. And that's called pattern recognition. One of the fundamental pillars of computational thinking. Okay. 2. Then you realize that, somebody walks by and says, there is another square. Your friend comes and says that big green square. And you say, oh my God, I didn't see that. That's the 65 square. So you already know 64 is wrong. And Ramanujan is already writing the answers. And you remember I said the perfect squares? I hope it rings a bell now. And this is called critical thinking. Okay, critical thinking as in thinking outside the box. Okay, so in this case, outside the squares. So now, once you have the critical thinking piece down, and the next thing is problem decomposition. What does that mean? Well, when you're teaching kids that didn't get it, then you break this problem down. How do you do that? Well, so problem recognition, creativity, solve a simpler problem. Take a 3 by 3. Now that you have shown that there is an additional square, people will become very good. They'll identify, they'll do problem decomposition, they'll find the 9 squares, and then they will find the extra square, which they are very good at right now because you just taught them. But they will even forget that there are 2 by 2 squares. Why? Because they did not list it correctly. They just randomly, they're looking for. So if you think about it, if you list it like the 1 by 1 squares, the 2 by 2 squares, the 3 by 3 squares, then you get the generalization like Janaki is saying. And also the, what Ramanujan put is the counting, right? The computational part, the 1 plus 4 plus 9 and all that stuff becomes much more interesting. By the way, I also have an article I should share about math education in India, which I wrote with somebody from Azim Premji, which I'm happy to share later on also. So this person that identifies these squares inside is what I would call as the creative person. Okay, the critical thinker is the person that found a bigger square and all that. So now, Aniruddha and all those people, you should rethink what you said. There's about 80% of you said 64, which is the incorrect answer, right? So obviously there are many more squares. Remember my question: how many squares do you see? Perfect squares, maybe. Okay, so and the generalization is important. So. And that's where the word generalization, I'm going to call it abstraction. And what Janaki put there, that's the fourth pillar. So pattern recognition, problem decomposition, abstraction, and the last one is what is called as algorithms, because we kind of used like an algorithmic thinking. These four are what are called as the fundamental pillars. And of course, I want to show you this because we all teach induction and say 1 squared plus 2 squared plus blah, blah, blah is n times n plus 1 times 2. And the kid is going, what? I mean, and then you say, prove, assume k equals to 1, prove n equals to, assume n equals to k and prove n equals to k plus 1. The kid is like, okay, I will memorize this. I will do exactly what the teacher is asking me to do. How many times have you taken a chessboard to teach the sum of the perfect squares is actually n times n plus 1 thing? Now try it. You will find it interesting when you teach it, okay? So, not only will it become interesting to the students, it'll also make them, think about other things. So computational thinking, is what they did. And this whole thing that I was talking about, and also they're communicating. You've been communicating, you've been collaborating, and then they start to love formulas. Okay, so don't show them the formula and then teach them stuff or ask them to derive things without knowing where they're going, right? So you want to really build a story, and that's what I did just now. So this idea of computational thinking has 4 pillars. Problem decomposition, very important part. Abstraction, very important. And what is Deepmala? I'm going to mute you.
Please mute your.
So those are 4 fundamental pillars of computational thinking. The question is, how do you get these aspects into mathematics education, which I've given you lots of examples here. So I want to now. Oh, okay. I'm okay. The interesting part is now I want to connect to computing. I'm going to pause for a second. I see it's. Do I have about how much time do I have in the? Can you tell me how much time I have?
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, I'll try to wrap up my thoughts. So now I want to go into the computing. Now that we have seen these different things, I want to ask you a very simple question. How do you eat a banana? Go ahead, tell me, how do you eat a banana? What's the first thing that you have to do? Go ahead and tell me what do you do? First thing you would do. Peel it. Very good, Ramajo. Very good. Keep going. You peel the banana, remove the peel, Shubhangi, yes, and then do what? Do you eat the entire banana? Or do you do what? Bite. That's exactly right. You bite in pieces, right? You bite, and then you chew, you swallow. And then, yeah, that's exactly right. Eat, bite, and then what do you do after you take the first bite? You go back and swallow, and then you take the next bite, right? You do that until you finish the banana, right? So this idea that I just told you, exactly, Parul. So essentially is a detailed set of instructions that you're writing. What are the instructions? Get a banana. First of all, if you don't have a banana, go get a banana. And then you peel the banana, and then you take a bite, and then you chew the bite, and then you swallow the bite. And then you repeat this until the banana is finished. Now, what I'm giving you is a set of instruction. Throw out the peel. Of course, don't throw it to make your friend fall. Put it in the dustbin and trash can and all that. But then what I just told you is a set of instructions, and the set of instructions is called algorithms. Speaking of one of the pillars of computational thinking. Now, algorithmic thinking is where you take this set of instructions, and then you want to translate these instructions to something that is meaningful. And that's what we call as a pseudocode. Very important when we teach logic in mathematics. What does that mean? Well, if you have a banana, then do these steps. Now you're bringing this reasoning part. If and the if and else and then and or while, do, for, whatever it is you're using, say sum of natural numbers, sum of the squares. You got to have that for loop thinking or while loop thinking and things like that. So if you have a banana, do all these steps. Else, go get a banana. And then repeat the steps until you're done, right? So now you have systematized your instruction to with words. It's still in English, and it's called pseudo code because it's not a code yet. From there on, you go into what is called as a flow chart, and somebody that is talking, I would like you to mute yourself, please. And so then you go into a flow chart. To do a flow chart, you need to really, we all need to agree on some conventions. So you have a symbol for starting, you have a symbol for checking, you have a symbol for input, output, an arrow that connects it. So let's try to turn this into a flow chart. So you start somewhere, you then ask, do you have a banana? This is the diamond is like a checking point. If you have it, no, then go get a banana. If you don't have a banana, if you do have a banana, peel the banana, just like you guys said. And then what do? You take a bite, chew it, swallow it. You're still going to have some more banana left. And then what are you going to do? You're going to ask yourself, do I have anything more left? Well, yes. Then go ahead, take a bite, chew the bite, swallow the bite, and then continue to do this until you're going to get a no and you're done. What we just did is went from plain vanilla English to an algorithm. But there's a lot of things in this logic. And because of time, what I do next is I take you to the Jamboard, but I don't have time today. And I show you how I make this a game. And I'm going to actually model this for you. And it is in the Jamboard, and you're welcome to impress me by showing you. So how do you do in the Jamboard? On the top left, on the top there is pages. So I can go to the next page. I already have Jamboard set for you. I have a demo page, and then I expected you to put you in Zoom room, breakout rooms, and create your own algorithms. But I want to show you how I did it. So how I do it. So I have everything set up already. So let me tell you the game. The game is on the computer. A fruit shows up. And that's, if you select a fruit and the fruit on the computer is the same, then you get a point. If not, then you lose a point. That's my game. Now I let the creativity for the kids to actually build their own game. So when starting, I want to set the score to 0, and I want to show a banana maybe on the screen. Maybe that's what it shows. And then if I can say when this is pressed, when up arrow is pressed, maybe it'll show like a tomato. And then if it shows a tomato, I want to decrease the score by 1. And when the right side is pressed, then I want to probably show a banana. So let me just copy and paste, and I'll show a banana right here. And then I will increase the score by 1. And then you can build the algorithm very quickly from here. But I want, as mathematicians, I'm going to throw a complex thing here. Choice is random number. I want to see how many of you can think computationally using random numbers also. So impress me with your own favorite game. And again, to move the games, I don't have time today, but I have like several rooms for you. You can actually do the game and all that stuff. So I do have about 4 or 5 minutes, I guess, and I'll finish. So there's a bunch of rooms. Feel free to make your own algorithm and impress me, and I will let you know. And then there's one more thing I want to talk about. And let me go back to the presentation. I do teach machine learning and deep learning. So now the next thing I want to take is to qualify these fruits, right? So classify these fruits. Now I teach decision trees. And when you do teach decision trees, you want to search by, let's say, color. If it's green, then you want to search by size. Then you want to search by, is it a watermelon, and so on. And then before you know, you build a big decision tree. And then once you have a decision tree, then you can give numbers to it, expected payoffs and things like that. So I hope that gave you a good feel. And if I can take 2 minutes in there, can I finish with one thing? Is that okay? Yeah. So one important thing, it's all great to do mathematics for a lot of things, but I want to make sure why I'm going to skip this whole patterns that I had, but I'm going to also skip this. I want to introduce you to the, asking questions like this to students and saying, if I ask you about how many seconds are there in a year, typically most students will go back and say there are 365 days in a year, 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, and then they'll multiply all of them and then try to impress me with an answer. But my question was about how many. I didn't ask you for an exact answer. And this is where the computational thinking should start and say about 365, that's about 400 days, because 400 is a nice number to multiply. And then, 24 hours in a day, I can think of 25. Why 25? Because 25 goes with 4 very nicely. Like 4 quarters make $1. So it's easy to multiply in our head. That's computational thinking. So 400 times 25 is super easy, right? So it's 100 followed by 2 zeros. I've already done the math in my head. And then, of course, after you do that, 60 minutes and 60 seconds is 3,600 seconds. A ballpark number is 4,000. So you just simply multiply by that and you have that. before the kid is taking the calculator and trying all this thing, you have computationally solve the problem very quickly. And those are the kids that are going to be hired by Google, not the kids that are, that get those ranks and they know how to crunch numbers. They're going to be sitting behind cubicles. Trust me on this. Okay. These are the kids that'll be the running the company. Okay. So that are street smart and that are able to computationally think. So I'm going to skip this activity and I'm going to finish this with this important message that it is not my technique. It's called Fermi problems. Enrico Fermi, 1938 Nobel Prize winner. And this is what he was known for. More than the Nobel Prize, Manhattan Project, World War II and all that. He was known for the way he delivered mathematics and physics and all that stuff. He would go to a problem and he'll go to the class and he'll challenge the kids with a complex problem like this. These are called Fermi problems. Please look up Fermi problems. It's like how many coins I need to build up to Mount Everest. So it makes students think. And you can see a nice math problem here. How many popcorns should it fill the room? What is the teacher trying to teach? The concept of volume. So you can actually nicely teach the concept of volume by having the kids understand how one popcorn will fit into a ½ inch by ½ inch by ½ inch, turn that into 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 inch, go into a foot, and then give them measuring tape and then for the room, and they can nail computationally how many popcorns there are. Maybe not exactly, but approximately. And I give a challenge to all my students, and I'm giving it to all of you today, about how many beds. And I wrote an article on this also. I'm happy to send it. If you were to think of Mumbai, use Fermi to find the number of beds that are needed for COVID. So work about hospitals are there, how many government hospitals are there, how many places that you have beds, how many people that are need to be served and things like that. You can use mathematics for this using Fermi. I've written an article. Feel free to contact me and I'll give you the article. Why am I saying this? Because I'm all about mathematics for impact. Not mathematics to make me happy. I do want to be happy, but I really want to make the user happy. So it is important. The message of making the user happy through mathematics is where we can actually, build computational thinking really well. Now, if you do want to do this problem, again, I did put it in the Jamboard. If you look at the Jamboard link, if you pass the pages, that is already there. So show off your solutions to me, and I'm happy to see it later on. You don't have to do it now, but I actually already planned this for when I do these workshops. I have Zoom breakout rooms, and you're all doing all these different things and all that. But today, I just wanted to show you different things just to inspire you about the importance of computational thinking. And I think I will respect the time. I had graph theory to show, but I'm going to show it to you later. Just to let you know, as early you engage students, the better. This is my high school student who, going to MIT, and she's already developed disease dynamics models and published 2 papers. She's not even graduated from 11th. She's 11th standard, and she's published 2 solid papers. We just got a 3rd paper accepted, and so you can engage students much early on. She's created one of the first mathematics model for COVID, by the way, and incorporated something called social behavior into our models for the first time. And then, of course, created simulations and things like that to see how COVID spreads. That's what one of my research areas is. So I never talked to you about my research area. So to finish, we should be working in a multidisciplinary way. And back to my quote from before is like, we tend to teach the mathematics and then the problem. Turn the philosophy of here's the problem, let's find the mathematics to solve it. Inder, thank you very much. I'll stop here. And those are my contacts. Feel free to get in touch and all that. So I will minimize and I will stop share.
Thank you, Padu, for your very, very interesting talk and very exciting. And let me ask, anybody has a question or suggestion or something that you can quickly bite in, and we can chew it later on. But your question should be short and crisp, because we don't have much time to left for the next talks. So if you have anything to comment, suggest, or ask, Padu is already putting a lot of things in the chat box. His email is there. LinkedIn link is there. So you are all invited to connect with him. Ramanujan, you want to ask something? No? Fine. Okay. Janaki, Ramanujan, anybody else would like to ask something, comment something? I think we should get in touch with him, and all our comments and suggestions and inquiries on the email, on Twitter and other medias. So we'll surely get back to you, Badhu. Thanks a lot for getting up early in the morning at 6 o'clock.
No worries.
In 6 o'clock in US and delivering the interesting ideas to us. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hope it was helpful. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it was very much helpful. Yeah, to all levels. I think we can just clap. Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a 5 minutes break for you to refresh for the next session.
Hello, Swami, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Rana.
Yeah, hi.
Sorry about the confusion.
No, the problem. See, I had sent everything to Revati,
Uh-huh.
and I hope that she will send it to you both.
Actually, you know what? She's stuck in. They're doing these school visits. I was there with them in Jaipur, and so she just called me an hour ago. But they've been in the middle of transit. They even met with an accident. Actually, the bus that they were, So there's been a whole lot of drama. I'm not going to that right now. But they
John,
really.
John, the
Yes.
point is, I sent it 2 days back,
Oh dear. Yeah.
and I did not have your contact details.
That's
all.
yeah.
So how
Likewise.
do I?
Yeah. Likewise. Otherwise, I don't got in touch with you.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Soumya, I think everybody can share the screen. So whoever is starting, you can share your screen.
Yeah.
See if you can. Are you able to share your screen?
I am just trying to see how.
At the bottom, there will be a green thing. Share
No.
screen.
I know, but I do with my camera. So I just wanted to know if I can spotlight. If I can just.
I have no idea about that.
Mr. Rana, if you can, Soumya, if you could just make co-host, then I'll spotlight and I'll try and.
Soumya,
Yeah,
both,
so
Jalaj and John, both of them make co-host, please.
Yeah, done.
Done. Yep. And I will add my friend. Here we go.
Yes.
Whenever it's time, we can start.
We have got about 2 minutes more.
2 minutes.
Yep.
Fantastic sessions, Dr. Rana. I was looking at a few of them. I've had some of my other classes also, but excellent sessions. It was great listening to some wonderful people. In fact, at one point of time, I also told Jalaj, why are we even speaking? There's so much to learn here.
Yeah. I think whatever you do, there is always scope for learning more and more.
Absolutely. I totally buy into that. Yeah, I totally buy into that. But amazing stuff. Yeah. Even
I
now.
felt that I'm not doing anything.
No, I was listening
some of the talks that I listened. I feel I still have to learn a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's great. That's great. So while we are just waiting for that 1 minute, I'll just quickly say something about myself. I'm a math teacher.
Yeah, why not? That saves me the sort of.
No, then go ahead, Dr. I'm so sorry. I want to hear from you.
I'll say in the end, but thanks. You please go ahead.
Fantastic. My name is John Paul Raj. I am a high school math teacher. I have always wanted to teach math. Right from my college days when I was studying, I didn't even know what I was going to graduate, but I knew that I wanted to teach math in a high school, in a hill station in India. And as, I don't know, God just directed my path in such a way that I ended up as a math teacher. I started my career at Woodstock School in Missouri. And right from the first year of my teaching, I was teaching, because I was teaching an international curriculum. I did not choose the international curriculum. Sort of just happened. And because I was teaching AP calculus at Woodstock School, I happened to come across this graphing calculator. It was very new and very foreign to me, but all along the line, I'm a person who I love technology, and as many of us said that it's always good to learn. And I think technology is one thing that keeps you on your toes, right? I always want to adapt and know what's happening, what's a new thing, and that's why it was so exciting to see so many new things and learn new things. So that's me about still learning. And my brother, my colleague, my friend, whom we met only during webinars, and started learning and sharing. I haven't yet met in person. That's Jalaj. He's sitting in Indonesia right now. Jalaj, you want to add a few sentences about yourself?
As John said, even I always wanted to be a teacher, and the reason probably, every child has childhood heroes, and my childhood heroes were my teachers. So, and it never faded; it remained, and my teachers are still my heroes. So I decided to follow path of my great teachers, and I've been trying hard to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and I believe in sharing things. I believe in taking maths out of the class and getting the world into my class. And, at times I'm successful, at times I'm not successful, at times people agree with me, at times people don't agree with me, but it's okay.
So I think that with that sentence, I think we need to start and say, feel free to disagree. I think it's disagreements that, invite a discussion, and in a good, respectful way, keeping the objective that we are here to learn from each other. So that being said, this is our slide.
Just 1 minute, John.
So, yeah.
We had 2 slots, one after the other.
That's right.
Break in between.
Yeah.
If you don't like to give the break, or you want to continue, it's okay. We can continue. Or if you want to give a break, its choice is yours.
I will, we'll wait for that moment and figure out how people are feeling.
Yeah.
If people say that we've had enough, then we will give them a break and maybe they'll not come back. I don't know. But we'll see how it goes. Okay?
Yeah, an hour, and then you can decide, which way to go.
Fantastic, sir. Fantastic.
Please go ahead.
So our topic, what we came up with, is making math relevant with the technology that we are representing here. We are on behalf of Numerical Analytics and Texas Instruments. So both Jalaj and I do workshops in schools and among teachers on how to use this wonderful graphing calculator. It's more than a calculator, actually. We call it a handheld. Now, how do we make math relevant? In order to understand that word relevant, well, we thought that we'll just pose in some questions. So what I want you to do all is just take a look at these questions, all right, just to understand the word relevance. And so first, just look at these examples. These are solved examples from textbooks, okay? Just take a look at these examples. This is from an ICSE 9th standard textbook. This is on simultaneous equation, one method, and just keep an eye, and with whatever filter, with whatever lens that you're using, just take a look at this method.
Wow.
नहीं देखो सब लोग देखो, and whatever you want to write, please feel free to write on the chat. Okay, it'll be great. Okay, great, fantastic. Yes, this is my example too. It starts off with I think this was in a 10th standard textbook. It starts off with
John.
Yes.
Could you go back, please?
Sure.
Is it for solving a set of simultaneous equations?
Yeah.
This much.
Yeah. No. Let's allow everyone to absorb these things, Jalaj, and then we'll continue our discussion, all right? Our chat, as we always call it. All right, this is the thing. Take a look at it. Yes, that's rightly pointed out by Dr. Sheshayar. This is Krim's rule. And then this is another question on circle theorems, circle properties. It starts off nicely by, setting up the idea almost like a, what do you call it, a word problem. 3 people standing on a circumference, and then it asks you the distance AC. And then that's the method given. Just absorb, okay? We are not asking you to solve. Just take a look at the method. Just take a look at the method, how it is presented, solved, ideas used, okay? That was the solution. Take a look at it. Absorb with whatever filter that you have. My example 3 is, this is on quadratic equations actually. That's the question, all right? This is the question, and we have to solve it. It reduces to quadratic form, and yeah, they factored, and yeah, there you go. So that's a quadratic question. Actually, that is the question, all right? So keep your eye on the question and the method that's adopted, all right? Following that is, yeah, this is the method, actually, the completion of that same question. And then this was a question that, Jalaj, you want to talk about this question?
Yes, so this is actually a question on derivatives.
Ah.
And there is a given a rational function, and you're supposed to find the differentiation of this function, or say fx or say y with respect to x. And you know, for me, it was very difficult to understand that this was a question on derivative. I thought it was more on algebraic manipulation.
Why did you think like that?
You see, like if you divide it in at a scale of 1 to 10, I think 8 parts are to test algebraic manipulation, and only 2 parts, I would say 2 points, are for the method of implicit differentiation.
Does anyone? Yeah, there you go. Dr. Sheshayar has said something. Wonder if the students are tested on the rigor or understanding. Excellent. Would you like to add on to that, Dr. Sheshayar? I mean, we are coming to that. We just wanted people to absorb the methods, and so there's method, and Jalaj has already pointed out what Dr. Sheshayar is just regarding asking that question. Wonder if the students, if there's anyone else who wants to just throw in their ideas as to what you're seeing. These are the 4 examples. I'll go back to each of them, back and forth. Take a look at the methods involved. Jalaj, if you want to continue your comment that you're talking, that kind of, goes on with each of these examples. I thought, like, if I may, I'll just wait for a couple of minutes before someone adds a comment or something. What is it about these methods? What do you say? Any comments about these methods? I'm seem to jump here and there. Yeah.
Well, this is great. I'm enjoying actually this one. It's a very good use of technology in Zoom.
Which one?
Algorithms,
procedural algorithms. Okay. Since everyone is now talking about it, now the question that I want to pose is,
blindly following procedure.
Yeah, is there room for thinking? Or let's ask this way, okay? My slide actually says, the next slide actually says, what are some of the questions that arise? What are some of the questions that arise after solving problems such as these, the one that we've seen? What are some of the questions that would arise from the students? Shubhangi says blindly. Okay, yeah, there you go. What are some of the questions that arise? Whether it's I'm talking from the student, right? So, I mean, why this method was great? That's a nice question, in fact, Jitendra, from students. Why am I ever that's true, Dr. Sheshayar. Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you one of the classic responses. Ready for this, everyone? And if you've heard it, I want you to raise your hand, or whatever icon, all right? Whatever icon you want, whatever is your favorite, okay? Here we go. Ready? This is the question. Then comes my next. Is my answer correct? Is my answer correct? Over and over, with all this wonderful, algebra is great. We are not, but why does it lead students, especially, look at this question. This is a quadratic question, or it comes into the chapter for quadratics. And just by looking at it, what is expected in this method, in this procedure, as we are actually expecting the students to know that they've got to make a substitution. We're expecting to know. If I go back to that earlier question, which I said was on the circle, and it looks like an application. It gives the idea that 3 students are standing on the circumference of a circle. When you've already given it to them that they're standing in the circumference of the circle, you already shut down room for thinking.
Sure.
You've already opened the gate or one path. Jalaj, what do you have to say? You've already told them that, think of a circle, think of the circle properties. That was beautiful. It could have been structured in another way, in fact. Jalaj, aapki rai?
It's too guided, actually. So it doesn't give any scope for developing any sort of thinking skills. Whether it's like any, there are different ATL skills which students learn. So there is no scope, no room for thinking skills, transferable, creative, or critical thinking skills, communication skills, or say reflection, feedback, or any research skills. So
I like Dr. Rana's comment. I like Dr. Rana's comment. He said, he says, why do students stand on a circle? Dr. Rana, here's my question. even if they're standing in a circle, look at the arrangement here. These are the 3 kids, huh? Like A, B and C. All right? वो circle भी नहीं है. ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये ना एक दूसरे से बात ही नहीं कर रहे हैं. You know, I mean, it might be something that circle means at least it should be. At least I would have said that third student should have been somewhere here. This is, I don't know, it's a little spread out. You know, so but that no one would understand or relate that, you know, that is the center we are considering, you know, with respect to that particular, maybe it is a tree or whatever there's there, you know. I remember my PT master saying, stand in a straight line. In a straight circle. Wow, fantastic. Great. So here we go. I'm going to allow Jalaj to make some comments on, wait a sec. Here we go. This is Jalaj's talk from here. Jalaj, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
This is from one of those 4x100 relay races. And this is how the races start. So when I looked at this picture, in fact,
should we ask our participants to take a look at it and put
so let
questions?
me give some background. Like I myself was like an athlete, and I love to watch track and field events. Whenever I just go online, watch on YouTube only track and field events.
Yeah.
So when I was watching this event, I was planning a lesson for one of my classes which I teach. So a thought came, why don't I use this picture? So I had so many thoughts, mixed thought when I looked at this picture, and I would like to know, what are your thoughts? What is your observation when you look at this picture?
I'm looking at Amita's comment. You know, I think she was referring to that earlier question, and beautifully, I don't know how we came into this thing. She said maybe they're running in a circular ground. Now you can actually see it's not quite a circular ground, but firbi, you know, they're still running in a thing. But here's the thing: looking at this picture, what questions come to your mind? Can we have put your questions there? Just what questions? Yes, notice and wonder. Absolutely right. What do you wonder? What question comes to your mind just looking at this picture?
Empty stadium.
Empty stadium. All right. Why are not starting at same? Good question, Dr. Rana. Why are they all put together like this? Why they are aligned like that?
They have same finished line, but they're not starting at the same
straight line. Yeah. You know, you guys are all going mathematical. My first questions when we were preparing this together. Okay, concentric circles. Okay, all right, concentric. We're all going here. My questions, Dr. Sheshar, Amita, Shubhangi, more about this photographer. Yeah, how do they let him stand there?
Oh yeah.
I mean, actually, yeah. How did they let him stand there? Then I started asking, you know, I mean, is it only a 1 lap or something like that? I was asking even questions about these timers. I'm assuming that they're the timers, you know. Timekeeping, we'd all think that, you know, is just about keeping the time, right? You know, you start the stop clock and you go there. But do you know, or did anyone know there's training? I mean, people have to undergo a training to qualify to be a timer in one of these mega international sporting events. Did you know that, Jalaj?
Sorry?
People have to undergo training. I mean, even though they are timers.
They need. Yeah. And you know, John, one more thing. Like Dr. Rana put here, why do
runners bend?
Okay, so this is something to do with probably physics. And I would like to ask one more thing here. One more question. Has anyone ever seen any race that is run clockwise? Just think. All races.
Oh, lovely.
All athletes run anti-clockwise.
Lovely question, Jalaj. Lovely question.
Why is it always anti-clockwise? I never seen any race.
That's my applause for you. That's my applause for you. Very good, very good. Moving on, you know, here's the thing. We are asking so many questions that make us think. Jalaj, and every participant out here, do we need to have all the answers to have learned something meaningful? Think about it. Do we need to have all answers to think and come to a conclusion saying that, you know, we have thought about it, or we have...
Before that, I would like to ask our participants a few more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
This slide or this picture, how will students connect to this? How can they connect to this, or how do we connect to this? And can you guess like which class was I preparing for? Or is there a scope of conceptual understanding or inquiry-based learning when this sort of cognitive activator is shared in the class with the students? So as John said, we don't have to have answers to every question. And it doesn't mean like that any question that will have a definite answer. Or maybe if a question has an answer, definite answer, but maybe down the line, few years from now, that answer is not valid anymore. We always undergo paradigm shift. And I know people still believe that the earth is flat, but it's their belief. But when it comes to mathematics, the big question is, do we think like a mathematician as a teacher? When we teach in our class, do we think like a mathematician? And what does it mean to think like a mathematician? What does it mean to think or being a mathematician? So moving on.
Yeah.
Okay,
my slides have got a little warped, Jala, just excuse me on that. Okay, so I'm just trying to see how I can accommodate it. There we go. I mean, if you can manage this, yeah.
So,
go ahead.
There are some questions actually which came from our previous slide or from previous discussion. So what does it mean to think like a mathematician? I'll just read it out and feel free to contribute. How do we approach different kinds of mathematical problems? Is it always the same way to approach a mathematical problem? And when we say approach, does it mean that solving any specific question requires a specific technique? There are ways to differentiate, there are ways to factorize, there are ways to integrate. Are these skills, or these are concepts, or these are contents? So how do we approach different kinds of math problems? Do we have skills of thinking like a mathematician? Among our, John, it's too small, I can't. Could you please read it out for me?
Do we hone skills of thinking like a mathematician? Do we make it intentional that students will think like a mathematician, you know, based on the questions that we choose? Do we encourage that kind of questions? Or is our curriculum, is our teaching, if our classroom experiences are honing, are training kids to think like a mathematician?
John, one moment. Mr. Barry has one very interesting answer here. Mr. Barry Kisane. Our races usually run anti-clockwise because most runners are right-handed.
Very good, very good. That's very interesting.
Yeah, it is great thinking, but I think it has more to do with physics. What Professor Dr. Rana mentioned. It has something to do with physics, with some biology, and some internal organs like medulla and all in our brain. So it has something to do with that. So I'll leave it up to you guys to do some research and find a great answer yourself. But it is something interdisciplinary. It is not only like limited to sports or to mathematics or to physics or to biology.
Right.
Interdisciplinary. Another good.
Dr. Rana says it's easy to take a left turn. Okay. Dr. Rana, would you like to expound on that? Yeah.
I think, for example, when I drive or I am cycling, I find it easier to take a left turn rather than the right turn.
But there is Dr. Sheshe. Yeah. So I don't know. I knew that was going to come up from someone, by the way.
I thought maybe it's my personal prejudice, but that is what happens.
Yeah. Great. Is Dr. Rana right-handed? Oh, that's a good question. Dr. Rana, are you right-handed? Is it because of a right-handed person, or is it easier because of being right-handed, or because
quite possible. I don't know.
Acha. Okay. Jalaj, you may want to continue with these questions.
Yep. So again, this is very important. Do our students have opportunities in the classroom to undertake an inquiry-based approach? Do they have this opportunity? I'll give a simple example. There are some questions You're given some data. Find the mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance, lower quartile, upper quartile, and so on and so forth of given data. Now, same question, we could put like maybe height of some students is measured, and this is these are the details. And don't ask them to find mean, median, mean, mode, median. Ask them something where they approach and they explore some central tendency. Now, should they explore mean, median, mode? Let them make a decision. And stats is all about approximation. Your approximation may or may not go right, but that's okay. It's just approximation. But when you make good decisions, you should be able to do better analysis, make good decision, and other factors also, like finding the measures of question. All those things should also be considered.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Raj.
Anything.
Jalaj, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. One additional thing. For me, inquiry is that question lingers even if we have gone beyond the classroom. Look at the example from that picture that we showed, that international sporting event, whatever. People are still asking questions and talking about it. We moved on, and that is what we're trying to nail about inquiry. Are our textbooks, our classroom experiences leaving us still talking about it? All these wonderful questions. Could that person have been right-handed or left-handed? It's not in this country. In fact, going back to that picture, if at all, I don't even know, Jalaj, do you know it was the Olympics in Japan, or what was it? Do we know? Is that the reason the stands were empty? No? Jalaj seems to be frozen. Jalaj,
No,
yeah.
I'm back. I'm back. There was some connection issue here.
Excuse me. So my point is that as long as we continue to think, what about this question, Jalaj? Conceptual. What did you mean by this? Do students have opportunities in the classroom for conceptual understanding?
Conceptual understanding. Now, it's very simple. John, do you remember what your teacher taught in year 8 in mathematics?
In year 8 in mathematics.
Mathematics, or in any subject, in physics, chemistry, biology, or integrated science, Marathi, Hindi, Urdu, English. Do you remember anything that any of your teachers taught you in year 8?
It could have been because I was a terrible student, Jalaj. So I don't want to, I was a terrible student.
Maybe in year 9, maybe in year 10.
Only in college years. In fact, when we were discussing with Dr. Rana, I do remember Dr. Kumaresan. It was much later on in my academic career, but in school, I was terrible.
The thing is, like, conceptual understanding is when we go beyond contents and we reach at the conceptual level or the skill level. So, like, if someone in my class after 20 years can remember and recall, calculus means change, instantaneous change. When we talk of differentiation, it's all about change and analyzing the change. I'm successful. If my students can remember after 20 years, they may not remember how to differentiate sin x or cosine x, but if they can recall, oh, I think derivative means change, something to do with instantaneous change. I can't remember everything. That's enough. That is conceptual learning. That is conceptual understanding. So we have to teach our students out of the like content. As I said before, we have to take maths out of our class. We have to bring the world into our class. And one of the tools which we can use to enhance this understanding is technology. And when it comes to technology at the school level, I'll highly like to recommend and go with TI, Texas Instrument. Which,
what about this last point? Would you like to talk about this? Opportunities to teamwork and collaborate.
Exactly, teamwork and collaboration. Like there are so many different kinds of skills. And if you study about universal design for learning, sometimes when we go into the restaurants, they write chef's recommendation, or they put a red chili, or they put some green thing. What is that thing? That is basically universal design for learning. So collaboration and teamwork is part of universal design. Your students, like our students, sometimes they learn more when they work into their groups with their own age group. They take initiative, they get motivated, from each other. And as like I see 4 C's: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. So this is one of the skills, and it goes beyond the school level learning.
But here's something that I want to point out, Dr. Shashir. Thank you for putting it up. We learn this in our B.Ed colleges in India, in Bombay. We learn this. Do we see it in our textbook? That's why we started with those things. Do you see it? Do you see it? And I think what we want to talk about is that how do we know? Jalis, take it away from here, please. How do we know? How do we know? Take it away, please.
Yeah. So how do we know that active learning is happening? So, most of the times it happens that instead of learning or listening to a teacher talking about a topic and we just listen, complete our homework, how can we encourage our students to engage and develop required skills? Now, what are these required skills and how do we develop these skills? John, can you move on, please? Yeah. So, sorry, it's
too small for you?
No, it's too dim. Okay, now its light is better now. So the relevance. So relevance is something that we really want to stress upon today and we really want to talk about. So what relevance does actually, when we talk about this relevance in mathematics, first thing is if the students can connect their learning to, if they feel that it is relevant, they can connect with this, then they learn less, they learn more. Because they have some relevance, they have a reason to learn. Why should I learn? Right? So it develops curiosity and moving on. Inquiry-based approach, we discussed about this, and the teamwork, collaboration, reflection, and what is the purpose of learning. Now, when we talk about reflection, reflection is something that I feel is the most important part of learning. If we don't reflect, we don't learn. Only learners reflect. And reflection is giving feedback to ourselves. What I have learned, what went well, if I learn it again, what will be my approach? Will I continue with the same approach as I've done, or will I improve on this? Or there are certain areas where I would like to do some improvement. So reflection is very, very important. And as we were discussing, I was discussing with John, learning doesn't mean that you have all the answers. It is all about asking good questions. It is not about answering, it is about asking questions. So on that note, maybe John, if you like to
share
your expertise.
Expertise. I am not going to call it expertise, but I'm just going to invite all of us to partake in this thing. In fact, you know what? We won't go straight into TI technology. Our topic, as we said, was making math relevant, and we will use TI technology. But because I saw some fantastic technology being shared, I want you to be comfortable with whatever you're using. But I want you to participate. That's the most important thing, okay? Because we just spoke about collaboration, we just spoke about discussion and inquiry and curiosity, and it requires,
John, sorry to stop you. There are 2 comments here. I would like to quickly take this. Dr. Rana feels that students do not get an opportunity to talk in the class. And Parul thinks all things happen in time-bound manner. So absolutely, we agree to this, and the students, they do not get opportunities.
But at the same time, like we said right at the start, please feel free to disagree. We also want to learn. We're all here to learn, right? So just feel free to disagree. One task that I want to present, or the first task that we want to present today, is about quadratic. We saw an example on quadratic equations, right? But this is a question that kind of combines 2 ideas: teach less, learn more. Philosophy from the Ministry of Education in Singapore. Oh, yeah, really? Fantastic. Teach less, learn more. I think I'm going to make a poster of this thing. It should be incorporated even here. All right, in every classroom, in fact. Okay, randomly generated. We need technology to randomly generate things. And yesterday, one of my favorite things that I saw, Jalaj, was on Mathigon. Anyone here who was there yesterday who saw Mathigon? Who was part of that? I actually had to show Jalaj that. Okay, I learned it here, Dr. Rana. I mean, I'd heard about it, but I came for that workshop and I So what we're going to do is that to get this idea of randomness and randomly generation, what we're going to do is that I'm just going to quickly switch to this thing and show you what I have here. This is my question, all right? You're saying what is the probability that a randomly generated quadratic, which means you're talking the coefficients, and to just let me just ask that question. What is the probability that a randomly generated quadratic can be factored? We studied this, right? Factoring, and in fact, that example also we saw was factoring. Can anyone guess and just put 5%? Okay, great. I wanted that answer. That was my guess. Please make a prediction. Feel free.
5%.
Put in your numbers. What is the probability? Just make. What's your gut feeling? Just put it there.
In the context of what we see in the textbooks, I would say 75%.
But in the exercise on factoring, it's 100%, na?
Oh yeah.
On the chapter on factoring.
It's 101%.
Yeah, Hanji. So what we're going to do in this investigation is we're just going to narrow down our sample space, okay? It's a probability question also. This investigation is going to look at a reduced set. We're just looking at examples where the coefficient of x square is 1, x square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. We're going to use two pairs of dice, all right? To generate b, the sum of the numbers on the two dice, okay? The sum of the two numbers on the first two dice. And to generate c, we'll take a look at the product of the numbers on the other two dice, dice 3 and dice 4, okay? So if I switch back
any reason for that, John, or it's just random, totally random?
Because we know that it's going to be product and sum, na? I mean, at least wo theory to hona chahiye, na?
Okay.
So to get it randomly generated, you know, the dice is the best roll, right? So to come back to our mathagon, if you want, you can do this. If there are students here, teachers here, just go on. If you have actual dice, do it. All right. Because
I have a dice.
Hanji?
Let me get I think I have a dice.
You have a dice? Actually, I had even found a way to select this like this, you know, and you can roll at the same time. Watch this. Nice, na? So if I say red dice is going to give my blue, my B, all right, and the blue dice, the pair of blue dice is going to give me my C, then this quadratic, anyone can write down what the quadratic is going to be. B, remember, is going to be the sum of red, and C is going to be the product of the numbers I see on blue. Can anyone write down in the chat what's the quadratic? Not whether it can be
squared minus 4x plus 2.
X square?
It's minus or plus?
Plus.
X squared plus 4x plus 2.
Okay, good. All right, anyone else? Let's randomly roll again. Ye kya hoga? X square. Yeah, very good.
5x.
Yeah. So if you were to do this every time, and then you need to find out whether it can be factored. Remember, we're trying to see if we can. What's the percentage? What's the probability that it can be factored? How do we do that? Anyone up here?
John, at this point, I would like to ask one question.
Hanji, bolo.
Like, see, we are now dealing with data, right? So
right.
What should be the data size? How many times should we generate this? How many questions should we have to be sure to have like a decent answer? Or say some reliable answer, I would say. How many times should we do?
How many times should we roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone from the from the participants want to add to that? How many times should we do this rolling of the die?
Minimum.
Chalo.
Yeah.
10. ठीक है? We'll take Dr. Rana's example and find out. So here's the thing. I'm going to use the TI technology. All right. I'm going to use the TI technology, and I'm just going to show you quickly how I will use that. All right. So every time answer should be changed. What do we mean by that, Parul? What do you mean by every time answer should be changed?
Yeah.
If you do infinite times, probability goes to 0. Interesting.
Okay. So now I would like to ask, how do we reach infinity? How do we reach there?
It means
No, I think the
if we have
question
to
is
roll 100 times, or the answer should be changed. If we roll 1,000 times, our probability should be changed.
John, what do you think?
No, I'm still stuck with that infinite times. But if that was Parul, The answer,
probability will change. I have a feeling after certain roles,
it will come closer and closer to the
it will tend to one value
to the
like
theoretical
central limit theorem. So minimum there should be minimum 30 roles. So 30 roles are like it's a good number, a good sample size to approximate sample into population.
Now, just the more times you roll, the probability would become lesser, should become bigger. That's what's going to infinity means. I see. That's interesting, Anirudh. Probably should become lesser. And why do you say that it should become lesser? I mean, we're feeling, okay. We'll explore this, and I want you all to explore.
Dr. said that probability goes to 0. That's what I wrote in the words.
Sorry?
Dr. Shishar said that if you do infinite times, probability goes to 0. That's what I wrote in other words.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I said that if you roll it more times, then the probability will become lesser and lesser.
See, probably like n is the denominator, total number of trials. When n tends to infinity, it becomes 0. So this is okay. This is very interesting.
It's very interesting.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. And that's a good takeaway from this example. In fact, remember that we have just limited our scope of by just taking a not equal to as a is equal to 1 and doing this thing. Let's just do this investigation with what do you want, 10 or 20 or 30 roles?
I think considering this discussion, let it maybe 100.
10, 100. Okay.
Since we're using technology, so
yeah,
this can make our work.
We have the technology to go up to 100, huh?
Yeah. So
Okay.
let's put with technology if Dr. Rana allows.
Yeah. This is no. We need to respect time for everyone's. This is a TI Inspire CAS. This is the handheld version, and whenever you buy a TI Inspire, you can get the software also, whether you're a student or a teacher. And I've enjoyed using the CAS version. It just gives students a lot of opportunities to explore. And whenever you're doing this random number generation for any technology, I think first you need to seed the calculator. So I'm just going to do that quickly. You need to seed, and I'm just going to enter some. 5 or whatever, and it'll say done. That means you're just giving it a position to start from.
John, why do we need to seed a calculator?
It's like this, if there are 2 or more students who have a calculator, say it was just out of the box, and you're in a classroom, you're conducting this activity, and then it may not be the same activity. It could be just say, okay, give me a random, and you may find it's happened that students who wanted, when they said integer, you want a random integer or a random number, you'll get the same number coming from 2-3 students. That means they're not seeded.
So it gives the opportunity for the collaboration.
No, not collaboration. All like 3 or 4 students will have the same. Every time they press random number or random integer, it'll give you the same number. All of them. Meaning the 4 kids will have 7. The 4 kids will have 6. So without seeding
when they put different these digits.
When they put their own last 4 digits of their phone number or some
What if
pin
they
code.
put the same digit? If they put the same number, will they have the same thing generated?
I haven't tried that. But I'm tempted to believe that that could happen.
It is highly likely.
It's likely. It's likely. All right. Moving on. I'm going to add a listen spreadsheet page. This is very much like any Excel spreadsheet. Okay, what I'm going to do is that I am going to give the random integer command here, and since we're looking at dice, that's randomly generated between 1 and 6, and since we are like in the spreadsheet, I can just copy that in the next cell, 3, and I'm going to call that the 4 cells. This is going to be my dice 1, this is going to be my die 2, this is going to be my die 3, this is going to be die 4. And the good thing about this is that if I press Command R or Control R, you can see that there's the next roll, that's the next roll, that's the next roll,
yeah,
that's the next roll.
Changing.
Yeah, the numbers are changing, right? And
yeah, anything that you are using emulator, can students do all this?
Yeah, they can use on the handle also. You can do it on the handle also. Yeah.
Right.
The other good thing about this is that I can even add what's called a notes page. People think of a notes page. This is probably one of the most powerful pages I found out in this calculator, right? So if I hit Control M to get the math box, and here, if I I need to make this a variable first, okay? So let me just make this a variable by...
why do you want to make it variable?
So that I can automate something on that page. Just watch, okay? For a sec. So this one is now a variable. Oops, it's giving me the same error that I was doing earlier on. One sec. Okay, fine. Yeah, this is the beauty of technology, right?
Start.
Okay, one sec. Okay. M again. Again, it's not accepting the change. Do I have to do the same thing again?
Yeah.
All right, let me do it again. All right, so I'll just make a new document. No, I don't want that. I will just seed it again. Make some other numbers, 0173 or 2, whatever, that's good. Let me just go ahead and add a listen spreadsheet page. I will, this time, let me just
start with
one second. And integer and whoops, 1,6, and that's 2. Let me see if it let me store something here. M. Kya baat hai? Can you see it became bold, Jalaj?
Yep.
That's because it's now a variable there. All right.
Okay.
So now this is not a variable; it's not bold. I'm copying and pasting the syntax. Okay. So if I now hit Control R, can you see that that's bold? This is not. So I'm just going to make this one also a variable by making that something like n. All right. And this time that's also bold. Likewise, I will store this one as a variable. Let's call that p. And let's store this one as a variable, and let's call that q. Now we know that m plus n is going to be the b, the coefficient of x, right? So watch the rules, okay? So m plus n, that's m as a variable now. This is n, this is p, and this is q, and p times q is going to give us the c, right? So if I go back to my notes page, if I'm going to add a notes page now, and watch this, Jalaj, right? So I'm going to enter the quadratic x square plus m. Can you see it's become bold? Because it's recalling that stored variable.
And that is, I think, the beauty of this great example of artificial intelligence. All pages are connected to each other.
Yeah. I'm just going to enter this as we have. And another thing is that as we can see that, we were doing something on this page, but it's linked beautifully, dynamically linked here. So what do we do here or any of the other pages, whether it's the graph page or any other page, it's beautifully linked that way. So watch what's going to happen is that the equation here is x square, or the expression x square plus 4x plus 24. It's coming directly from here. The moment I roll the die again, or I hit Control R again because it's simulating. Can you see that it's changed? But here's the thing. Now watch. We want to look at the factoring. The good thing about technology, as Jalaj pointed out, is that we don't need to actually factor or figure out something. We can just go here and pull out the factor command. And I'm going to just copy this expression that I had here. One sec. Oh, okay. Command C, V, and everyone don't blink. There we go. Now let me tell you what's happened. I asked it to factor, it did not factor. Does anyone guess what's happening? Why didn't it factor?
Because
No, let them, the others, participants, yeah, Jalaj, come on, we chat every time. Why didn't it factor?
No, I'm also thinking why it didn't factor.
And we are, by the way, disclaimer, it's only in the real number field we're looking at, okay, not complex number field. So just before someone pulls that. Yeah, anyone? Why didn't it factor? अच्छा चलो और एक बार रोल करके देखते हैं, ठीक है? Control R. Okay, this is going to be x square plus 4x plus 4. And here it's factored. What does that mean? Anyone? Factored. Let's roll.
Oh, it's not only rational factors, even
rational, irrational, dono. Real.
As long as it is real, it can.
Anyone? I'm rolling again. The discrimination, yeah, there you go. Then we can factor. So this is one cool way to simulate, and students can roll the die. I mean, yes, there's that Mathigon had the visual beauty, but if I'm going to use this one, students can keep rolling, and now it's not factored. Can you see this? It's not factored.
John, I have a question again.
Yes, sir.
See, every time you have to go and generate random numbers and see that whether it is factorized or not. Is there any way to run some commands so we can directly find out, like maybe 100 trials straight away or 200 trials?
We are coming to that. You are just pinching for me to do things faster. So I don't want this page. So I'm just going to lock this out. This was the earlier page. If everyone has understood, he said that, we are doing this, one at a time. Is there a way to generate this? And this is the beauty of spreadsheets. I believe there was a talk on spreadsheets. So I'm just going to do this thing again quickly. Okay, I'm just going to seed this 9012. That's fine. And I am going to enter listen spreadsheet page this time. I'm going to call this dice 1, dice 2, 3 and 4. And this time, as Jalaj asked for, what we're going to do is that we are going
right.
In that formula cell, itself, we can say rand integer, int, sorry. What am I doing? There you go. 1,6. And how many times did you want? 100 times?
100 times, yeah.
100 rows, and you hit enter and you got your random integers there. Okay, if I can copy that and I've pasted it here, this may overwrite, that's okay, and it gives me those values there. If I paste it here, and okay, that's fine, and it generates those things. And in that way, within a matter of seconds, you can generate the 4 dice faces, the numbers on the for 100 rolls. And then we can use discriminant. Someone just said that, Faiz Iman said, even if discriminant is 0, it will factor with repeated roots.
Exactly.
Wow.
It did factor x plus 2 squared. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, that's right. It factored that. We saw that. So let's just find out. I'm going to call this coefficient x, and we know that the coefficient of x was coming from the first 2 columns, right? Adding the first 2 columns. So I'm just going to call a plus b, and just like that, I've got my coefficient of x, which was b actually. I didn't want it to confuse with b as a coefficient of x. And this one I'm going to call it constant. And here I'll just say this is, what is this? C times d, right?
Times d. Yeah.
C times d, and just like that is going to multiply that. Now I can work out my discriminant, right? Discriminant, and using the formula, this is my b and this is my c. This is coming from the column, what was this, g? So I got to say g square minus, you can see the formula coming here, okay? If that's a little gone inside, okay, you can see the formula here, g square, it's coming from the column g square minus 4 times a. My a is 1, I've assumed a is equal to 1, and the c's are coming from the column f. I hit that, and I have a syntax error, circular definition. What on earth is going on? G square minus 4 times a times...
E comes from column E.
Sorry?
Yeah, the first is column E, not column G. You're writing in column G right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. There you go. There's my discriminator there. Okay. Now we want to test, right? So let's make a test here and see. I'll just call it a test. Whether this is, you can. All the fun thing about these spreadsheets is that you can have these if commands, and you can directly say whether that G. What do you want to say? Is it less than 0, greater than equal to 0? What do you want to say?
Dr. Rana, your call.
Dr. Rana, what do you want? Should we test for less than 0 or greater than equal to 0?
Less than 0 is okay.
Less than 0 is fine. Okay, so we say less than 0. If the discriminant is going to be less than 0, we'll just say give it a code 0, so that it doesn't count. Otherwise, we'll say 1. That will be easy for us to count. And there we go. We got 1, 1, 1 whenever the discriminator is positive. And if I go down to a discriminator which is negative, it will give me a 0. And then we just want to sum up all these things, right? So I'll just say, okay, let's sum up all the entries from, this is H. So I'm going to say H1 through H100. I have 56%. Now, the theoretical, I think somebody asked about this thing. For this particular thing, I had read, okay, I don't know how far, and like I said, feel free to disagree, but somewhere like 59%. I read about it, okay, so, but it could be. But anyway, I'll just ask Jalaj to take it away from here to have reflections and look at people's comments about what we just witnessed. Jalaj?
So yeah, so before before I say anything, we would like to
participants to
yeah, from
react.
participants. Yeah. Please go ahead. Feel free to share your thoughts about this investigation. Is it relevant? Because we are talking about the relevance. So is it relevant at school level, at university level, or for discussion among teachers? How relevant is this? How relevant is this for learning? From participants. Nice, thank you.
Dr. Rana, one professor of mine, whenever I used to say nice, he used to say nice is the brand of a biscuit. But never mind.
John, I have a question. Can we extend this investigation?
That is a good question. And you know what? Yehi baat hoti hai, because like, how do you do it when A is not equal to 1? How do we extend it for complex numbers? How can we, like, earlier the discussion was going on about, like, going to 0, approaching 0, something like that, That is what makes questions and topics and connections and discussions, and therefore makes it, because what you asked me is a curious question, right? You're curious about something. We don't want to wear that hat and say, okay, now I'm going to be curious. So now I'm going to, that's not, if the classroom experience automatically allows, for that kind of questions, that kind of, can we do this thing this way? Can we do this thing? If the learning continues, there may not be answers throughout, but if the learning continues, then we got it, no?
I just want to ask what Jalaj said.
Yeah.
Extending it, say when A is not equal to 1. So I would like to put a question. Does it make a difference whether A is 1 or not?
Will it make a difference? Yeah, good question.
My question is, probability will remain the same. That's my
your conclusion? Okay.
My hypothesis. You can ask others if you want.
Others, please. That's a fantastic thing we need to make a note of. Dr. Rana just said his hypothesis is that it's not going to change. The probability is going to be the same.
I'm still thinking of the same question. What if n tends to infinity? Why will the probability be 0?
I agree with Professor. Only thing, the constraint that, okay, all right, interesting. I think because we are having this kind of discussion, okay, I think it's safe to say, I don't know, the criteria we used for relevance when we started off, because the thing was, yes, we're using this example in this investigation task, but at the same time, we're more interested in finding out, does it generate curiosity? Does the learning continue? Does it make you think? Does it make you ask questions? Does it make you hypothesize about other cases, like Jalaj, when he initiated that by saying that, can you extend it? Is there room for extensions? So what kind of some of the questions we actually saw? A is equal to 0 is no quadratic. No, I said A is not equal to 1. Did I say equal to 0? Oh, yeah. I mean, I think he was just...
and John, one more thing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep A is equal to 1. What if we test in a cubic equation, cubic polynomial?
That's another extension thing. How do we extend? Are you talking about extending the approach, or are you talking about? I'm trying to.
About, like, in cubic, you have to have minimum one real root. When it is cubic polynomial, at least one real 0 should be there.
Yeah.
So when it comes to a combination of real and non-real zeros or non-real roots for equation, will it look similar, or will there be a different approach?
You have given me a homework. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and see the probability, and then I'm going to get back, and maybe we'll meet Dr. Rana one day and have a talk with him.
And maybe if you're working, then maybe you can work a little more and see if we can generalize it.
I'm going to try and do that. And I'm going to get some help from Dr. Rana. Dr. Rana, I'm going to come and bother you one day. I think probability 10 to 1. Sure. All right. You want to expand on that, Mr. Mahapatra? Why would it 10 to 1? Are you talking with reference to this one or which one is? Yeah.
Yes, actually, I thought that as a number of unreal roots that we are thinking of, that is also infinite. And here, if we take number of real,
I see what. Yeah.
finite, that's why I thought it tends to 1, sir.
Yeah. I want to ask this question before we move on. Okay, my question, like I was asking questions about the guy on that track, the photographer and all that. I want to ask another question outside of this thing. How do you have completed this task, something like this, without technology?
I was thinking how actually, but I couldn't figure out. I don't have any.
How would you anyone please throw in? This is how would we complete a task such as this? I mean, I'm sure there are ways. Okay, think about it. And since there are a couple of minutes to go, I was thinking about looking at areas under suitable curves. All right, cool. I want you guys to take a moment in the break. We're going to give it, how many minutes is it, Dr. Rana? 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Think about this question and come back. Okay, how?
Break is for 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I want them to think about how would we complete this task without the use of technology. Also, what technologies are allowed in the classroom, and most importantly, why are calculators discouraged? And we're going to continue this discussion after the break. Any questions in the next 2 minutes before we break for the break? Yeah.
Can you go back to your calculator?
Which one?
Your emulator.
One sec. Yeah. Just a sec. 1 sec. Give me a sec. Yeah, here we go.
Now here, can we change the number of trials, number of rows here?
You mean the number of roles, the 100? Yeah, we can do that.
We go to like column A.
Shall we do that during the break? I'll make it ready. It'll take some time. I just wanted people to react. We got 2 minutes before we take a break. I'll do that and keep. How many do you want? Tell me, and I'll do it and keep.
500.
500 मैं करके रखता हूँ.
I'm just curious how probability changes.
मैं करके रखता हूँ during the break. Any other? I want you guys to think about the questions that I said. Okay. What was that question? Can we do this thing without technology? And what kind of technology is encouraged being used in our classrooms when we teach math, especially to keep math relevant? And I also want to know why are calculators discouraged? Think about it. We'll be back after 15 minutes. Over to Dr. Rana.
Yeah, sure. If you are thinking about the answers and you want to put in the chat box, please go ahead. We'll have a chat box full for John and Jalaj to react.
Go and get a cup of coffee or something to bite. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Or if 15 minutes is too long, probably 5 is okay, because the momentum will lose otherwise probably.
That is why I told you, remember the start SDF break go away. That will only tell you, sir, whether they...
No, the point is now our mood is thinking and now everybody is on the thinking hat is on.
Acha.
So probably, I don't know, it's my suggestion. Audience let us take a poll in the chat box.
Yeah, let's know.
Break of 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
Acha, now 15 is not even an option. 15 is not even an option.
15 ज़्यादा है बहुत.
अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं.
Because I thought you will be doing separately, so we kept as one person gets tired faster. 5. You want to add a spreadsheet and take the mean of that?
That's fine. Probability.
Come back. You'll come back in 5 minutes. Just wanted to share some research work that has been already done on the property of obtaining real roots. When the coefficient independent, identically distributed.
Oh, great.
That exactly, that's what I was saying. 59 is what I thought it was. So we got something. What did we get? 56.
56. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks for that.
Great. Thanks, Faiz.
So you still want me to do my 500?
Yes.
अच्छा ठीक है मैं करता हूँ.
Let us verify.
Yeah, ठीक है.
I would like to share
Go ahead.
There was a great thinker, born in Austria, and I think he worked.
I think Jalaj, 1 minute. I think those who want to take a break, let them take a break. We'll continue discussion anyway.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. So those who want to take will not do anything constructive as such in the 5 minutes.
With Dr. Rana in the room, everything is constructive.
No, it's okay. Don't do. So let us continue, Jalaj. Please continue.
Yeah. So, John, there was a thinker, Austria-born Polish thinker or Polish Austrian. He had connection with both the countries, Poland and Austria. Karl Popper.
Sorry?
Have you heard of a theory of falsification from Karl Popper?
I've not read it, but but I didn't even know the author or the person who came up with that. But
so he came up with theory of falsification. People used to use inductive, deductive reasoning in mathematics, in sciences, and in inductive reasoning, what happens is people look for the evidence to support their claim. But Karl Popper said, don't look for evidences to support your claim. Look for the evidence that can falsify your claim.
Oh, okay.
And if you can't find a claim that can cannot find any evidence or any example that can falsify your claim, more you work, more your theory is will get stronger and stronger. So he worked other way. So theory of falsification. So out here, instead of agreeing that yes, it is 60%, 55%, 56%, let's find some example which can prove it wrong. If we can't prove it wrong, means it is a great theory.
Okay. Is it a like a proof by not contradiction, like by counterexample? By counterexample, is that
yes, counterexample we can say. And it is part of scientific methods where Professor Rana would know more, Dr. Rana would know more about this. Scientific methods, it's used a lot. Theory of falsification and inductive, deductive reasoning. We also call it bottom-up and top-down approaches of reasoning. I'll take a break, 1 minute break.
Yeah. So while Jalaj is gone, I'm going to share this thing. I did it, although Jalaj, my friend, asked for 500. This is 1,000 rolls. If anyone is here, we got 60.5 or 605 in 1,000 rolls. I'll just show you. This is the same thing that I created again, and you can see the formula here. This is random integer 16. I put 1,000 rolls, and I'm getting it as 605 out of 1,000, which means you got your 60.5 again. Yeah, pointing to that. Anyway. As people are coming in, I'd like them to put it in, there's like 5 minutes break, we said, put it on the chat, why are calculators discouraged? And the other question that I asked earlier was about technology. Can we do this kind of stuff without technology? This kind of tasks that lead to thinking and, relevance in math. So if anyone can just write down, myths, calculators are discouraged. Why? Okay. Oh, there is some paper? Or you're saying that it is a myth?
Actually, I wanted to write that it is a myth that calculators kill mental capabilities. The people believe that.
Yeah.
So the myth is calculators are discouraged because it kills.
Yeah. Anyone else wants to add on to that? Why are calculators discouraged? Or if they're discouraged, then what are the other technologies that we're using to promote learning? Because most of the questions given in the exam book or exam are calculations based. Are calculations? Yeah, they are computation. If that's the word. It kills mental ability capabilities.
Capabilities.
Okay. It kills mental. Does it, Dr. Rana, from your experience?
That's why I wrote myth.
Okay. And when Parul, when you say conceptual understanding, what are you saying? You say they are discouraged because to promote conceptual understanding, or what is it that you're saying? I do agree that computations, but then if our questions, if our experiences, our math classroom experience are only limited to computations, then there isn't room to think. What if kind of? Sorry.
It accelerates learning.
Accelerates learning. Okay. You're talking learning the way we are talking. Calculators are used for math practicals. Acha. That's good. Why only math practicals? And if math is practical, it should be practical in the classroom also, no? So in the classroom, it's theory. I'm talking about, we are just talking about a theory here, no? We are trying to either support or verify or counter a theory. So my point is, even in a theoretical situation, whether it's technology or whether we use just a calculator, this is a calculator, okay, which can do, we didn't even go into the TI, we'll come to that in a minute in this next part. Why is it so powerful and how it can be used in the classroom? Technology is a knife, sharp on both sides. Dr. Rana, I want a copy of all this chat, everything that you're saying, I want to make a note of it. Yeah. How we use it. And every time we've learned something, when I go for these workshops, it can kill or cut vegetables. Yeah.
That's not like we are discussing relevance.
Yeah. In one of the workshops I went recently, I was in Jaipur last Monday, and I went to do a workshop for TI technology in one school. Actually, I'm not even making this thing up. There was a teacher who said this in front of other teachers. He said something like, and it might be a genuine reason. It's not, it could be a genuine reason. So I'm not here to judge, but he came across as saying that technology, I can't keep up. Today I learned something, and then, so he said, now I'm too old to learn. He actually put it that way, but then he actually meant it this way, that I can't keep up. Emphasis upon the rule and compass. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. I mean, that's technology. Ruler, compass, abacus. We have certain things. That's technology. Paper, pen. But we've moved on from there. And I think Jalaj would like to start from there about, you were talking about the distance or whatever, remember? The time?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's all technology. And, I'm not going to continue with this task. We just wanted to open it up, and I'm going to give it up to Jalaj. I'm going to, where is he? Okay. Add spotlight. Here we go.
Chalk was technology. Absolutely. Even chalk was technology. And, those who are familiar in new IB courses, they have come up with something called toolkit. And technology is a part of it, and the toolkit in a broader sense is not only use of calculator or software. It is something like the skills, any skill that is missing. If there is any skill gap, you have to fill in that gap. And how can you do that? By using a toolkit. To get your toolkit organized and get things done. So technology is not necessarily like machine technology. It could be cognitive, metacognitive. It can be anything that can fill in, that can bridge those gaps.
Jalaj, your piece.
So, yeah. So, like this is a very interesting investigation, and we can do this in any class at any level. We can start at maybe, I would say, middle school, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It can go up to 11 and 12, and we can expand it. And how do we expand? We can discuss later about this. So let me share my screen if I can. One moment. John, can you see my screen?
I can't. Now it's coming through. There we go. I can see it now.
Lovely. So I'm also using the same emulator that John is using. It is T-Inspire CX2 CAS. And CAS is Calculator Algebra System. There are two versions. One is CAS and one is non-CAS. In IB exams, or I think only in IB exams, in AP CAS is allowed, right?
CAS is allowed. ACT is also CAS is allowed.
Yeah. So in IB exams, CAS functionality should be disabled. Otherwise, you can use it. But I feel that technology is not for passing the exam and solving questions during the exam. It is more of a learning tool, more to like to visualize how things happen. So let me go with this. Students learn it in year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And this is a very, very simple investigation. A centroid in a triangle is basically point of intersection of the medians in a triangle. And what median is when you join a vertex to the midpoint of opposite side in a triangle, right? And this is center of gravity. Center of gravity means you can actually flip a triangular piece on your finger if your fingertip is on that centroid, simply. And it always lies inside a triangle, and the centroid divides each median into 2 segments. And the ratio of that segment, so all these things, this we do not need to show to the students. We can just cut and say, okay, centroid is point of intersection of medians. Go and explore the centroid. Anything that you can explore in centroid. So if it is year 6, we can guide them. It could be a guided task, 7, 8, 9, 10, or if we're discussing with senior students, then they need to explore different kinds of centers, and we can say find or explore all the centers present in a triangle. So how do we do this? So in this wonderful tool, I can start by adding a new geometry page and go to menu. I can make a triangle from here, straight away put a triangle, but I like to go through this by taking segments, take 3 segments and make a triangle. And it's so easy in this Inspire. Point A, B, C, these are already labeled, A, B, and C. Now I'm looking for the midpoint of these 3 sides, A, B, B, C, and C, A. Go to menu, as John always says, this is the lighthouse. If you lost, go to menu. So go to menu, go for a construction, and we are looking at midpoint of this side, midpoint of this side. Just take your cursor over on this side and click. We have 3 midpoints here. Exit, then go back to menu, construct. Sorry, you can go to points and lines again, line segments. This is your first median, this is your second median, and this is your third median. Now, this construction part is fine. Now, imagine students are doing this manually, or they are doing it with the use of technology. When they are using technology, they can do it in Desmos, they can do this in GeoGebra, they can do it in Autograph, they can do this in with the help of any technology. Now, what is the advantage if they use a calculator? It is with them, wherever they wish they can do. They can do this in their room. They don't need any connection. They don't need it. They don't need any Wi-Fi. They can do it offline. There's so many advantages of this calculator. Now we are interested in this point. We would like to investigate this point in the center, to press P and mark this point. This point is marked. Now these lines are not required anymore. So you can just right click and hide these 3 lines. These are gone. And this point, just to like differentiate or make it prominent, you can change its color. I'll make it white. This point D, you can leave it, or what you can do is you can just put text here and text, and you can just write D is what is this called? Is it centroid?
Yeah.
It is centroid.
Yeah.
So we can just write D is centroid, and you can delete this label. Okay. Now we would like to see what happens to this point when we change the triangle. Now this is a dynamic triangle. So you can just grab one of these points and move this triangle. You see, everything is moving here. This point is also moving. But in all these possible triangles, what is happening here? This point is never going out of the triangle. It remains inside the triangle. And this is the center of mass and center of this triangle. Because when we talk about the center, or when we talk about center, let's say, then we usually think of a circle. But even a triangle has a center. So what are other properties that we can explore? So if we go back to center, those lines, let's go to menu and view. These ones, these 3 medians. Now, another investigation could be out here. It always lies in a triangle. A centroid refers to center of an object, and it is center of gravity. How can we prove that it is center of gravity? So you can guide your students to find the area of these different sectors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Compare them and see why this is a true center of this triangle. Also, you can see that the centroid divides each median into 2 segments. So students can also explore the ratio of this point. If I go back, and of course I can always undo. There are ways to go back, but I'm just showing this is one of the faster ways. Now, you can also investigate the ratio between this D, C, and this point you can label as maybe M, P, P maybe. So if you would like to investigate what is the ratio of CD and DP, or AD and D to this point, or BD and D to this point. This we can do quickly with the help of calculator. Now think, if we are doing it manually, then how many triangles would you require? Will you need to make how many triangles? Now how do we do this in this calculator? It's very interesting and very easy. So what we need is, to investigate, we need to get lots of values. Like John took a new page. I'll also open a new page here, Control I, open a list and spreadsheet. And what I'm going to investigate here is CD and DP, this ratio. So I can put CD here and DP here. But how do I generate this data? So what I'll do is I'll find the length of CD, but CD is not my line segment. My line segment is CP. So what I can do is I can make a new line segment here. John, is there any way to find the distance CD without putting another line segment?
You need to indicate that. You need to show the segment, and then only then you can find the measurement. Yeah.
So this is 13.1, and I'll have another line segment here. Line segment from P to D, and I think this 13.1 is
You maybe it's taking the entire segment. Just hit tab. I think it'll. Yeah, when you're on that, yeah, just it's taking CP, right? Just when you're there, CP. It says CP, right? Now just hit tab. Hit tab. No, it's.
I can make another one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So now this is CD is 8.78 and PD is 4.34. Now I would like to see more values of if when I change this triangle, see what happens to these values. You see these are changing. I would like to capture these values to analyze or to investigate this ratio. So what I can do is I can define this measurement as a variable. So I just store this one as maybe variable. We're using A, B, C, D, X, Y. Okay, let's say this is X and enter. And this I'll store as Y and enter. So these are different values of X and Y. So how do I get these values captured? I can do this in my list and spreadsheet page. So can you check the chat? Absolutely.
Yeah, I was just answering something on the chat. Okay.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so out here in the address bar, I can just right click data capture. I can capture that data. Either I can do automatically or manually. Here, I think I can do automatically. And which variable do I want to capture? So X variable I can say and enter, or I can check my variables from here also. This also I'll go for data capture, automatic and variable. I can access from here as well, Y and enter. So do you see there are two values, 9.62987 and so on, and this is rounded off value. Actual values here. This is also actually rounded off, and this value is here. 4.81 and 9.62. 4.81 and 9.6. Yeah. Now, when I move this point or any of these points, then X and Y values are changing, and these different values are already captured. You see here. Now, I would like to see if there is any relation in CP and CD and DP. So out here, I can define this one as A over B. So you can do this as A by B.
The syntax down, and yeah, there's a ratio. Yeah. It's already just put the. No.
Yeah, I could have done that also. Yeah. A by B. So do you say this is 2? It's always 2. So this gives one result that this centroid always divides the median into the ratio 2:1. Now, this is very simple investigation, but think if a year 7, 8, 9, or maybe year 7 and 8 grade student does this, then how big of achievement is this for that child? So we can celebrate it together with the child. So this is one of the investigation in this triangle. Another one could be circumcenter. So in circumcenter, it is point of intersection.
Jalaj, can I suggest an alternative to what that exploration is?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
See, I give them, you want them to discover what is circumcenter, what is that centroid, right? So let me give a triangle to them, and let us give the centroid the point without any midpoints of the sides or anything.
Okay.
A bare triangle is given, and the point and the centroid is given.
Okay.
Then make it a red point, and that is given.
Okay.
Yeah. And the midpoints of sides also are not given. Nothing is given except the triangle and a point. So the question is, what is so special about that point in the which is a D, whatever you call it?
Exactly. That's great.
Nothing is given. Even that point on the side, midpoint is not given. No midpoints, nothing is given.
Okay, fantastic. So there's no indication. There's no indication saying that there's a point. Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
You see, the point is, a student should think, I'm given a point and given a triangle. What can I do with this point? One is I can try to move this point, but he will realize that he cannot move this point unless he moves us vertices. That is one discovery. Second, it always remains inside.
Yes, absolutely.
That is the second discovery.
Cool.
Third, what more can I do other than moving points and other than moving vertices? Probably I can join C with D. Points are given. What can I do? Let us join. So slowly he will discover you can join C with D and extend. It will cut the other side somewhere. No. Yes. No, not this way.
Meaning joining A to the segment side B, D, BC.
Yeah, extend it. It will cut somewhere. And join this also. Okay, let us join.
Maybe we can start joining with D first and see what is happening. And then we can extend it further.
I don't know how the student will think. See, different students will explore it differently.
Correct.
The idea is he should discover that
they all pass through D.
No, not pass through D. Not at all. What is the property when you join C with B? It hits the opposite base somewhere. Is there anything special with that point?
Oh, the median. Okay.
Yeah. He has to discover it is a median.
Okay, that's right. That's the median.
Right? And similarly, he should and discover that other point also it is a median. Right?
Yeah.
So one way he will discover that all the three lines hit the opposite bases at the opposite sides at the midpoints. That is what third exploration. I can modify that. Don't give only A, E, and B, F or whatever you are calling it. They meet at, they go through D. Okay. Now take a line through C, which does not pass through D. Any line. Okay. Which is movable. So take a point outside the triangle. Take a point outside.
Outside. He wants it outside. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Now take the intersection of that line with the base where it cuts. This point. Okay. Now move that point. Is it dynamic in your thing? I don't know. If you move the point.
You hit escape, Jalaj.
If the bottom one you hit, that point which is outside the triangle.
Hit escape, come out of the tool, move that other point, that outside the point, outside the triangle, the point is there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So escape press karo.
No.
He wants to move that point. He wants to move that point.
I want to move the line.
One more.
By moving the point outside.
This should be in the, that point needs to be there.
Point needs to be there.
This point.
Yeah.
Okay. Now get out of it and move that outside point.
F को move करना है.
F को move slide करिए किधर भी जाता है वो. Now you see, now you don't have this median CD. Okay, that is not there. You have only two medians passing through D, and you try to see when it passes through D, where does it intersect?
Great.
So that will be a discovery.
Great.
See, this is a conceptual understanding using dynamics of a software.
Fantastic.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, Dr. Anna. Fantastic.
Actually, you can extend it much further, so I don't want to go into that.
No, that's good. That's very good. Please. Thank you so much. This is great.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Anyone who's watching this? I mean, we had just one reaction from Amita. Anyone else with this? What Jal has been sharing and what Dr. Rana just pointed out and added to making it so much more better. That is what we talked about, relevant learning. No? Learning becomes relevant when we have different approaches and how we can extend. We are really looking at it and how it can be. We have so many different ideas we've come up with. Yeah, go on, Jalaj.
So,
yeah, please go on with your.
What I'll do is I'll hide everything, but I'll leave this point D here. Okay, and just for like our reference, I'll just put that D is centroid. Now, further exploring, what if we do not join with the median? And we can think of some practical example, like maybe there is a locality and A, B, and C are 3 influential people in this locality. And the government is planning to put a lamppost somewhere in this area. So where should this lamppost be? A says it should be close to my house. B says, no, it should be close to my house. C says it should be close to my house. So somebody solves the situation that, okay, I'll put the lamppost so that it is equidistant from point A, B, and C all. So we are looking at the perpendicular bisectors of AB, BC, and CA. So same way again, we go to some construction that is perpendicular bisector. This one, and this. We have 3 perpendicular bisector, and these bisectors can be extended. Just pull it, and they also pass through a point. Now, is there anything special about this point? So let's mark this point and explore. And we can, of course, hide these perpendicular bisectors. This is hidden, hide, and hide. So this F is our perpendicular bisector. Now, what happens to this F? So let's change its color also so that we can explore it more. Okay. This is moving, but we can see that it can go out of the triangle. It has gone out of the triangle. It can come into the triangle. It can even sometimes see it is on one of the sides of the triangle also. So now how is it happening? So students can explore, like when the triangle is a right triangle, this point is on its hypotenuse. If it is an acute angle triangle, it is within the triangle. When it is an obtuse angle triangle, it is going out of the triangle. Right? So, and otherwise, what is the significance of this point? This point is equidistant from point A, point B, and point C. How do we know whether it is equidistant from A, B, and C? Can we draw a circle whose center is at F and radius is either FA or FB or FC? Let's try if it works. So we can draw shape now, a circle starting from here.
From F.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No.
F, and there you go. Yes, it does. So we can make it a triangle. We can see. But now, I see one more thing here, that point F and D. I think they are also moving in a definite fashion. Can I identify how F and E are moving? So maybe students can think on this one. Are they going parallel, or are they in a straight line, or maybe something else? So their location, their position, and when we are talking about the geometry,
the path, you mean? They're comparing the path of their the tracking?
Exactly. We can talk about the locus. We can also talk about their coordinates. If we have, we can always find their coordinates and different measurements and the distances from vertices A, B, and C, or from lines A, B, and C. These days we have something called like Voronoi diagram in IB syllabus. So Voronoi diagram talks about the solving problems based on the location. Like in a city, there are 4 big hospitals.
So Professor Rana, Dr. Rana asked the question, put the question, why should the students draw the circle? When you said that they're equidistant from each of those vertices, why are we drawing the circle? What are we?
Great. So this is one of the easier ways to see if.
Yeah, but Jalaj, my question is, why should a student think of drawing a circle? What motivates him? When you are giving as an exploration, are you giving it as an exploration or are you giving it as a verification of something?
Exploration.
Yeah, so in exploration, why should I think of drawing a circle at all?
Yes.
So my as a student, when you say pose this problem that f is a point, okay, you want a lamppost to be put at point f, which is equidistant. So when you say that should motivate him, you see, that if f is equidistant, f of a is equal to f of b or f of c, probably let me draw a circle and see whether it helps or not. That is one reasoning, right? But other possibility one could think of is, if I when you say that this lamppost can go outside the triangle, right?
Right.
Then the question comes, if the lamppost is outside, what's the use of it? From the practical point of view, it will give very bad light on B if it is outside B probably. I don't know.
Take it out.
See,
very
lamppost
nice.
is for throwing a light. If it goes very far away, then what light? So the context of the problem should also be meaningful. Otherwise, student say,
wow, fantastic point.
ये तो फालतू का problem बनाया हुआ है.
Acha.
So when it comes to the like reflection part, when they reflect on their process, then this would be like one.
I'm not criticizing on the.
No, it's a great point. It's a great point.
This is great input. Thanks for
very
this.
great insight.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, absolutely. So
and the same thing I would explore as a student. Forget about whether I know anything about the mathematics of it or not. When you are giving me a point, I will, when you say equidistance, my first reaction should be join. Join that point with the three vertices. Right? So that gives me some triangles. Right? And immediately I should recognize they are isosceles triangles. Right? Not only isosceles, all three are isosceles, and actually sides are equal, right? Because equidistant. Now, what can I say more about this point? Can I find a way of in a isosceles triangle? Okay. How do I locate some point inside? See, when you say draw perpendiculars, why should I draw perpendiculars?
Exactly, and this is actually it should be their prior knowledge.
Yes, the prior knowledge is that triangle, isosceles triangle बन गया, right? तो उसको अंदर एक point है, उसको discover करने के लिए मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, kind of thing. So anyway, I'm just.
No, this is good. Please.
Yeah. Thanks for this. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so any other comments?
No, I just saw Dr. Rana.
Okay. Now another one is after circumcenter is in-center. In-center is another interesting point in a triangle, and then orthocenter. So students can explore this, make these points orthocenter and in-center also. So let's quickly see how they look when we draw them, orthocenter and in-center. So for in-center, we need to have perpendicular bisector. So questions could be like something that is equidistant from this side AC and side AB. So we draw a perpendicular bisector. So let's construct angle bisector of which angle? This angle. There you go. This is one. This is another angle bisector. And third one. So here again it is passing through one point. Now what is so special about this point? So we can mark this point and we can explore more of our point. Divide this. So we have 3 points now. Are they in a straight line? At some point they are, at some point they are not. So again, like it is up to the student what they observe. So John, what do you think? What will you observe here? What is happening?
Just like D, it will not go outside the circle.
Okay.
Outside the triangle, that is. Oh, it does go.
No, it does go. again, it is like if it is obtuse angle triangle or acute angle triangle or a right triangle. Let's draw fourth one also.
No, does the point actually go just, or was it the letter G that was outside? Just can you check that?
G.
You're looking at the point G, na? Or
No, it doesn't work.
नहीं मैं वही बोल रहा था ना, वो कैसे जाएगा? हाँ.
Center remains inside. Centroid and in center they don't. And when it is orthocenter is you draw perpendicular from a vertex, right? So let's quickly do that also so that we can analyze that together. So we draw perpendicular from this point here, this point here, and this point, this one. Let's mark the point P, here, height 1, 2, 3. So we have 4 points now. They are in a line, straight line, but not always. But if I see these 3, I think these will remain in a line. Is it? Do they?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, there are so many possibilities. I don't know. We can explore this, and also we can see the distances, the ratios. There is so much to explore here. So I was doing some research and I found that there are some properties of these 4 properties of centers in a triangle. These are the centroid, orthocenter, and circumcenter all fall in a straight line. But in one of those papers, I found that it happens only if it is a non-equilateral triangle. In equilateral triangle, it doesn't happen. Because in equilateral triangle, let's see what happens in an equilateral triangle. They all coincide, I think. They are coming closer.
The same point?
Do you think they should coincide if it is equilateral triangle? When all 3 sides are equal. They will actually coincide. Yeah. And then centroid is always between the orthocenter and circumcenter.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in the center, but it always lies in between. The distance between the centroid and orthocenter is always twice the distance between the centroid and the circumference. In obtuse triangles, the circumcenter is always outside the triangle. Opposite the largest angle, the orthocenter is always outside the triangle, and so on. The only time all 3 of these centers fall in the same spot is case of an equilateral triangle. In fact, in this case, the center falls in the same place as well. So, like, this was some exploration. The purpose of this exploration was to see the power of technology. And if, as John asked before, and if I stop sharing my screen and go back. John, can you please show that slide again?
1 second.
The thing is, can we do this? Or are there ways to do this task without a calculator or without technology? And if we do this, can we justify the duration that we are going to spend for this? From task 2, some questions.
Also in a very subtle way, we didn't want to just talk about AI technology. We just wanted to show how the technology can be used. I mean, yes, there's lots of other options to do, but as you noticed that, when I was focusing on, the data, the lists and spreadsheet page, and something called the notes application, and Jalish looked at the geometry. There's so many explorations possible. There's one question that came out from someone: is it only because of time?
Yeah.
Is it only because of time? Because what is the purpose of encouraging calculators? I think my discussion earlier was about computation, and we are talking about keeping math questions relevant, and it was great. That is why I thought some of the inputs that Dr. Rana brought about, because we can make explorations, Jalajan, I mean, the questions that we ask in those explorations, that's the one that is going to make it, more effective. I'm not saying that, some of the questions that you brought about are not, but then the way he added on to those things and, so yes, technology can be used, but how we use it with those kind of questions that, allow, like he asked, should the students draw the circle? I think the earlier one also when he used that. But again, as I said, that we wanted to actually talk about how TI technology can be used to make math relevant in the classroom. That was the main.
I would like to add one more thing here. Like, this can be extended if we are doing some investigation, some project at senior school, high school, like maybe 11 and 12. Can extend it to, there's something called Euler's line or Euler's line. Then there's a point called Fermat's point, 9-point theorem. There is so much of extension from this. We can talk about the maximum, minimum distance and all this stuff. So if you're working with coordinate geometry or vectors, even in complex numbers, there are some applications which we can use. So there is no limit actually practically.
If someone, Jalaj, if you can just put down the website address here, I'll just quickly show something about TI, because we're talking about the TI technology here, and the website, this is the page, and Jalaj, if you can just put down that website. This is the website for education.ti.com, and there's several things here. One, you can even download that software. If you're a teacher, you can download for free software for 90 days and have fun. But if you go down the activities panel here, there are activities on even STEM, all right? And if you go down math inspired, come on, is my internet not behaving today? There we go. Although it's chronicled the US system of Algebra 1 and Geometry and Algebra 2, but they are still fun activities to play around with, even if you're doing something on statistics. All the way up till, hypothesis testing, there are ready-made activities available. All you can use for exploration, okay? The idea that what we were talking about, and yeah, you name it, even for middle school, middle grades, and whatever algebra you're talking about, small activities are there, and each of these activities come with, what's that? I had something open. Yeah, it comes with this kind of a document. This is a teacher notes. You can, and this is something about, it's about rational function, and it's about exploring the asymptote. I don't know whether I have that particular thing open, but then these are teacher notes. You have teacher notes and student notes all in that website. So that's one fabulous thing that works with this particular technology, right? So we were not able to talk about so much about how to, it will take a long time to go with how to actually use the technology, but asking the right questions, like as Dr. Rana said, and looking for each of these examples. Try it out. If you have any questions if you get stuck, you can always email either Jalaj or myself, and we'll be happy to help you out with that. But I thought I should bring you to this particular website also. And while we are at that, one sec. I just wanted to, I'll come to this thing a little later on. We may have seen such questions earlier on. There's a lot of interaction. This is actually an interaction between the geometry page and the data capture that Jalaj showed, all right? These can be used actually, when you're talking about something like maximization or something, optimization, sorry, you can actually, get students to, play around with stuff like this, and, it will actually plot that points as a scatter plot, and you can actually verify and see, that the maxima literally occurs at that value. So there's a lot of fun, interactive activity. All these are picked up from that website. I'm just showing you what some of those website examples are available at this website. And if you were to download that software, which is a 90-day free trial software for the teachers, students, if there's any student out here, there's about 30 days free. You can take a look at it. It's free trial. They call it trial, but it's a complete software. Go and have fun with it. Any questions before I want to just any questions, any comments about what we have?
I think you had asked me why calculators are discouraged.
Yes. No, actually, yeah, go on, sir.
Yeah. I just want to give a sort of want to do an assignment with you for primary students, maybe 6th standard or 5th standard students.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the problem, the question is as follows. They are given a calculator. Okay. Everybody has a calculator available.
Okay.
Now take a number between 1 to 9.
Okay.
Take any number between 1 to 9. Okay. Multiply it with 10. No, not multiply it with 10. Multiply it with something 2-digit number, some 2-digit number you choose. Let us give it as a 11, say.
Okay.
You choose whatever number you want, the first one, between one, and you have to multiply by 11.
A 2-digit number. Okay.
Yeah, and then you have to multiply it by say 111. You are allowed to multiply.
Okay.
And you should reach a target kind of thing. Some number, big number I give it.
Okay.
You see, so when a student is trying to multiply these big numbers by hand, it's a boring job, right? But I will say that I'm not interested in how do you calculate that number. Choose any number you like on the computer. You can use it for multiplication, addition, right? But the target is to reach how close you can go to that number I am giving you. Hitting a target, it is called, it is a well-known exercise available on the web also probably. That you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. But the question someone had raised earlier was: is it only about time? Is it only about the computation?
No. See, if your point is to reach, say, a big number, you should know the place values of those numbers.
Correct.
Right? And with what you should multiply so that you reach that number, and how close you should reduce multiplication or increase that number, or you have to do the estimation.
Sure.
And I don't want them to spend time on multiplication, because multiplication is numeracy. That is a different concept at all.
Yeah.
Here the idea is whether they know the place value system and whether they can use it right without spending time on computations to reach something. That will give a real sort of good application of why computing devices are useful, as the person who Mathematica discovered, right? Wolfram, forgot his name. Yeah. So he said that he has written a book that we should not be asking students to compute things unnecessarily. You see, why to spend time on computing that we never do in real life computation by hand or such things. Machines do it.
That's right.
What to do and how to do it, what for you should do it, that is important.
Yeah.
You see, so the real use of handheld technology can come handy that way probably, in saying that why it is useful. Right?
I agree.
It's more relevant.
Yeah. Now, for example, the TI had something called a TI Prof, a very small calculator kind of a thing.
Okay.
Which they have discontinued now, unfortunately.
Okay.
Either they were not able to sell it or something. I got a copy of that sometime in 2000. There was a TI conference in Chicago which I attended, and there I asked people, and they procured a handheld thing that had very good problems for primary.
Okay.
K-12. You want to operations and BODMAS and such things, no? Very good. So that is getting used to using that kind of a technology.
And that is why I showed those. That's why I showed those resources. The kind of even up till middle school, and the kind of activities that's already there, and teachers.
Yeah, but teachers I think we should capture. You should think of designing things where primary itself, K-5 calculators can be used to enhance understanding of the concept as K-5. Right? Cadbury sells chocolates. And whom do you see in the ads?
We were talking about that ad today, Jalajana. Actually, we were talking about that 5-star ad. Those two guys who come, the brothers.
Yeah, that is, but you see, the idea
grown-ups.
They always put some kid hanging around somewhere. Because if they know if they have captured a kid on a chocolate, lifelong he will be eating chocolates. Okay. So that was my inputs for your talk.
Fantastic. Anyone else has any thoughts to share? I just wanted to give a kind of a homework for us to think about, because we said any kind of problem that keeps you thinking, That's fantastic. That means, it's relevant. So again, because our topic was relevance using TI technology, there's a very good question I'd seen. I'm just going to share that right now. And this is actually about lost treasure. So I'll just read it along, so that you can follow. It says, you found a map that describes the location for a buried treasure. I don't know what the treasure is. It might be chocolates, like Dr. Rana just said. It might be a buried treasure in an island, and you just have found the map, okay? And this is what the clue on the map says. The clue says in the map, it says from a single tree, remember, okay? From a single tree on the island, walk directly to the domed rocks. Apparently there's a dome-shaped rock somewhere. Count your paces as you walk. Turn a quarter circle to the left counterclockwise and go the same number of paces. When you reach the end, place a stick there. Mark that place. So basically what's happening is that you're going counterclockwise. Okay, that's left, right? Turning left 90 degrees, right? So you go to the dome-shaped rock, 90 degrees anti-clockwise direction, but the same number of steps, all right? So you mark that first position. Then you do the same thing to the other rock. There's a spire-shaped rock on the left-hand side, okay? So you come back to the original place, the tree that you walked from, and you walk up to in that direction, the second rock. Count your paces, may not be equal, but from, let's say you walked just 3 steps and then took a right turn, okay? Turn right, and again, you're talking about 90 degrees. Walk the same number of steps, place a stick there, come back to the tree. Now, connect the sticks with a rope, and the midpoint apparently is where the treasure is. Did everyone understand the clue? Any confusion? You got to walk towards a rock on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side from a tree.
John.
Yes, sir.
I think it was discussed in one of the sessions today.
Oh, today? Just today?
Yes. And it was, the person showed a GeoGebra applet to sort of say that midpoint remains invariant.
Oh, wow. Speaking of relevance.
And this problem is from a book by what's the name of
I presented the thing here. It is Jeff Van Annen. Is that right?
No. It is a book where 103 puzzles are listed.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool,
it is one of the puzzles from that.
Okay, cool.
And,
and it was presented just today?
Yes.
Oh, wow, what a wonderful way to then think about relevance. I actually thought that problem was fantastic, and I wanted to add it to the presentation. But thank you for bringing it up. Did anyone? The midpoint remains the same. Yeah, that's right. But
no, actually, it should be made as a puzzle. It don't give the reason. You see, the story goes like this: that there was a pirate who had some treasure, and he wanted to bury it somewhere. So on an island, he buried it. Okay? And that island, there was a hut there, and there were 2 trees. You had rocks, and there were trees actually in the original problem. So the same directions are given, and he buried that. And he thought probably after 100 years or so, or whenever number of years I come back, I will discover that place and take that treasure. So he wrote those instructions on a map that from the house you go to that tree, that rock, and this much, and on the turn right and do that much.
Yeah.
Right? Then the middle point will be the treasure.
Yeah.
So that was discovered by somebody later on, that map, after how many years, and the person went to the island, but the house is missing.
Yeah.
So there is no house there.
There's no house. And how do we know where to start from? And
where to start? That is the question.
Where to start? Yeah. That's the me here. No matter where you start from, apparently, the digging point, that midpoint, no matter where you start from, and so it was done through. It was presented through GeoGebra. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Fantastic.
I had done it actually 7 years back.
Okay.
Exactly. There was a conference in Surat. Discovering mathematics, so I have done it there in that conference. But there is an add-on that GeoGebra will tell you that midpoint remains invariant under wherever the house is. My question was, can you prove it mathematically?
That is the question that we wanted to leave with. You can see it visually, but Yeah, that was the question I wanted to leave with. How do you prove?
And interestingly, I discovered on the internet, there are 7 different proofs, mathematical proofs of that. 7.
Wow, just for that one question.
Using complex analysis, using vectors, using geometry, and whatnot.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a very good,
excellent
exploration thing from real life kind of a thing story to leading to a puzzle which leads to concrete mathematics.
Absolutely.
See, students find difficult to write a proof. They can guess a result, but writing a proof is difficult.
Yeah.
So it is combining all these things. Okay.
Great. We'd like to stop there, and we just want to invite questions. And if there's anything, whether it's about the questions we posed, whether it, whatever talks that came through, or whether it's about this TI technology, we are happy to take some questions. Otherwise, we'll give a couple of questions for reactions. Let's just open it up.
Anybody else would like to say something, comment on something, add on something? I have been doing a lot of add-ons, but anyway, but you want to multiply something, then do it, please. Please, your comments, whether you are pro technology, pro calculators, or anti calculators, does not matter. Say it now. Even if you think
we said at the beginning, we would like you to, even if you have to disagree, that's okay.
Yeah. If you think calculators are not good, and that's what our education system thinks, they don't allow calculators. But I think they are more scared of calculators by assessment point of view, because students will get answers quickly and right. So how do we allow calculators and still have a good assessment process? That could be one reason. It is not allowed in many state boards.
That's a topic for a completely different workshop, Dr. Rana, because we constantly discuss on assessment. We talk about relevance of assessments. How what are we actually assessing? At the end of like whatever.
And we had a talk on this also. Assessment.
We did.
Ramanujan in the morning discussed about assessment in the present scenario.
Okay.
But let me not go into that. I just want to ask if anybody else would like to, and please fill up the feedback forms in the chat box for the 2 sessions. Okay. Before you leave, fill up
which you have
feedback forms.
Yeah. Yes, Amita, they are available on Amazon. If you need for the, you can just write to either of us. We'll point you to the right person. Numerical Analytics is the company that
in India.
Yeah, in India. Whereas anywhere else, you can obviously get it off Amazon. But I would always say, first take a look at the free trial version. Take a look at that, and that's completely the full software, full version. Whenever you buy this calculator, you can get the software also, the full version of it, and it's a perpetual license. And like Professor Dr. Anand just said that if a school can afford, yes, they are expensive. Sometimes we think about expenses also, but even as a class set to keep at that level, if you have a math lab, we learn all these things in B.Ed colleges, but not just with the other things that they play around and learn with in the elementary school, but even if there's technology such as this available for kids at that level, there's a lot of exploration that can be done. So I would encourage, take a look at the software first, the free one, and then consider investing for the students to keep math learning relevant.
Anybody else has a comment, a suggestion, criticism, constructive or otherwise?
But regardless, it's been a wonderful time that we had, Dr. Rana. Thank you so much for all to all the participants for being so patiently listening and giving us this opportunity to come and share, and for all the inputs that came through. Thank you so much. It's been a privilege.
And a special thanks to Dr. Rana and
no, it's okay.
Most active participant, and
sure.
You really enlightened us. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your inputs. I think at least it is exposure to teachers that one can use calculators, and with TI you have shown it that for explorations, for understanding things,
there's
visualizations.
There's one question. Does technology help in retention of the concept?
Yes. So react. One of you should react.
Yeah, definitely. It does. Because, like it can help us think beyond the context, beyond the contents. It can take you like cross disciplinary.
I think more than that exploration or that connection or that extension that you're talking about, what the question is actually looking at is it helping to retain? I mean, even though you've learned something maybe years ago, will that concept be retained?
That is what like we were talking about conceptual understanding. So when you are able to transfer your skills, so it is all about transferring skills.
Right.
So once you are equipped with this,
Yeah.
with the help of calculators, technology, you do retain.
As against hands-on method. Calculators are allowed in our state for students of class 11 and 12. Which state is this, Mr. Seth? It's great. West Bengal, fantastic.
Bengal, yes.
Very good. Great. Over to you, Dr. Rana.
Yeah. So once again, thank you very much for coming and joining. Thanks to Numerical Analytics for pushing you into this. Okay.
But Dr. Rana, we have to meet and connect. There's so many ideas that, and your passion is so contagious.
Being a part of, as a sponsor, being a part of this, thank you very much. And pass on, I'll say to Revati anyway, but you pass it on to her.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you all so much.
Everybody take care, and we'll stop here today, but do come tomorrow. We have very interesting talks listed tomorrow because there are talks on use of Google techniques or Google by Sangeeta Gulati, teaching and learning math with Google apps. Then there is educational by Barry Kisan on use of technology and calculators in higher education things. And then there is in the evening there is teaching math with origami, which should be very interesting, a workshop hands-on, and the final lecture by Proshen from USA, developing future inventors using math. So that should give a relevance to why math is necessary in which parts, kind of a thing. And of course, we have got 8:40 to 9 o'clock, about 20 minutes, very short concluding session. So you are also invited for that. So there is part of, when I sent a link, then you are invited for everything. Okay. So do join us, whichever session is permissible according to your timetable. You are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much, sir.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.